In a land where nobles are said to carry the blood of gods, the common folk know a darker truth. Sometimes those gods are devils. This is the frontier territory of Kazel, a place on the brink of collapse. From a distance, the town of Kazel looks almost peaceful, nestled beneath snow-capped mountains. Its tall clock towers and sturdy homes create an illusion of prosperity. But that illusion shatters up close. A severe drought has choked the life from this land, leaving the fields barren and the town hollowed out under a relentless sun. The streets are a testament to their suffering. People, weakened by hunger and thirst, collapse on the cracked earth. A man with sunken eyes stares into the depths of the empty well, his face a mask of pure despair. There is nothing left, not a single drop of water. Out in the countryside, the fields are nothing but dust and cracks. The ground itself has split open, a web of deep fissures stretching across the land where crops once grew. Vultures circle overhead, drawn by the stench of death. The bodies of livestock are left to rot under the sun, a grim reminder that this is a land now devoid of life. With no hope left, the people begin to flee. A man carries what little he can, his family trailing behind him, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. They are abandoning everything for a slim chance at survival. But their ruler, Margrave Kazel, doesn't see desperation. He sees disrespect. To him, his people leaving is a personal insult, a crime against his authority. And so, he sends his soldiers. Armored men on horseback ride out, not to offer aid, but to deliver punishment. They have their orders: make an example of the deserters. A soldier raises his sword high, its cold steel glinting against a blood-red sky. The punishment is swift and merciless. Soldiers cut down the fleeing villagers, their desperate cries for help lost in the sounds of slaughter. One person is thrown to the ground, their bare foot slamming into the parched earth. A young boy screams in pure terror as a soldier looms over him, sword raised to strike. A fresh wound already bleeds on the boy's arm, but the soldier shows no mercy. The boy is left trembling on the ground, wounded and in shock, a survivor in a field of carnage. A final, choked cry for help is cut short. A flash of red, a spray of blood, and then only silence. The one leading this massacre is not the Margrave, but his son. We see him from behind, a figure with long silver hair, listening to the screams with an unnerving stillness. He is a powerful magician, said to possess the divine blood of ancient kings, a lineage that he believes places him above all mortal laws. His face, seen for the first time, is twisted in a cruel sneer. He mutters that even beasts know to repay favors, as if these people owed him their very lives for the simple privilege of his rule. Standing before the terrified survivors, he asks them with false sincerity why they think they are still alive. He tells them their very existence is a gift from those with divine blood like himself. A mother clutches her child, her face a mask of grief and terror, surrounded by the bodies of her neighbors. His voice drips with contempt as he scolds them for daring to flee over a simple lack of rain. Broken, the mother falls to her knees, begging him to at least spare her child. He screams at her to shut up. In an instant, a soldier's blade flashes. The boy's face is frozen in shock and pain. Their bodies fall to the dirt. The young master looks down at the scene with a chillingly detached expression, as if he's just witnessed something utterly unremarkable. He turns to the soldier who struck the blow and sighs with disappointment, scolding him for being so thoughtless, so unentertaining. The soldier can only bow his head and apologize for his ignorance. The young master's eyes narrow with a sadistic glint. He wonders aloud what they can do to find some real amusement. He is not just punishing them, he is turning their suffering into a twisted game. And so, his entertainment begins. As a long-awaited rain finally begins to fall, his soldiers have rounded up more villagers. Some already hang lifeless from the branches of a dead tree. He's come up with a new performance. He points to a family, explaining his sick vision where the wife must physically support her husband to keep the noose from tightening around his neck. A soldier calls out his title. "Young master!" He turns, a cruel smile on his face, clearly delighted by his own wicked creativity. Another soldier points out that one of the men is already stabbed and won't last long. He suggests tying a rope around his waist instead, just to make sure he suffers as long as the others for their master's amusement. A young woman with light brown hair watches in absolute horror, tears streaming down her face as she whispers, "No." She screams for them to stop, but a soldier restrains her, holding her back as she's forced to watch the man she loves be tortured. Annoyed by her struggling, the soldier shouts at her and brutally punches her across the face. She cries out in pain, but her eyes remain fixed on the man, her anguish not for herself, but for him. She looks up at her fiancé, Ifan, his body already bloodied, a rope tied tightly around him. The young master watches the scene, laughing softly to himself. He finds their desperate struggle to be a magnificent spectacle. "Magnificent truly," he says, watching Sophia use all her strength to support Ifan's weight, keeping him from being hanged. He leans in, his voice a mocking whisper, telling the peasant girl she's doing a good job. With a sadistic grin, he orders her to support him nicely. He leans in even closer, his voice dropping to a sinister tone. "Without you, your beloved's veins will explode and he will die." He relishes every second of her torment, making her an unwilling instrument in her fiancé's slow, agonizing death. He reminds her that this is all because they dared to disrespect the divine blood of kings. His face is a perfect picture of smug, absolute power. Suddenly, he pauses, having noticed someone approaching from the edge of the clearing. A new figure walks into view, a man with short gray hair and a stern, weathered face. The young master recognizes him instantly, an amused smirk playing on his lips. "Well, look who it is, Sir Xebec." The man, Sir Xebec, stops a few feet away, his armored boots silent on the muddy ground. The young master gets uncomfortably close to Xebec, a threatening smile on his face as he introduces the knight as his sword instructor. Sir Xebec takes in the horrific scene, his face grim. He asks if this level of cruelty is truly necessary, reminding the young master that a noble with divine blood should at least maintain his dignity. The young master just smirks. He argues that his dignity will remain perfectly intact, as long as word of what happened here never gets out. He gestures to the tortured villagers. He claims they are the ones who tarnished his dignity, simply because they complained about the drought. He turns the question back on Xebec, his eyes narrowed in a silent challenge, asking what the knight intends to do about it. Leaning in close, his voice becomes a low threat. He asks if Xebec, a holy knight, would truly dare to besmirch the name of a noble. As he speaks, his eyes glow with a faint red light, a hint of the fearsome magic he commands. Xebec's expression remains stoic, but a deep conflict is visible in his eyes. He quietly replies that the truth cannot be hidden forever. The young master crosses his arms, completely unfazed. He is not threatened in the slightest. One of his soldiers whispers, asking if they should take care of the knight. But the young master dismisses the idea, a new, cruel thought already forming. He simply tells the soldier to get him a whip. The soldier hands him a multi-tailed whip. Without hesitation, the young master lashes out not at Xebec, but at Sophia, who is still desperately holding up her fiancé. The whip cracks against her back with a sickening thud. Xebec's eyes widen in pure shock and horror. He can't believe the depths of the young master's cruelty. Sophia screams in agony, staggering from the force of the blow. The man she's holding groans as his weight shifts, the noose tightening for a moment. The young master pants lightly from the exertion, a look of twisted pleasure on his face. He glances at Xebec, his eyes glowing red again, a wide, malicious grin spreading across his face. He is enjoying the knight's horrified reaction just as much as the girl's pain. He looks back at the struggling couple and declares the sight to be truly magnificent. He turns his full attention to Xebec, radiating an aura of absolute, untouchable power. He leans in close again, whispering like a demon on Xebec's shoulder. "Smile. Teach. We should enjoy life, should we not?" His eyes are glowing intensely, making it clear that all of this, the torture, the pain, the despair, is nothing more to him than a day's entertainment. Xebec can only stand in silence, forced to watch as the grim spectacle continues. The other villagers hang lifelessly from the tree, a testament to the young master's monstrous nature. As the sun begins to set, the scene is one of utter despair. A man's bare feet dangle in the air, just inches above the ground where his love is forced to hold him. The man, Ifan, looks down at Sophia, his voice weak and raspy as he speaks her name. He manages to gasp that he was wrong, begging her to run and save herself. He knows she can't hold on forever. Sophia grits her teeth, her arms trembling with exhaustion. She refuses to let go, her face a mask of pained determination. She looks up at him, her love and sorrow plain to see, and whispers his name. She will not abandon him. In her hand, she clutches a small, ornate coin, her last, desperate hope. She thinks to herself about the Emperor's heralds. Hope flickers in her tear-filled eyes. She wonders if they will really come. Near her foot, a triangle has been drawn in the dirt, a desperate summons. She closes her eyes for a moment, gathering what little strength she has left to endure. Time passes. The sun has set, and the scene is now bathed in the cold light of the moon. Suddenly, a hand gently covers Sophia's mouth. An armored figure is behind her, a single tear escaping their closed eye. She opens her eyes in shock, looking up at the person who has appeared from the darkness. Her eyes widen as she struggles to see who it is. It's Sir Xebec. He's returned under the cover of night. He whispers for her to keep quiet, recognizing her from the horrific scene earlier. He holds out a piece of bread to her, quietly asking if she can eat, his expression filled with pity. Sophia can only chew, the simple act of eating a painful effort after everything she has endured. Xebec lays her down gently, covering her with his own cloak to shield her from the cold. He then sits by a nearby tree, his sword resting against his shoulder, keeping watch over her as she rests. His face is grim, his gaze distant. He is a man trapped between his sworn duty and his own conscience. After some time has passed, he returns to Sophia and gently tells her to wake up. He explains that he came in secret and must leave before he is discovered by the young master. He hesitates, his expression pained. "And about your fiancé?" He looks up at Ifan, who now hangs limp and still from the rope. There is no need to hold him any longer. Ifan is gone. He passed away while she was resting. Sophia's eyes widen in horrified realization. The last of her strength, the last of her hope, is extinguished in an instant. Xebec drops a dagger on the ground in front of her. His face is somber. He knows what leaving the dagger implies, but he also knows he cannot stay to protect her. He stands and turns to leave, abandoning her to her grief beside the body of her fiancé. As he walks away, Sophia calls out, her voice raw with pain, asking for his name. She promises to ask the Herald clan to spare him when they arrive. Xebec stops, a flicker of surprise on his face as he hears the name. He turns back, his voice filled with disbelief. He asks if she means the Slayers of Sanctity, the soulless heretics. He sees the triangle symbol on the ground and finally understands. Sophia looks down, her desperate hope now seeming foolish and distant. Xebec tells her grimly that even if those slayers exist, Kozel has 20 well-armed soldiers at his command, not to mention the knight himself. And the young master, he explains, is one of the blue blood. A flashback shows a blue flame flickering in Kozel's hand, a sign of his immense power. Xebec continues, trying to make her understand how futile her hope is. He reminds her how incredible the divine blood of the Yegas truly is, but Sophia's hope has hardened into a burning conviction. She insists that even if he is a magician, the Herald clan can kill him because they are magicians too. She looks up, her eyes filled with a desperate fire. The reason they are called the Slayers of Sanctity, she says, is because they earned that name by slaying the very kings who bore that same divine blood. Xebec looks overwhelmed, running a hand through his hair. He tells her she isn't in her right mind, but then admits that no one would be after enduring such horror. He composes himself and formally introduces himself as Xebec, a holy knight of the king's church. Sophia looks at him with empty eyes, telling him she won't give his name to the Slayers. But Xebec clenches his fist, his expression hardening. He declares that if they come, his duty as a knight binds him to fight them with all his strength. He tells her he will return again at night, before turning to leave her once more. Sophia watches him go, a lone, tragic figure standing before the body of her lost love, waiting in the darkness. 2 days pass. Sophia waits, her eyes fixed on the summoning symbol, clinging to the fragile thread of her vengeful hope. She stares at the triangle she drew on the cracked earth. 2 days. That's how long the contract said it would take. Before the world turned to blood and dust, there was a time of sunshine and simple promises, a memory of what was lost, a peaceful home in a lush green valley, a world away from the despair that would soon follow. In that memory, a hand holds out a golden coin, etched with a 6-pointed star. Ifan's voice is gentle as he tells her he has a gift. The two of them sit together under a large, shady tree, the very picture of peace. Sophia looks at the coin in her hand and asks him what it is. Ifan looks at her, a soft smile on his face, and asks a question that feels out of place in such a tranquil moment. He asks if she's ever heard of the Herald clan. She looks up, surprised, her mind searching for the name. She recalls a story her father used to tell her when she was a child, a tale of a mysterious and powerful group. The story was about the Slayers of Sanctity, heretics branded by the church as soulless beings. Ifan confirms it. He explains that the coin is called the Emperor's Gold, and it can be used to summon those very same soulless heralds. But then his expression turns serious. He leans in closer, warning her to be careful. He tells her that if the king's church ever found her with it, their interrogators would execute her on the spot. Just owning the coin is a death sentence. After the heavy warning, he lightens the mood with a gentle kiss on her cheek, a simple act of love that momentarily pushes the darkness away. Sophia, flustered, asks him why he would give her something so dangerous as a gift. Ifan just smiles warmly, his eyes full of love, and tells her it's just in case. He looks out towards the mountains, his tone growing somber. He explains that if something terrible were to ever happen to them, she could draw a triangle on the ground, place the coin in the middle, and a herald would come to help. But he prays she will never have to use it. And now, we are back in the grim present. Sophia's foot rests beside the very symbol Ifan described, the triangle she drew in the dust, the symbol that held all her remaining hope. She stands before Ifan's lifeless body, still hanging from the tree. She whispers to herself, her voice barely a breath. 2 days. Just 2 days. She held on for as long as she could. She had told herself to just hold on through today. But her strength and her hope have completely run out. A faint final sound echoes in the silence. Sophia's body lies on the ground, lifeless. She couldn't endure another moment. The dagger Zebek left her has ended her suffering. Her eyes are open, staring blankly at the sky. She died waiting for a miracle that arrived just moments too late. Back in town, the drought has passed. The sun shines on the watchtower, as if mocking the tragedy. Soldiers celebrate, pouring buckets of cool water over themselves, laughing, completely oblivious to the suffering they inflicted. Sir Zebek stands alone, looking up at the sky, shielding his eyes from the sun. He thinks to himself that the day is unusually hot, but the heat he feels isn't from the sun. It is the fire of his own guilt. The young master, Kozel, approaches him from behind. "Smile," Kozel says with a smirk. "Isn't this fun?" He is completely unbothered by the lives he has destroyed. Zebek can't hide his disgust. He argues that if they kill all the citizens, they won't be able to collect taxes, trying to appeal to logic where morality has failed. Kozel just laughs, complaining about rising theft and wanderers, showing zero empathy for why the people are so desperate. Zebek clenches his fist, trying to control his rage. He suggests evacuating the people to the Margrave's richer lands, but Kozel cuts him off. "And why?" Kozel asks with dripping arrogance. "Should the people on rich soil have to suffer for these worthless peasants?" He scoffs at the idea, seeing them not as victims of a drought, but as a contagion that would ruin good land. Zebek argues back, stating that agriculture depends on the land, the weather, and what the church calls the king's light, not just the virtue of the people. Kozel's face twists into a manic grin as he sneers, mocking Zebek's faith. Zebek falls silent. He knows there is no reasoning with this monster. Kozel leans in, his voice a taunting whisper. He twists the doctrines of Zebek's own faith, claiming the drought is punishment for the people's unfaithfulness to the church. Zebek can only reply that it's a broad interpretation. Kozel just chuckles. Kozel lays out his twisted logic, punish the sinners and reward the worthy, gesturing to a chest of treasure likely stolen from the very people he executed. Zebek turns away, his voice cold and resolute. I am trying to save the people. He has made his stance clear. Kazel's smile vanishes. So, he says, if you want to go against my orders to save them, he turns, a dangerous glint in his eye, then give it your best shot. It is a direct challenge, a threat. Zebek watches him walk away, the air thick with the promise of conflict. He stands there for a long moment, the weight of his decision settling heavily on his shoulders. That night, as the sun sets, the village is eerily quiet. The signs of the recent horror are everywhere, bodies still lying near the dried-up well. As he promised, Zebek returns to the site of the execution. He stands on a ridge overlooking the area, his cape billowing in the wind. His face is a mask of grief and regret as he prepares to face what he knows he will find. He walks towards the dead tree where he last saw Sophia. His hand tightens on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. He finds her body on the ground and thinks with a profound sense of failure. In the end, she couldn't endure it. He couldn't save her. He imagines her last thoughts, realizing it was all useless, that even if the heralds came, it would be too late. He stands over her looking down at the tragic end of a life he tried and failed to protect. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide. A blur of movement in the corner of his vision, a shadow, and a cold blade is at his throat. Someone has appeared behind him without making a single sound. A calm, cold voice speaks from behind him. Move, and I'll cut you down. Don't turn around. The speaker is a young man, his eyes covered by a dark blindfold. Zebek is stunned. The speed was impossible, like a ghost. He realizes the immense skill of his ambusher and asks, "Are you a herald?" "I am," the voice confirms. The herald presses the blade closer. "Are you a knight or rescuer?" Zebek admits he is a knight of the king's church. The herald lets out a soft, knowing sound, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He asks, almost conversationally, if by chance Zebek is his contractor. His tone is light, mocking. "A holy knight of the king's church petitioning a contract with us? That would be an interesting sight." Zebek's anger flares. "Are you humiliating me?" he snarls, his knightly pride wounded. The herald simply hums, completely unfazed by his outburst. He gestures with his head towards Sophia's body. "Then that girl is my contractor," he states plainly. "She's already dead, so I suppose I got a free gold coin." His words are utterly devoid of emotion. Zebek demands to know what's going on. The herald tells him to sheathe his sword and back away, promising to explain if he complies. The moment Zebek's sword is sheathed, the herald moves. Dark, shadow-like tendrils erupt from his body, binding Zebek completely in an instant. Zebek is shocked by the display of power, wondering if this man is even real, or some kind of phantom. The herald calmly sheathes his own weapon. "You seem confident you could have handled me if not for the ambush," he observes. "Fine." With the setting sun behind him, the herald stands there, an unsettling smile on his face. "If you're a holy knight," he says, "then you should at least have some guts." The standoff continues under a blood-red sunset. Zebek, still trying to process the herald's phantom-like speed, asks if he's a mage. Across the cracked earth, the blindfolded archer replies, "Everyone in the herald clan is a mage, except for me." Zebek is thrown. He thinks back to the shadowy tendrils that bound him so effortlessly. "Are you saying that wasn't magic just now?" The herald explains that it can be hard to tell the difference between superhuman physical power and magic. But for Zebek, a man who lives by the sword, the concept is completely alien. He mutters to himself, "I don't understand what he's saying." Zebek pushes his confusion aside and gets straight to the point, demanding the man's name and rank. The archer remains silent, his face unreadable. Zebek's patience wears thin. "I've already told you my name. I am Zebek of the King's Church." The herald seems to finally register the demand almost dismissively. "Oh, right, my apologies." He gives a slight formal bow. "I am Azadin of the 108 Spirits, the Emperor's Herald." Zebek processes the information. The 108 Spirits, the lowest rank in the entire Herald clan. But after witnessing that impossible speed, he knows that even at the lowest rung, this man is dangerously skilled. Azadin now holds all the cards. Then, as promised, he says, a confident smirk on his lips, Tell me what happened here." And so, standing on a hill overlooking the desolate town, Zabek recounts the entire horrific story: the drought, Kozel's cruelty, and the tragic fate of Sophia and Ifan. After listening to the tale, Azadin stands beside him, his expression neutral. "I see." Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupts from the coin near Sophia's body. A voice echoes through the air declaring the contract established. Zabek looks up, startled. A large owl swoops down from the dusky sky, its wings beating silently against the wind. It lands gracefully on Azadin's quiver, its talons gripping the leather. The owl speaks, its voice sharp and authoritative, noting that the requester is dead and Azadin has earned some free gold. Zabek just stares, completely stunned. A talking owl? The owl issues its orders: move on to the next mission immediately. No rest. Azadin lets out an annoyed sigh. But as he prepares to leave, Zabek's voice cuts through the air. "Wait." He steps forward, his voice filled with angry disbelief. "Just because the requester is dead, you're just going to take the reward and leave?" Azadin seems amused. "Do you want the request fulfilled? How strange," he warns the knight. "Your master will suffer, you know," assuming Zabek wants him to kill Kozel. But Zabek's response is not what he expects. The holy knight draws his sword. "That won't be necessary, soulless one." With his blade pointed directly at Azadin, Zabek makes his declaration, a turning point for a man who has stood by for too long. "Because I will be the one to defeat him." Azadin's smirk fades, replaced by cold disappointment. To draw a sword that remains silent in the face of injustice, how pathetic! Zabek flinches. Azadin's words are a mirror to his own guilt, and they cut deeper than any blade. Azadin's voice echoes in his mind, asking the question Zabek has been avoiding. Who are you angry at? Me? Or yourself for turning your back on them? The faces of the dead flash before his eyes. The truth is too much. Zabek explodes in rage. "What do you know?" Azadin calmly changes the subject. "Do you know the constellations? The names and myths of the night sky? Why are you bringing that up now?" Zabek demands. "What are you trying to say?" Azadin looks up at the stars, explaining his philosophy. People can see the same thing, but feel something different. To some, a shape in the stars is a hero from a myth, he says. To others, it's just a faint, flickering light. He brings his point home. Just as the sight of those people being tortured might have looked different to you, Otz, than it did to the other soldiers. He walks over to Ifan's hanging body, forcing Zabek to confront his own inaction. Zabek's anger collapses into crushing shame. "No," he says, his voice low, "it is no different." He finally admits the truth that has been tearing him apart. "Because I did nothing." In that moment of confession, something inside Zabek hardens, his guilt transforms into resolve. He looks at his reflection in his blade, the face of a man torn between his oath to a corrupt noble and the brutal truth he has witnessed. Azadin senses the change. "I don't wish to fight you, Holy Knight," he says, "if you truly pitied that girl." With a flash of his blade, Azadin cuts the rope. Then your sword is no enemy of mine." He catches Ifan's body, preventing it from hitting the ground. An unexpected act of reverence from a supposed heretic. Zabek watches, silent and stunned by the gesture. Azadin turns to him, still holding the body. "Do you have a shovel?" Zabek can only repeat the word, "A shovel?" Azadin gently lays Ifan's body on the ground next to Sophia's. The realization dawns on Zabek. "Are you going to bury them?" "I will hold a funeral," Azadin confirms. For him, this is about more than a contract. It's about dignity. Zabek remembers Kozel's sick plan to leave the bodies hanging as a warning, a spectacle of his power. He understands instantly. The simple act of burying these two is a direct and unforgivable act of defiance against Kozel. Azadin seems to read his mind. "If you won't help, then I'll do it myself," he says, ready to proceed alone. Without another word, Azadin kneels and begins digging into the hard, cracked earth with his bare hands. Zabek watches for only a second. His internal war is over. He clenches his armored fist. He drives his own sword into the ground and begins to dig. He has made his choice. Azadin pauses, looking over at the knight who has just joined him in this quiet rebellion. And so, the two men, A holy knight and a so-called heretic work together, digging graves for the two souls they couldn't save. Side by side, they give the dead the peace they were denied in life. They fashion two simple crosses. Xebec begins a prayer from a faith Azadin shouldn't recognize. O Archangel of wisdom, courage, and mercy, have mercy on their souls. Azadin stands beside him, hands clasped in a surprising gesture of respect. Xebec is confused. A man of the Herald clan, using a prayer from the Rescuers' order? The Rescuers are another heretical group. Azadin gives a surprisingly cheerful reply. I like their ideology. Xebec calls him a reckless man for abandoning his own clan's ways to follow the faith of another. Azadin looks at the graves, his tone suddenly serious. If I don't uphold what I believe is right, my life has no meaning. He reveals a deep, personal code of honor that transcends any clan or contract. Xebec starts to ask him what, exactly, he likes so much about the Rescuers' beliefs. But Azadin suddenly tenses, his hand flying to the bow on his back. He whips out the weapon. What are you doing? Xebec asks, startled by the sudden movement. Azadin aims into the darkness. Someone is approaching, he says. Xebec's face pales with alarm. On the horizon, a figure on horseback appears, followed by a line of heavily armed soldiers. It's Kozel. They've been found. A mocking voice echoes through the night. Well now. It's Kozel, a sickeningly wide grin on his face as he looks down at Xebec. You had a thing for that peasant girl? He sits high on his horse, flanked by his men, relishing the scene. You should have told me. He continues with a disgusting leer. She was quite a looker for a commoner. Xebec knows he's trapped. 20 heavily armed soldiers stand before them. Against Kozel, a powerful mage, and his army, Xebec knows he has no chance of winning. Kozel's grin becomes even more twisted. By the way, who the hell is that bastard? He sneers, gesturing towards Azadin. Azadin doesn't waste time with words. He pulls back his bowstring with fluid grace. He lets the arrow fly. It streaks through the night like a red comet aimed at the distant line of soldiers. Thwack! The arrow finds its mark, piercing straight through a soldier's helmet. The soldier collapses, dead before he hits the ground. The soldiers erupt in panic, unable to comprehend where the shot came from. Xebec is in absolute awe. He hit a soldier at the far end of the line. From here, Azadin calmly nocks a second arrow. This one flies with a trail of white light and unstoppable force. It screams through the air, aimed directly at the shield wall. The soldiers brace for impact, their shields locked. The arrow doesn't hit the face of the shield, it hits the metal handle holding it. The handle bends and shatters under the impossible force. The shield itself explodes into splinters. The soldier behind it cries out as his defense is obliterated. The arrow continues its path, piercing his leg and sending him crumpling to the ground. The man falls in a pool of his own blood. The soldiers are terrified. Their formation is broken. This is no ordinary archer. Even Kozel is shocked, his face a mix of rage and disbelief. His arrow pierced a shield. It curved like a live snake. Azadin turns his head slightly toward Xebec. You were asking what I liked about the Rescuers' order, he says calmly amidst the chaos. He states his belief, clear and simple. I liked the idea that a person's worth is determined, not by their birth, but by their beliefs and their actions. He knocks another arrow, his words aimed directly at the nobleman before them. He continues, his voice sharp with condemnation. Someone born with divine blood who tortures and murders his people, he says, his gaze fixed on Kozel. You are not noble. He draws his bow, the arrowhead glowing with lethal power. Kozel's smug facade shatters completely. He screams with pure, unadulterated fury. The insult to his noble blood is more than he can stand. He points a trembling finger at the night, his voice cracking with authority. Xebec, this is an order. Kill that bastard. But Azadin doesn't wait. He explodes forward with impossible speed, leaving cracks in the very ground where he stood. He leaps into the air, a perfect silhouette against the full moon, before descending like a hawk upon the terrified soldiers below. Kozel's men brace themselves, their faces a mix of confusion and pure fear. They are facing something they have never seen before. From his vantage point in the air, Azadin draws his bow, knocking an arrow in a single, fluid motion. The arrow finds its target with a sickening thud, piercing a soldier's helmet and ending his life in an instant. Before anyone can react, Azadin fires again, his movements a deadly blur. Another arrow finds its mark. The impact shatters the soldier's armor, sending him flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. The remaining soldiers finally find their courage and charge forward, their captain shouting for them to get him. One soldier swings his spear wildly, screaming as he closes in. But it's useless. Azadin dodges effortlessly, using the man's own spear as a launch pad. He stomps down hard, snapping the weapon's shaft and sending the soldier stumbling. He flips through the air, his body moving with an unnatural agility that leaves the men below staring in disbelief. He unleashes a volley of arrows, each one glowing with a sinister red energy. They fly with perfect, terrifying precision. Kozel watches in horror as his men are picked off. An arrow narrowly misses him, striking the soldier right beside his horse. He realizes with dawning terror that Azadin isn't just firing wildly into the crowd. His goal isn't to kill them all, it's to permanently disable them. Kozel grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. This is systematic. This is torture. Azadin moves through the remaining soldiers like a phantom, a blur of shadow and steel. A soldier screams, "You bastard, who the hell are you?" With a flicker of movement, Azadin appears directly behind Kozel on his horse. He leans in, his voice a cold whisper. "My name is Azadin. I'm a herald." He grabs Kozel, his grip like iron as dark energy envelops the nobleman. The remaining soldiers freeze, their faces pale with terror. A herald? He's one of the soulless? The legends were real, and he was right here. Kozel grunts in pain, pinned helplessly by Azadin's impossible strength. "Now!" Kozel shouts, seeing an opening. He's out of arrows. His words are cut short as Azadin slams the empty quiver into his face. The blow sends Kozel crashing to the ground. Azadin lands, his hand stinging. The bow he used to block a last-ditch sword swing is now cracked. He stands over the fallen nobleman, his demeanor still unnervingly calm despite the broken weapon. He looks down at Kozel, who is clutching his face, screaming, "My eye! My eye!" Azadin takes a deliberate step forward. A loyal soldier, seeing his master downed, lets out a desperate scream and charges at Azadin. Azadin doesn't flinch. He blocks the sword with his gauntlet. With his other hand, he delivers a devastating palm strike to the soldier's chest, sending him flying backward. The soldier screams in agony. Azadin thinks to himself that the arrows have thinned their numbers enough. He stands amidst the bodies of the groaning and disabled soldiers, issuing a chilling invitation to the few who remain. "If you're brave enough, come." He pauses, a slight smile on his face. "Ah, I almost forgot." He draws his short sword, its blade gleaming in the moonlight. The remaining soldiers tremble, sweat dripping down their faces. One of them thinks, in a blind panic, "Why is he so obsessed with castration?" Azadin walks calmly toward them, a predator moving among his prey. The soldiers can only think one thing as he closes in. He's insane! Perched on a dead branch, the owl watches the brutal scene unfold, its golden eyes glowing. On the ground below, a bloody hand reaches out, grasping at nothing. A foot steps down firmly, pinning the hand to the ground. The battle is over. Azadin stands alone in a field of blood and broken bodies, his sword dripping. He walks over to Kozel, who is struggling to sit up. "You've been waiting long?" he asks conversationally. He looms over him, a figure of judgment against the full moon. "Trash like you who tortures your own people." In a final, desperate act, Kozel unleashes a blast of holy magic, a blinding flash of light. The light engulfs the area. Zebek cries out the young master's name. Zebek clutches his eyes, groaning in pain. Kozel, his face a bloody ruin, sneers. "Did you see that? This is my magic, proof that noble blood flows within me." His words are cut short as a blade slices across his back. Azadin is completely unaffected by the light. Blood erupts from Kozel's face as the blade continues its arc, carving through his eye. Kozel stares in disbelief, his one good eye wide with pain and pure shock. He collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. A horrifying scream tears through the air as Azadin stands over him. "What have you done to me?" Kozel shrieks, his face a mangled wreck. Azadin looks down at him with contempt. You still don't know? He grabs Kozel by the hair, forcing his head up. Kozel panics. Wait, what do you want? The nobleman's arrogance is gone, replaced by pure terror. Money? Women? I'll give you anything. I am a descendant of the sacred Yegas. Azadin just smiles coldly. Unfortunately for you, I'm a slayer of sanctity. None of those things matter to him. A tear of pure terror rolls down Kozel's cheek. He knows he is doomed. Xebec, still struggling with his blindness, calls out to him. Kozel sees his last chance. Sir Xebec, what are you doing? Help me! Xebec clutches his face, his vision completely gone. I can't see. Kozel loses his mind completely, screaming at Azadin. You bastard, I'm a noble. I have sacred blood just because of what I did to those commoners? He still doesn't understand. Azadin's smile returns. Come to think of it. He raises his sword. I think you'll live on with great vigor. The reflection in his blade shows his cold, smiling face. That's the right attitude. Live positively. I think you especially will need it. He brings the sword down. A final, agonized scream rips through the night, followed by a spray of blood. Kozel clutches himself, his mouth open in a silent, unending scream of pure agony. Azadin has delivered his final, brutal punishment. Azadin stands over the ruined nobleman, sheathing his sword. There was no contractor, but I believe I've been considerate. He looks up at the sky. The Emperor's law has been fulfilled. The battlefield is quiet now, except for the groans of the wounded. Xebec grips his sword, his knuckles white. The fight is over, but for him, a new one has just begun. He takes a stand, his blade pointed at the departing herald. I am a knight of the King's Church, he declares, his voice ringing with a conviction he hasn't felt in years. I cannot let you, who speaks of the Emperor's law, go free. It doesn't matter if your deeds were righteous. For Xebec, the law is the law. Azadin is a heretic, an enemy of his church, and his duty is clear. Azadin sighs, an exasperated sound, as if dealing with a stubborn child. He glances back at the whimpering, broken form of Kozel. He turns back to Xebec, a slight, mocking smile on his lips. You're not like the other knights. Xebec's face twists with rage. He, who just broke his oath, is being compared to the very institution he represents. Are you insulting me? Azadin raises his hands in a placating gesture. No, it was a compliment, he continues, his voice dripping with disdain. Most of your so-called knights are just scoundrels, kicked out of their homes over inheritance disputes. Xebec falters. He can't finish the sentence, because deep down he knows Azadin is right. A faint, dark aura surrounds Azadin as he poses a challenge. Can you even keep up with me? Before Xebec can answer, Azadin vanishes into the shadows, his parting words echoing in the wind. We'll meet again if fate wills it, Sir Xebec. Xebec is left standing alone in the field of carnage, the only one left to deal with the aftermath. He looks around at the defeated army. Not a single one of them could stop the herald. Instead, they were all left with permanent, crippling injuries. Every soldier was disabled, but not one was killed. A uniquely cruel form of mercy. Azadin's insult rings in his ears. Scoundrels kicked out of their homes. Xebec lets out a heavy breath. He's not wrong, he admits to himself. That's me as well, he sighs, a wave of resignation washing over him. But as he stands there, a strange feeling settles over him. Having finally taken a stand, having defied the corruption he served for so long, a weight has been lifted from his chest. The first light of dawn breaks over the horizon. Xebec stands tall, and for the first time in a long time, he feels like a true knight. We flash back to a time before the tragedy. A villager's plea echoes through a grand hall. My lord, please, exempt us from taxes this year. A lone figure sits on an ornate throne, silhouetted against a massive window. This is the true ruler of this land. The village elders are on their knees before him, begging. They cry that their people are fleeing, and the starved are rising from their graves as undead. They explain their dire situation, overrun with thieves and monsters, and apologize for being unable to pay. The figure on the throne simply listens, his expression hidden. Finally, he speaks, his voice dripping with contempt. How shameless! It is Margrave Kozel, Kozel's father. The Margrave continues, his eyes cold and calculating. "At this rate, you'll be asking me for rations next." The villagers are shocked into silence by his complete lack of compassion. One of them stammers that they are at their wits' end, but their pleas fall on deaf ears. The Margrave looks down on them with utter disgust. He tells them nothing can change their lowly blood, but then he makes a twisted offer. "If you wish, I will provide relief." The villagers look up, a flicker of hope in their eyes. "Truly, my lord?" A murmur of desperate hope spreads through the crowd. A cruel smirk plays on the Margrave's lips. "Yes, on one condition. If you fail to comply with my request, all of you will be hanged." He's not offering help. He's offering a game where the price of failure is death. His eyes are completely devoid of humanity. He sits on his throne, looking down at the villagers as if they were insects. Their hope instantly turns to dread. The Margrave raises a hand, a red, magical aura swirling around it, as he summons an ancient, powerful artifact. He tells them not to fear, that they will only be props for this grimoire. A villager whispers the word in terror. A grimoire, a large, ornate book bound in red leather, materializes, glowing with malevolent energy above their heads. One of them pleads that they are ignorant folk and know nothing of such things. The Margrave scoffs. "Even ignorant fools like you will be able to find it." He explains that the grimoire is sentient. If they simply wish for it, it will reveal itself. Then he lays out his impossible quest. "If you bring me a grimoire like this one, I will exempt your village from taxes for 3 years and provide 50 bushels each of wheat, barley, and oats." The villagers are stunned. The reward is more than they could ever dream of. One elder gathers his courage and asks what they should be searching for. The Margrave clasps his hands, a sinister look in his eye. He reveals the name, and the villagers' blood runs cold. A copy of the Book of the Divine King. The very name is a legend, a myth, an impossible task. The Margrave sits back on his throne, having sealed their fate. From the shadows behind him, a large black snake slithers out. It coils and transforms, its scales melting away to reveal the form of a beautiful woman. Her eyes, golden and serpentine, fix on the Margrave. "I feel that mentioning the Book of the Divine King was rather careless, my lord," she says, her voice a seductive whisper. "Nonsense." The Margrave dismisses her. He explains his reasoning. He knows that powerful factions all over the world are already searching for the book. Rumors will spread across the continent either way, he says, revealing his grand, chaotic plan. It's better to find even a single page before they do. He's using his own people as pawns to kickstart a continent-wide hunt. He turns his attention back to the woman. "So, what is it, witch?" The witch kneels before him. "I am obliged to report that your son has been defeated." The Margrave is dismissive, certain that his son's forces, with Zebek at their side, couldn't fall so easily. The witch delivers the news grimly. Their opponent was the Herald clan. The Margrave's eyes widen in shock. The Herald clan? He quickly composes himself, reasoning they must be after the book as well, to free themselves from their curse. "Is Kozel dead?" he asks, his tone cold and detached. The witch reports that he lives but has lost his sight and more. The Margrave just clicks his tongue in annoyance and asks what she will do. Her orders are simple and brutal. "Send soldiers to kill the Herald." "I will make contact with the commander," she says, taking his hand. But the Margrave stops her. "No," he says, his grip tightening. "Have someone else do it." He pulls her into his lap, his voice utterly devoid of paternal feeling. "If my child has been castrated, then I can just make another." The witch smiles, a picture of seductive evil, as the Margrave proves he is the true monster of this family. Back in the present, morning has broken over the desolate landscape. Azadine stands in the cracked earth, his water skin completely empty. "This is bad," he mutters. "I'm going to die of thirst." The owl on his shoulder begins to berate him for his showboating, for promising to arrive in 2 days. Azadine snaps back. "You dare speak so rudely to the Emperor's mouth?" The owl falls silent for a moment before Azadine sighs. The owl explains their grim reality. Since their emperor died, the heralds have been despised by the world, branded as soulless heretics. The owl continues its tearful rant, complaining that because Azadin rushed to the job without supplies, it's now dying of thirst and will probably starve to death. Azadin apologizes flatly and looks around the barren land. He stops, sensing something. "Ghosts," he murmurs. He reaches out a hand, and a swirling blue energy gathers around it. He unleashes the energy across the cracked earth. The energy reveals the spectral forms of the villagers who were hanged. The people from the trees. The ghostly figures of Ifan and Sophia appear before him, bowing their heads in gratitude. Azadin is slightly taken aback. Yes. Hello?" He addresses the spirits, telling them that this land is unholy, and now that their grudges have been avenged, they should move on to the afterlife. But Sophia's spirit doesn't fade. Instead, she points towards something. She's pointing at the old, dried-up well. "A well?" Azadin thinks. "He understands." You mean to give me water? You didn't have to do that. You could have just gone to rest." He walks over to the well, the owl on his shoulder, a curious smile on his face. He grabs the thick, dusty rope. He thinks to himself that he can already taste the cool water. He pulls up the bucket. But as he looks inside, he freezes. What's this? It isn't water. At the bottom of the bucket lies a piece of parchment, glowing with a faint magical light. Every story has a beginning. The story of the cursed heralds began with a storm ages ago. Known then as the Aragasas, they were refugees who crossed a great typhoon, arriving shipwrecked and desperate on the shores of a new continent, Vibris. Vibris was a land of gods and kings, ruled by the 8 divine kings of the Yegas family, each commanding a kingdom from one of 8 magnificent thrones. But in that era, one man rose to conquer all 8 thrones for himself. The other 7 holy kings, his own brothers, were all defeated by the one who would become emperor, Yayaslat. Their crowns were left scattered on the steps of his throne, a testament to his absolute power. The new emperor wanted to erase any remnants of his defeated brothers. At the same time, the Aragasas desperately needed land. Seizing the opportunity, the emperor gave them a powerful grimoire and a spirit to act as his messenger. In exchange, the outsiders signed a contract. They became his heralds, his loyal executioners. And with that pact, the hands of the Aragasas were stained with the blood of gods. They became the emperor's personal enforcers, carrying out his law against the defeated. It was a dishonorable task, slaughtering the fallen and severing their souls from the cycle of rebirth. But that bloodshed eventually led to the emperor's death, and his grand empire fractured, returning to 8 separate kingdoms. The emperor was gone, but his curse remained. The Aragasas were now despised by everyone in Vibris. They fell from grace and became known by a new name, the Soulless Heralds. But as they looked upon their fallen master's empty throne, they faced an even greater problem. The magical contract between them and the emperor was still in effect, binding them in chains. Even after the emperor's death, they were still bound to serve as his heralds. Forever. They were trapped in a curse of eternal duty, their souls shackled to a dead man. Back in the present, Azadin pulls the glowing parchment from the bucket. He stares at the complex symbols. This is a page from the Book of the Divine King, the source of the emperor's power. He hears a faint sound and turns to see the spirits of Sophia and Ifan fading away. They give him a final grateful bow. "Thank you," he whispers after them. "Rest in peace." Azadin studies the intricate markings on the page, a piece of a living legend now in his hands. He wonders aloud, if I collect all of these, can I really escape this curse? The owl on his shoulder chides him, insisting it's not a curse, but an honorable duty. Azadin sighs, clutching the page. This just had to fall into my hands. Fate really isn't a joke. The owl asks why he isn't happy, since this is what all heralds desire. To escape their curse, there are only 2 ways. First, earn an astronomical 100,000 gold coins through their contracts. Or second, reassemble the complete Book of the Divine King. Well, it is the goal, Azadin admits quietly. But, he says, starting to walk, I'm worried that word of this has started to spread. A memory flashes in his mind. He knows the reason the book was torn apart in the first place. It was because of his father, the clan's greatest traitor. A voice suddenly breaks his thoughts. "Water! I'm so thirsty!" He turns to see a young woman stumbling over a nearby ridge. She peers down at him, clearly exhausted. "That's him," she says, her eyes narrowed with determination. The owl on Azadin's shoulder seems to recognize the look. It recites his reputation, the son of the clan's worst traitor. Talentless, powerless, and stupid. The young woman is joined by a male companion. He wonders aloud if the rumors are true, that Azadin is cursed and can't use magic. "I don't know if he's cursed," the man replies, "but I know for certain he can't use magic." The woman scoffs, adding to the list of insults. "I heard he wet the bed until he was 8 and can't even tie a proper bowstring." She smirks with contempt. "I doubt he can even carry out a herald's duty." Her companion seems nervous, suggesting they turn back. "Miss Midiam, you're unnoble. You don't need to work for the lowest-ranking herald." Midiam just smiles slyly. "Shall we test his skills?" she says, pulling an arrow from her quiver. Her companion panics, reminding her she can't attack a herald. "Who cares?" Midiam retorts. "If I win, his position is mine. There's no way I'll lose." But the man is still worried. He knows Azadin is the student of a powerful elder and throws an arrowhead to the ground as a warning. Midiam is unconvinced. It doesn't matter. No matter how amazing his teacher is, an idiot is still an idiot. Her eyes fill with scorn. To think the son of a traitor, who can't even use magic, is a herald. "He's just taking up space," she growls. "So competent people like me can't advance." With that, she draws her bow. An arrow infused with blue energy screams through the air, aimed directly at Azadin. Azadin doesn't even turn around. Midiam freezes, her eyes wide with shock. Her bow is suddenly gone. She looks around wildly, completely bewildered. She peeks over the rock, her arrogance replaced by pure confusion. Suddenly, a stone pellet flicks her squarely on the forehead. "Ack!" she cries out. Her companion rushes to her side, shouting her name. Midiam sits on the ground, clutching her head, and looks up to see Azadin standing right in front of her. He appeared without a sound. He holds up 2 arrows. "Are these yours?" he asks calmly. "It was a greeting," she says, trying to regain her composure, but she's shaken. When did he get here, she thinks. I didn't sense him at all. Then, the horrifying realization hits her. Wait, did he catch the arrows I shot? In mid-air? The 2 arrows he holds are hers. Azadin asks for their names. The woman introduces herself as Midiam of Ether. The man, Ishmael. They claim they are assistants who have come to help him. Azadin doesn't buy it for a second. "Assist me?" Midiam holds up the arrows he just returned. She smiles sweetly, a complete change from her earlier contempt. "Your quiver looked empty, so I just wanted to give you my arrows. Isn't that the best kind of assist?" Azadin sees right through her act. "It seems you applied to be my assistant because you were bored." He dismisses them coldly. "Go home, kids." Midiam's face darkens with anger. "Kids, I told you," she says, her pride wounded. "I am from the Ether bloodline." Azadin turns his back. "Bloodlines have no meaning to heralds. And if you've come to work for me, you are my subordinates. Yet you shot arrows at me." His voice drops, a hint of a threat in his tone. "Perhaps you want me to teach you what happens when you do something like that, outside of the Holy Land?" Midiam and Ishmael look at each other, stunned. Midiam stares at him, her mind reeling. He's nothing like the rumors. Is this really the person everyone made fun of? Azadin lays down the law. "Apologize for being rude, Midiam, and if you want something from me, show respect, either as a fellow Aragasses or as my enemy. Which will it be?" Midiam grits her teeth, her pride warring with her fear. Finally, she relents. Through clenched teeth, she says, "I, Midiam of Ether, apologize for my rudeness." But then she adds, "I am an Aragasses." Azadin accepts her apology with a slight nod, but he gives her a stern warning. "Don't shoot at anyone unless you plan on killing them. Weapons are not to be toyed with out here. She can only manage a quiet, yes." Azadin tells them he won't report their actions, so they should just go home. "I don't need assistance," he says, turning to leave. He starts to ask if they have any water, but is cut off by a loud declaration. It's Midiam. Her pride can't take the humiliation. Ishmael tries to stop her, shouting her name. "No, that man is dangerous," Ishmael pleads. But Midiam is resolute. "Yes, he's different. Forget being an idiot. He's strong and intelligent. But wouldn't I be a coward if I didn't challenge him just because he's strong?" She stands tall, her voice ringing out across the wasteland. "Herald Azadin, I, Midiam of Ether, officially challenge you for your herald position." From her perspective, he stands above her on a small rock, looking down like a judge. The dead trees and cracked earth around them set a tense stage for the confrontation to come. Beside her, a young man named Ishmael is practically having a heart attack, panicked that she's actually doing this. But Midiam ignores him completely, her gaze locked on Azadin with cold, unwavering determination. Azadin just sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose beneath his blindfold. He's not threatened, just tired. He mutters to himself that someone named Ariel must be putting these ideas into kids' heads, sounding like a world-weary teacher dealing with another troublemaker. Looking down, Azadin calmly clarifies the terms. If she wins, his position as a herald is hers. But, he asks, does she know the price of her failure? Midiam doesn't even flinch. She knows the rules. If she loses, everything she has, right down to her own life, will belong to him. She stands firm, ready to accept her fate. A dark look flashes across Azadin's face. He thinks to himself that Ariel might be a bad influence, but this girl's real problem is that she has no idea who she's messing with. He gives her one final out, his voice low and cold. He tells her to walk away now, before this goes too far. But Midiam's pride is unshakable. Hands on her hips, she radiates confidence, believing that only a legend like Ariel could ever truly defeat a herald. She's sure of her own skill, convinced she earned her rank for a reason. Her boots scuff the dirt as she takes a step back. Ishmael's worried voice calls out her name, but she's already moving into position. She puts a huge distance between them, shouting that they are now 100 steps apart. With the rules set, she issues her challenge once more. The camera pulls back, showing just how far the gap is between them. Suddenly, a powerful voice booms from the sky itself, announcing that the duel is now official. It commands Herald Azadin to accept the challenge. Ishmael nearly jumps out of his skin, completely startled. The stakes of this duel have just been raised by a divine power. Even Midiam is shocked, sweat beading on her face as she stammers, recognizing the Emperor's voice. Azadin, on the other hand, just looks annoyed. He puts a hand to his head, muttering under his breath as if this is the biggest inconvenience of his day. "Are you serious?" He can only sigh again in pure frustration. Good God! Ishmael panics, remembering that the Emperor's voice is a spirit assigned to every herald. A flashback shows a majestic owl before a cloaked figure. Now that the spirit has witnessed the challenge, backing down is no longer an option. Watching the duel become official, Ishmael knows this is going to end badly. Midiam's shock quickly hardens into fierce resolve. Gritting her teeth, she tells herself that now all that matters is winning. The wind howls across the wasteland, kicking up dust as the two archers face off. But as Midiam tenses up and prepares her stance, Azadin casually reaches for his water skin. He calmly uncorks it, his relaxed movements leaving both Midiam and Ishmael completely stunned. Ishmael just stares, sweat dripping from his face, having no idea what to think of this bizarre, disrespectful behavior. His mind is racing. Just what is going on? This isn't how a life-or-death duel is supposed to begin. Then the fight starts. In his mind, Azadin runs through his technique, an archery style made for the battlefield, where you sacrifice precision for pure, overwhelming speed. And before anyone can react, he unleashes a storm of arrows. They don't fly straight, but curve and twist through the air, raining down towards Midiam and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Midiam is caught completely by surprise, her eyes wide with shock as the volley descends on her. She's forced to throw up a magical barrier, desperately defending herself from the relentless barrage. Arrows ricochet off her shield and her weapon as she struggles to fend them off, the air filled with the sharp clang of impacts. She lets out a sharp cry of pain as an arrow smashes against her guard, the sheer force of the volley pushing her to her absolute limit. When the dust settles, Azadin is casually sitting on a rock, taking a long drink. Ishmael is in utter disbelief. He thought Azadin couldn't use magic, yet he just witnessed an incredible, legendary technique. Azadin stands, calmly patting Ishmael on the shoulder as if to say, "See what I mean?" Across the field, Midiam is breathing hard, her sword now drawn. She's battered, but she's not beaten yet. She grits her teeth, sweat and anger on her face. Now, it's her turn. Gathering her power, she unleashes a blazing red slash of energy that tears across the ground, trying to force Azadin into a predictable dodge. The attack slams into a rock, but Azadin is already gone. He lands gracefully nearby with a small smirk, thinking to himself that his prediction was spot on. Midiam's eyes go wide. She thought she had him, but Azadin is already a blur, a shadow streaking across the battlefield with impossible speed. She can only whisper, "What?" Her mind can't even process how fast he's moving. Ishmael screams a desperate warning. "Midiam, behind you!" In the blink of an eye, Azadin has closed the 100-pace gap and is standing right behind her, ready to end this. On pure instinct, Midiam spins, her hand glowing with magic as she tries to cast a defensive spell. But she's too slow. Azadin's hand clamps down on her wrist, snuffing out her spell and her last hope. His voice is cold and final. "It's over." He clenches his other fist, raw power gathering around it. Midiam's face is a mask of pure terror as she finally understands she has been completely and utterly defeated. Azadin unleashes a shockwave of pure physical force, blasting Midiam off her feet and sending her flying backward. Ishmael screams Azadin's name in a blind rage, tears streaming down his face as he thinks about this traitor's blood attacking a noble child. Fueled by fury, he draws his own weapon and charges, screaming that Azadin is an inferior bastard who will pay for this. But before he can take another step, the Emperor's voice booms again, declaring, "The duel is over." Midiam lies defeated in a crater in the ground. A glowing owl emblem appears in the sky as judgment is passed. Midiam has lost, and her fate is now in Azadin's hands. And because Ishmael interfered, he too now belongs to Azadin. Midiam trembles, tears of shame and despair filling her eyes. Her jaw is clenched, completely broken by her loss and the consequences she's brought upon herself and her friend. In a moment of absolute desperation, she pulls out a small dagger. With a cry of anguish, she tries to end her own life rather than live with the humiliation. Ishmael screams her name in horror. But before the blade can even touch her skin, Azadin flicks his wrist and the dagger is sent spinning out of her hand. It clatters uselessly onto the dry, cracked earth. Azadin looks down at her, his expression impossible to read. "I knew you'd try that," he says, his voice completely flat. As Ishmael rushes to comfort the sobbing Midiam, Azadin's voice cuts through her grief. He tells her that, as the loser, she no longer even has the right to die. Her life is his to command. The weight of his words crushes her. Through tears and dirt, she realizes the terrifying truth: she challenged him to a duel without understanding the most basic rules. Azadin just scoffs, "What a kid," as he picks up his water skin. He casually tosses it to Ishmael, who catches it, completely confused. Azadin turns his back on them. "I assume you've learned your lesson," he says. "I'll free you both." Midiam and Ishmael are frozen in shock, unable to do anything but stare. "What?" one asks. "Pardon?" says the other. Azadin glances back over his shoulder with a knowing smirk. He tells them to just pretend this never happened, explaining it would be bad for her reputation if this loss went on her record. The two of them are left completely speechless, unable to process his sudden mercy. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the vast, empty desert, a silent witness to the drama that just unfolded. Azadin begins to walk away, his footsteps the only sound in the crushing silence. As the two get to their feet, he calls back to them, "I told you, I don't need a slave." Just then, an owl, the Emperor's mouth in physical form, lands on his shoulder. He tells them he's granted their freedom and they should return home. The owl, however, squawks in protest, asking why he'd let a beautiful, talented young slave go. Midiam flushes at the compliment, while Ishmael just clutches his head in second-hand embarrassment. Azadin doesn't even turn around. "I don't know about beautiful," he says coldly, "but if you were as talented as Ariel, you wouldn't have lost." His tone turns into a dark warning. He tells her there are plenty of men in the world who would take advantage of a young girl, and she should think very carefully before challenging someone again, hinting at fates far worse than his. He stops and gives her one last chilling piece of advice. Actually, never challenge someone to a duel again. He looks back at them, the air growing heavy. If you must kill someone, just assassinate them. Midiam is left standing in shadow, stunned by his ruthless, pragmatic logic. Watching him go, Ishmael slowly begins to understand. Azadin talks a lot more than he expected, but it seems like every harsh word, every terrifying lesson, was all born from a place of genuine concern. He turns to check on Midiam, but her reaction is not at all what he expected. He can only get out a confused, "this," but Midiam is blushing. A strange, excited smile spreads across her face, her eyes practically sparkling. She whispers to herself, a happy flush on her cheeks. Ishmael can only stare in absolute horror, his mind short-circuiting as he just asks, "What?" It all began with a promise, an ancient pact called the Contract of Service. But the emperor it was sworn to is long dead, leaving behind a throne as cold and empty as the vow itself. What was once a bond of honor between the emperor and the Aragasa's clan twisted into a vile curse. Their souls were now bound to a corpse, trapped in an eternal servitude they could not escape. Hope finally came when the clan, the heralds, secured a victory for the kingdom. Their reward was the one thing that could set them free, a copy of the legendary Book of the Divine King. But that hope was snatched away by one of their own, a man named Acre. This is him, the man who doomed his people, the greatest traitor the clan had ever known. When the clan finally captured him, they dragged him to the cliffs, demanding he answer for his crime. The clan elders warned him that the curse would consume him if he didn't return what he stole. They screamed at him, promising unimaginable pain if he didn't hand over the book. But through all their threats, Acre simply met their fury with a small, defiant smile. He had already sealed their fate. The pages of the Book of the Divine King were scattered across the impossibly vast world mountain range. He had stood at the edge of the world and let the winds carry their salvation away, page by precious page. And so, just as the contract foretold, the curse came for Acre, making him the first to die by its power. But its cruelty was not finished. Before taking his life, the curse forced one last unnatural act upon him. From his male body, he gave birth to twins, Azadin and Ariel, twin children born from a traitor's cursed womb. One of those twins, Ariel, grew to become a legend, the strongest herald in the clan's history. The other, Azadin, was dismissed by everyone as nothing more than a fool. Back in the present, Midiam scoffs at the thought. After seeing what he can do, the idea that Azadin is a fool seems completely absurd. Azadin turns to her and Ishmael, his voice low and firm, reminding them that he's already made himself clear. He has no intention of letting them join him and tells them to stop following. But Midiam quickly insists they aren't following, they just have a delivery to make. She holds out a letter, explaining it's an order from the regional head in Salasma. Azadin takes it, muttering under his breath about the old man not liking him very much. The letter orders him to retrieve copies of the Book of the Divine King that have been cited nearby. He realizes this means the entire clan is now on the move, hunting for the same pages. He looks up at Midiam and Ishmael, asking if they also know about the book's reappearance. Midiam grins, confirming they do. But Ishmael, ever the liability, blurts out a mention of Azadin's traitorous father before Midiam stomps on his foot to silence him. As Ishmael cries out in pain, Azadin cuts through the chaos. So they know the whole story. He sighs, realizing what he has to do. His first stop will have to be Salasma to report to the regional head. He thanks them for the letter and turns to leave, but Midiam isn't finished. She grabs Ishmael's face, stretching his cheeks to make sure he stays quiet. With a bright, innocent smile, she points out that since they're all going to the same place, they might as well travel together. Azadin lets out a tired sigh, but agrees. The road doesn't belong to him, so they can do as they please. Midiam cheers happily, practically skipping as she falls in line behind him. Ishmael just sighs, his cheek already swelling, resigned to his fate. Under a clear sky, the three of them officially begin their journey together. Later, they rest under a tree in the vast rolling hills, their giant wolf-like mounts resting beside them. The morning sun warms Azadin's face as he begins to stir. He lets out a huge yawn, stretching his arms wide as he wakes from his rest. He turns and tells a drowsy Ishmael to wake up. Miriam is still fast asleep beside him. The brilliant blue sky marks the start of another long day on the road. The group sets off once more, their massive beasts trotting faithfully alongside them. Miriam spots a small spring in the distance, a welcome sight for the weary travelers. The spring is a quiet little oasis tucked away among the rocks and trees. They make their way down to the water's edge to refill their supplies. But as they fill their water skins, a rough voice shatters the peace. They look up and realize they are no longer alone. A gang of rough-looking, armed men has surrounded them. Their leader steps forward, asking who gave them permission to take water from their spring. Azadin calmly states he doesn't want to fight and asks what they want as payment. The leader just grins, a dark energy radiating from him as he says he wants everything they have, including them. Azadin gives them one last chance to walk away, asking if there's truly no room for compromise. The men just laugh, mocking his blindfold and his calm demeanor. Their leader rests a heavy sword on his shoulder, his mind made up. He gives the order, capture the girl alive, and kill the men. In the next instant, the tables have turned completely. The entire gang is on their knees, beaten and bloody, begging for their lives. They swear they aren't bandits, just poor innocent men. They frantically explain that they were forced into service by Margrave Kazel, sent to wander these hills searching for a book they know nothing about. Miriam whispers to Azadin, suggesting they might just be common thieves making up excuses. But Azadin isn't so sure, noting that this path is rarely used by merchants. Miriam's expression hardens. She draws a dagger, her eyes going cold as she says they'll have to kill them to ensure their silence. But before she can move, Azadin stops her with a single word. Wait. He turns to her, his voice steady. He doesn't kill without reason. Miriam can only stare back, confused. He explains his code. It would be just to kill them if they were truly evil. But even so, he shouldn't kill them just for his own convenience. Everyone, he says, deserves a second chance. Hearing this, the captured men burst into tears of relief, praising his noble and kind heart. Their leader heaps on the praise, promising that great fortune will follow such a merciful man. But Azadin cuts him off, grabbing his face and telling him to shut it. As Ishmael watches, a single armored fist smashes into the leader's face with brutal force. A clean shot. Azadin feels the man's eye socket shatter beneath his knuckles. He stands over the writhing man as the others look on in sheer horror, their hope turning to dust. Azadin warns them not to move, or their faces will be next. One of them stammers out that he promised to spare them. A terrifying grin spreads across Azadin's face. He confirms he will spare them, but only after making sure they can never harm anyone again. The remaining men are frozen in absolute terror, finally understanding the horrific nature of his mercy. Watching this brutal display of justice, Ishmael can only think to himself that this is probably fine too. He guesses. Miriam, standing beside him, simply agrees. High in a nearby tree, Azadin's owl lets out a piercing shriek, as if echoing the men's silent screams. The day ends, the sky fading to a soft, indifferent orange. The now crippled men limp away through the woods, crying and cursing the name Azadin. Their leader, clutching his ruined eye, seethes with rage, swearing that if he ever sees that monster again, he will. His thought is cut short, as a massive, shadowy hand clamps down over his entire head. With a sickening crunch, his skull is crushed. His companions can only scream as a monstrous new threat looms over them. Another bandit is snatched from the ground, his face a mask of pure terror. A giant, tusked ogre lifts the man into the air, its voice a low growl. Food. The ogre, Goldu, carries a massive basket on its back, already filled with other human captives. He tells the man he is nothing more than portable food. Tearing a piece of cloth in its massive hand, Goldu grunts that this land, and everyone in it, now belongs to him. A sinister laugh rumbles from its throat as its goblin horde swarms at its feet, eager for the coming feast. The ogre stands on a hill, its gaze fixed on a human settlement in the distance. Human village, it grunts. A wide, hungry grin spreads across its face, its massive teeth bared. It sees not a fortress, but a pantry, and that means meat everywhere. The rhythmic steps of their massive mounts are the only sound as our heroes continue their journey under the warm sun. Midium urges her mount forward, breaking the silence. She admits that at first, she thought Azadin was just going easy on those bandits. She glances back at Ishmael with a small smile, realizing there was a deeper strategy at play. After all, they even managed to take all of the bandits' weapons. Azadin remains silent, lost in his own grim calculations. To him, justice is a precise tool. For men like that, losing an eye is a far greater consequence than death. They are now victims, not predators, more likely to receive help than fear. It was, in his mind, the perfect opportunity for them to repent. Ishmael overhears him muttering, and the words stick in his mind. An opportunity to repent. He looks up at the sky, a newfound admiration dawning on him. Azadin hadn't just spared them, he'd given them a brutal, twisted path toward cleansing their souls. Suddenly, Azadin brings his mount to a sharp halt. He dismounts, his expression serious. He tells them that something about the bandit's story is bothering him. Ishmael, confused, asks him what he means. Azadin's gaze is heavy. He reminds them of what the men said, that Margrave Kazel is searching for a copy of the Book of the Divine King. Ishmael considers this. He recalls that Margrave Kazel lost the succession war and wonders if he's trying to use the book's power to claw his way back to the top. Azadin's hand goes to his face, troubled. A nobleman desperately seeking power is a dangerous combination. He decides he'll have to remove his mask, the one that so clearly marks him as a herald. He reaches up and slowly removes his signature blindfold, saying they'll need to be careful until they're out of Kazel's territory. Midium and Ishmael can only stare, their jaws dropping in absolute comical horror. They can't even form words, only stammer in disbelief. The silent question hangs in the air, finally screamed aloud by Midium. He doesn't have eyes. Where his eyes should be, there is only scarred, empty skin. The two of them are frozen, twitching slightly as they try to process the impossible sight before them. Completely unfazed by their shock, Azadin calmly pulls a simple hooded robe from his pack and drapes it over his armor. Midium finally finds her voice, stammering about how he could possibly fight, let alone see, without eyes. Azadin answers simply that he doesn't know how. He was just born this way. She can only stare, completely baffled by his impossible explanation. Azadin senses her lingering questions and tells her to speak her mind. She blurts out that it's almost better to think he was injured, which just leaves Azadin confused. She tries to explain that the scars make it look like he lost his eyes in an accident, which is somehow better than having an ugly face. Ishmael, horrified by her rudeness, quickly scolds her. Azadin's expression darkens. He tells her she sounds just like the person who gave him the scars in the first place. It was Ariel. The memory flashes back pain, and blood streaming from his empty sockets. He remembers Ariel's cold words, saying it was unnatural for him to be missing what should be there. That scarring his face would at least let people imagine eyes once existed. A dark silhouette with glowing eyes, his own twin, holding a blade to his face. Ariel sliced through his skin, claiming it would be an improvement. He shrugs it off now, saying that thanks to the scars, it's easier to pretend he's simply blind. Midium quickly understands, asking if they should all just pretend he's a blind man. He tells her that will be fine, and the newly disguised group continues on their way. They approach a fortified town nestled in a valley, the sun shining down on their new charade. As they near the massive stone walls of the East Village, they find a long line of people waiting outside as the sun begins to set. Azadin, now leaning on a walking stick like a blind pilgrim, notes the gates are in sight, but the line to get in is long. He mutters that it's a good place to start their journey, but quickly reminds his companions to be quiet. From now on, he is a pilgrim on a solo journey, and they are just two orphans who joined him along the way. His face hardens as he senses something wrong at the gate ahead. At the entrance, heavily armed soldiers loom over desperate, shirtless men, clearly asserting their dominance. The soldiers are roughly searching the villagers, taking whatever they please. They confiscate money from the poor and starving who can only watch on, helpless. Midian watches in disgust, muttering that they're nothing more than thieves. Ishmael adds that it was never this bad before. Azzadin's eyes narrow. If they're searching this thoroughly, he thinks, then the rumors must be true. A man in line turns to Azzadin, noticing his disguise. Azzadin calmly explains that he is on a pilgrimage with these two orphans. The man looks at them with pity, remarking on how hard their journey must be. Azzadin plays along before asking what all the commotion at the gate is about. The man explains the rumors, that a herald stole the book of the divine king, and now pages of it are appearing all over. And now, the bastards under Margrave Kazel are using it as an excuse to hunt for the book themselves, terrorizing everyone in their path. Azzadin mutters to himself that there was more than one loser in that family. This, he thinks, is not good. This is going to be incredibly annoying. At the gate, a man cries out that he needs that money to feed his family. He grabs a soldier's arm, pleading with them. They're supposed to be looking for a book, so why are they taking his money? The soldier violently shoves him away, sending him sprawling to the ground. The guards mock him, sneering that a magic book can take any shape. Maybe it's shaped like money today. They promise to give it back if it's not. A little girl runs forward, screaming that they're thieves and they need to give the money back. A soldier's eyes narrow with fury as he snarls at the little girl. He looms over her, cracking his knuckles, warning her that talking back earns a beating. The father leaps to protect his daughter, shouting at the men for threatening a child. But one of the soldiers, his face twisted with rage, just screams at him to shut up. He unleashes a blast of energy, sending the father and daughter flying through the air. The soldier coldly calls for the next person in line, leaving the father and child on the ground. Midian trembles with rage, cursing the soldiers under her breath. Ishmael asks if they should fight, but Azzadin holds up a hand, telling them to wait. Just then, a villager runs up to one of the guards, his face pale with panic. He whispers something urgently, and the guard's face drains of all color. Azzadin stands perfectly still, his head tilted as he listens in on the spreading chaos. The villagers suddenly begin grabbing their things, a wave of panic washing over the crowd. They scramble, desperate to get away from the gate. The man who spoke to Azzadin earlier is bewildered, wondering why everyone is suddenly packing up. Then a terrified voice cuts through the noise. An ogre has been spotted nearby. Azzadin turns, his expression grim. He tells his companions he heard what they said. He has very good hearing. A loud, grinding screech fills the air as a massive metal gate slams shut, trapping the entire line of villagers outside. The crowd surges against the iron bars, screaming for the guards to open up, but their pleas are ignored. Inside the walls, carriages are already being prepared for a hasty departure. A man with white blonde hair and a cruel smirk sits comfortably among his guards. This is Tarkiev, the Margrave's bastard son. He asks if the gates are secure. A guard confirms it. Tarkiev climbs into his lavish carriage, announcing that since the book isn't here, they're leaving with everything they've collected. A panicked soldier runs up to the carriage, shouting his name. He asks what they're supposed to do about all the people trapped outside. Tarkiev leans out, looking bored. He tells them to fend off the monster themselves, claiming their training is sufficient. The soldier protests, saying they were only trained for a single day. He begs Tarkiev to at least let the people inside. Tarkiev just laughs at him. A common soldier giving orders? The thought is amusing. With a dismissive wave, he settles back into his carriage and tells the driver to go. The lone soldier can only watch as the nobles abandon the village, leaving everyone to their fate. He feels a deep tremor beneath his feet. The ground, he looks up at the setting sun as birds scatter in terror. The ground is shaking. Outside the walls, the trapped villagers are overcome with terror, with nowhere to run. Screams fill the air as they realize they've been left to be eaten by monsters. The hope they had moments ago has turned into pure, abject fear. And from the darkness, a monstrous chant grows louder and louder. Meat, meat, meat. From a nearby balcony, the man who spoke to Azzadin watches as fires begin to rage in the distance. His face is slick with sweat, his eyes wide with the reflection of the coming slaughter. He turns to see Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael standing grimly behind him. They are the only thing left between these people and certain doom. A final, terrifying realization settles over them all. It's coming. Under a dark, star-lit sky, a sad procession makes its way down a lonely road. Cast out from their own village, the people carry torches, their small flames pushing back against an oppressive darkness. A woman with a weary but kind face holds up her lantern, her expression one of tired, unbreakable resolve. She approaches our heroes, the lantern's glow warming their faces as she warns them that the road ahead will only get rougher. She offers a second lantern to Ishmael, asking him to guide his younger sister and uncle. Well, Ishmael accepts it with a grateful smile, cheerfully promising to take good care of his uncle. In the background, Midiam smirks, while Azadin looks thoroughly annoyed with his new role. He lets out a small sigh. It seems people are much nicer when they think he's a helpless blind man. Back at the village gate, the lone soldier who stayed behind faces the few men who remain. The knights and mercenaries have abandoned them. They are all that's left. With desperate courage, he tries to rally them, asking anyone who can fight to stay and help protect their homes. An elderly man pleads with the others to at least provide support, to buy time for the women and children to flee. The father, who was beaten earlier, steps forward, telling his daughter he will fight to protect her. But she just cries back that he can't even cut an apple properly. Azadin watches this futile display of bravery, a thoughtful expression on his face. Midiam is seething. She can't believe the knights would abandon the very people they swore to protect. It's pathetic. Azadin, however, remains silent. He finally speaks, his tone detached. To the nobles of Webris, abandoning these people isn't an act of cowardice, but a righteous deed. Midiam considers this. She supposes it would be strange for a member of the Aragasis clan to sympathize with the people of Webris. But then Azadin adds something unexpected. No matter. He feels the same way she does. He stops walking, a dark energy swirling around him. He declares that they will part ways here. Midiam and Ishmael turn in surprise as Azadin's walking stick clatters to the ground and he vanishes into the shadows. Ishmael yells into the darkness, still keeping up the act. "Uncle, where did you go?" A shadowy figure leaps through the night air, a gust of wind marking his passage as he heads back toward the village. On the wall, the few defenders left ready their weapons, their faces grim as they prepare for the assault. One of them screams to his captain, his voice cracking with terror. There are too many of them. Below, a massive, unending wave of goblins swarms the gate, led by a hulking ogre. The ogre, Goldu, lets out a guttural roar, his red eyes glowing as drool drips from his fanged mouth. He raises a massive club, ready to smash the gate to splinters. He growls to himself, patting the barrel of human captives on his back. Smart ogres know how to store their meat, how to invest for the future. He glares at the village, seeing not a fortress, but a feast. He raises an enormous foot, ready to lead the charge. "Many meat," he roars and stomps down, crushing some of his own goblins in his bloodthirsty eagerness. The captain on the wall realizes the true danger. The ogre is their leader. He screams the order to shoot him, and a volley of arrows rains down from the wall. But the arrows just bounce harmlessly off Goldu's thick hide. At the same time, a goblin shaman raises its staff, casting a spell. The shaman gives the order, and the horde surges forward to break through the gate. They pour forward like a tide of death, and the defenders can only scream in panic. A goblin raises its axe, its face a mask of pure, murderous glee. The axe smashes into the gate with a deafening crack. Goldu adds his immense weight to the assault, and the wood groans under the pressure. He begins hurling massive rocks, which explode against the wall, sending defenders flying through the air. The gate finally splinters and breaks. The villagers scream as the horde begins to pour through the breach. The captain orders his men to shoot, to kill them all, his face a mask of pure terror. The father from before draws his own bow, his only thought for his daughter. Run far away, he thinks, as he prepares to make his final, hopeless stand. Hiding behind a barrel, The goblin shaman raises its staff, which begins to glow with an eerie light. At that very moment, the scroll hidden in Azadin's clothes begins to glow with a brilliant, fiery light, catching him completely by surprise. The shaman's staff pulses with power, a clear, magical connection between the two items. The shaman screeches in triumph. The Book of the Divine King is near. But just as it realizes this, Azadin appears in a flash of blue energy, landing right in the middle of the goblin horde. He lands with a powerful stomp, ready for battle. In a blur of motion, he cuts down goblin after goblin with impossible speed. Goldu retaliates, hurling another massive boulder at the men on the wall. But Azadin appears before them in a flash, intercepting the rock and shattering it with a single, powerful kick. He lands lightly beside the stunned defenders, who can only stare in disbelief. Azadin puts his mask back on and calmly tells the captain he will aid them in defending the gate. The terrified captain can only stammer, asking who he is. Azadin stands tall, drawing his bow. He is just a passing herald of the Emperor. The captain is stunned. A herald of the Emperor from the Herald clan? But Azadin doesn't answer. He leaps from the wall, a dark arrow nocked, diving straight for the ogre below. He unleashes a glowing blue arrow that slices right through Goldu's eye. The ogre lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Enraged, Goldu bellows that he'll kill him, unleashing a wild flurry of punches. Azadin dodges effortlessly, landing on the ogre's head and using it as a perch to survey the battlefield. He crushes a goblin underfoot as he prepares his next attack. He fires a barrage of arrows that pierce the ogre's massive body, one after another. The soldier on the wall watches in awe, whispering if this man is truly one of the legendary slayers of sanctity. Azadin lands, but then notices something familiar out of the corner of his eye. It's the bandit leader he crippled, being pulled from Goldu's barrel, bloody and barely conscious. The bandit lets out a pained grunt before collapsing to the ground. He opens his one good eye, a single tear of sweat and blood rolling down his battered face. His gaze falls upon the goblin shaman, its staff held high. He can only watch in horror as the shaman is consumed by a dark, corrupting energy. The shaman's mind is filled with a single, overriding desire, the Book of the Divine King. I will be. Grotesque red flesh begins to twist and writhe around it, the King of the Fang. Its body morphs into a horrific, multi-headed beast of raw, pulsing flesh. The transformation completes, and the monstrous King of the Fang roars its new name to the heavens. The new monster lashes out, its terrifying presence dominating the entire battlefield. Azadin looks on, his expression unreadable behind his mask. What is that thing? He assesses the pulsating, spiky creature. This, he thinks, is going to be a pain to deal with. The King of the Fang writhes, its many mouths snapping as it solidifies into a truly nightmarish form. The battle has just taken a turn for the absolute worse. The battlefield is dominated by a new, terrifying nightmare. The King of the Fang, a writhing mountain of red flesh and gnashing teeth, unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the very ground. Without hesitation, the monster turns on its own kind. It lunges for the wounded ogre Goldu, its massive maw opening wide to consume him and a huge portion of the goblin horde in a single bloody frenzy. A pained, gurgling scream escapes Goldu as the creature's fangs tear into his flesh. He bellows in agony and disbelief, his massive body being ripped apart by the very monster his shaman created. As his vision fades, an arrow still lodged in his eye, Goldu's final thought is one of bitter irony. He liked eating, but he did not like being eaten. Azadin can only watch the horrific display, steadying himself as the pulsating monster stands victorious over the remains of its former leader. Now swollen to a colossal size, the King of the Fang towers over the village wall. Azadin stands alone before it, a lone warrior against a force of pure chaos. On the wall, the defenders are frozen in terror, unable to comprehend the monster they now face. But Azadin recognizes it. He knows this creature, the King of the Fang. Deep within the monster, the goblin shaman completes its grotesque transformation, its body pulsing with a sickly purple light. Its face is a mask of sadistic glee as it stands atop the writhing flesh, its magical staff glowing with immense power. A beam of light shoots from the staff, striking the very page of the book that Azadin still holds. He looks down at his own glowing scroll, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. The shaman screeches its demand, ordering the herald to hand over the Book of the Divine King, promising a quick death in return. Azadin simply stands his ground, bow at the ready, facing this overwhelming new threat without a word. His defiance enrages the creature. Azadin quickly deduces that the shaman's power is now linked to the page from the book as the monster lashes out with its fleshy tendrils. He can't help but wonder why these creatures are so desperate to find the book in the first place. He dodges the attacks with ease, leaping through the air as the monster's tendrils slam into the ground around him. The King of the Fang lets out a furious scream, its attacks striking nothing but dirt. As Azadin lands, he spots a sword stuck in the ground, left behind by a fallen defender. In one fluid motion, he sheathes his bow and grabs the hilt of the blade. He plants his feet, ready to switch from a ranged assault to brutal close-quarters combat. With a powerful leap, he charges the monster, the blade in his hand glowing with a brilliant light. He unleashes a whirlwind of slashes, carving through the creature's body and sending its massive fangs flying. "They're too large," he notes, "too cumbersome." The severed fangs litter the ground, useless and broken. Azadin stands amidst the carnage, his assessment cold and precise. Fangs with shallow roots are weak. The King of the Fang shrieks in a rage, the shaman at its core glowing with furious power. "No," Azadin corrects it, leaping into the air again. "You're not the king. You're just a worthless copy." He hurls his sword like a spear, embedding it deep within the monster's flesh. As he pulls the sword free, it's coated in a foul-smelling, bubbling purple slime. Azadin flicks the goo from his blade in disgust. This stench is so vile it could probably corrode steel. The monster thrashes wildly, screaming for him to die. Azadin dodges another attack, a bead of sweat on his face. He's putting in a lot of work here, and he isn't even getting paid for it. He suddenly drops into a low stance and shouts a single word: "Fire!" A volley of arrows flies past him, striking the monster and providing a much-needed distraction. On the wall, the captain rallies his men, telling them they have to help the herald, no matter what. But another defender hesitates, terrified. Helping the Herald clan is a felony. If the king's church finds out, they'll all be condemned. The captain explodes in a fit of rage. The king's church abandoned them to die. Who are they to punish anyone now? His face is contorted with fury as he reminds them of that betrayal. A nervous archer draws his bow, his hands trembling. His fear of the monster finally overrides his fear of the church. He doesn't want to die here. The captain gives the final order. They're just attacking a monster. Once it's dead, then they can deal with the herald. The other men quickly agree. That's right. Monsters first. A full volley of arrows flies from the walls, raining down on the battlefield. The shafts pepper the King of the Fang's body, giving Azadin the opening he needs. He watches the volley land, a slight smirk on his face. They should have just given the arrows to him. All right then, it's his turn. He pulls out one of his own specialized arrows and fires. It streaks through the air and explodes on impact. The monster recoils from the blast. Nice, Azadin thinks with satisfaction. So that's all it takes. He follows up with a rapid-fire assault, each of his arrows tearing through the monster's flesh with explosive force. The shaman at the core shrieks in a torrent of fury and pain. Azadin just smirks. They're your fangs. I'm just returning them to you. The shaman screams its desperate ambition, that it will become a greater being, the true King of the Fang. Right, Azadin says dismissively, firing one last glowing blue arrow. But there's just one problem. I happen to be a slayer of sanctity. The powerful arrow strikes the shaman dead center, sending its body flying as it begins to dissolve. Its skull mask hits the ground with a dull thud. The body lies still, defeated. The single red eye of the King of the Fang flickers one last time, and then goes dark. The massive, grotesque body collapses into a pile of purple sludge. It's over. Azadin stands over the remains, retrieving the shaman's staff from the filth. But his victory is cut short by a shout from the wall. Soulless heathen! The captain stands on the wall, his hand raised, stopping his men from firing. For now. Azadin grabs his sword, knowing they might just make a mistake and let an arrow fly. The captain demands to know what he's planning, why he eradicated the monsters. The question is answered by another villager. He must have brought the monsters here. Their fear and paranoia twist their gratitude into suspicion. Why else would monsters appear out of nowhere? It's just too strange. They all stare down at him with hatred, convinced that he is the source of their suffering, an ominous heathen. Azadin stands alone on the bloody battlefield, surrounded by the dead, now facing the very people he just saved. He says nothing, the weight of their unfounded hatred pressing down on him in the sudden heavy silence. He stands on a battlefield he won for them, but the people he saved see not a hero, but a monster. Their gratitude has curdled into fear, and a man points an accusing finger, screaming that Azadin, this soulless heathen, must be the one who brought this evil to their doorstep. Azadin remains calm amidst the rising tide of hatred. He holds up the magical staff he took from the creature and tells them that even he doesn't know why the monster appeared. He looks up at the wary faces on the wall, reminding them that he simply fulfills his duty, as dictated by the emperor's golden coin. And then he gives them an out. He suggests that someone among them must have used a coin to wish for the people's safety. The villagers are stunned into silence, their accusations faltering. A man repeats the words in a hushed, terrified whisper. A wish to the demon of the golden coin? The idea is almost too much to comprehend. A murmur of suspicion spreads through the crowd. The village leader considers it. If it was a villager's wish, then who? He knows how desperate they've been, how many have secretly wished for a herald's intervention. Another man looks around in a panic, his eyes darting between his neighbors. The thought that one of their own could have summoned such a thing is a new and terrifying possibility. Azadin looks up, his tone flat and final. He is not obligated to tell them who it was, nor does he have the authority. The conversation is over. The leader grits his teeth in frustration, but Azadin cuts through the tension with a simple question. Can he pass now? He stands alone in the field of slaughter and issues a challenge. Are they really going to fight him, all for the sake of the king's church that abandoned them? One of the archers on the wall can't take it anymore. He draws his bow, aiming it directly at Azadin, accusing him of being no better than the cowards who left them to die. His voice rings with furious piety as he warns Azadin not to speak ill of their faith. Azadin's reply is chillingly calm. In a blur of motion, he vanishes, reappearing right in front of the archer, disarming and defeating him before the man can even blink. The man collapses, battered and broken. He looks up in despair, the fight completely drained from him, wondering if this is the end. Tears of shame and relief mix with the blood on his face. The overwhelming power, followed by this strange mercy, has completely shattered his will. The village leader gasps, staring at the defeated archer. He's still breathing. He lived. Azadin looks down at the weeping man, his expression hidden. He simply tells him to be kind. He was given a second chance. This wasn't just a defeat. It was Azadin's unique, brutal form of justice. The man can only continue to weep, humbled to his very core. In a flash, Azadin is back on the ground, having leaped effortlessly from the high wall. The other villagers can only watch, frozen in awe and terror. The leader finally snaps out of his stupor, screaming at his men to stand down, to not attack under any circumstances. Azadin takes a steady step forward, his boot crunching on the broken earth. He calmly walks to a quiver of arrows stuck in the ground and reaches out a gloved hand. He looks over his shoulder at the stunned villagers and says he's just going to take a few arrows. His tone makes it a statement, not a request. The village leader, his face grim, can only manage a single, quiet word in response. Thanks. As Azadin leaps away, the leader watches him go, thinking that the herald is a fool. If the wrong person had heard him speak so freely, he'd have been executed on the spot. Azadin travels swiftly through the dark countryside, leaving the village and its troubles far behind. He lands softly on a dirt path, his movements silent and impossibly light. He continues his run, a blur of motion against the moonlit landscape. An owl swoops down to join him, its voice echoing in his mind. It points out how easily he lied about the golden coin. Azadin doesn't slow down. He explains that if he hadn't, they would have lived in fear of him. The owl asks if he doesn't resent them after everything he did for them. He simply replies that humans are weak. Besides, they were kind to him when they thought he was blind. They deserve some credit for that. He finally slows his pace, a bead of sweat on his face. He admits to the owl that he's tired. It was exhausting enough just running all this way, and then he had to fight a monster without any help from the golden coin. What a pain. He continues on, a silent shadow moving through the night. Suddenly he stops, his head tilted as if listening. His senses focus on a group of people with torches in the distance. He recognizes them. It's the kids. Ishmael spots him and calls out his name, relief clear in his voice. He asks in awe if Azadin really defeated Akin, one of the legendary monsters. Azadin just shrugs, saying it wasn't that strong. Ishmael and Midian can only stare, stunned by his casual dismissal of such a powerful beast. Ishmael falls silent, the flickering torchlight illuminating his bewildered face. Azadin mentions they wasted their energy coming for him, especially since he didn't even get paid for the job. Ishmael explains that Midian insisted, saying it's a beautiful thing to help people. Azadin strikes a pose, declaring that life is meaningless without a sense of aesthetics. Midian smiles smugly, remarking that Ishmael has never been a fun guy, much to his flustered protest. Azadin changes the subject, asking how they managed to get away from the other evacuees. They explain that they promised to only fight weaker monsters, and the villagers, who were kind people, let them go, unaware they were from the hated Herald clan. Midian strikes a confident pose, declaring that the real reason they were let go is because she's so pretty. Azadin teases her, saying it was probably because she's just a kid. Midian gets flustered, retorting that at her age, a queen in the north was already married. Ignoring her outburst, Azadin holds up the staff he took from the monster, asking Midian if she recognizes it. The two younger archers look at the object. Ishmael asks if it's a magic wand. Azadin confirms it belonged to the kin. Midian's eyes widen. She says she'll have to concentrate, as she doesn't have much stamina left. After a moment, her expression shifts to pure delight. She asks excitedly if this means he's finally acknowledging her as his subordinate. Azadin just tells her to do him a favor in return. Midian agrees immediately, saying he can inspect the wand tomorrow. Suddenly, Azadin dashes off into the trees, leaving a confused Midian calling after him. He stops and turns back, his expression serious. He tells her they need to hurry and to come with him. Midian looks worried, asking why they're in such a rush. The scene shifts to the long line of evacuees, making their slow way through the woods. Among them is the woman who first summoned Azadin. She holds a lantern, her face weary. A sound rustles nearby. She looks up to see Azadin standing there, having appeared from nowhere. He replies simply that the kids were looking for her. The two of them stand facing each other, the lantern casting a warm glow between them. The woman explains she got a little lost, but then changes the subject. She tells him she heard shouts of victory from the direction of the village. She looks at him with concern, asking what he means. A faint smile touches Azadin's lips. He reminds her that he has good hearing, and that he thinks it's safe for them to return now. The woman is skeptical. She asks if he can signal them from this far away. Just then, an elderly villager points excitedly into the distance. The gates of their village are now brightly lit with lanterns. The old man yells with joy that the defenders must have succeeded. The other evacuees erupt in cheers, their faces filled with relief and happiness. The woman who spoke with Azadin turns to the others, her voice now full of hope, suggesting they send a small group ahead to check. As the villagers celebrate, their attention is completely focused on the distant lights of home. In the midst of their joy, Azadin slips away unnoticed, back into the shadows. The woman looks around, confused, wondering where he went. Azadin is already far away, moving through the forest. He's too lazy for all this social interaction, and so tired he could fall asleep standing up. As he runs, he notices something in the distance. Smoke. He slows to a stop, his senses on high alert. He finds the source, a mercenary camp, built around a blazing fire. Two of the guards are complaining about the ogre, the drought, and how the Margrave is only interested in finding his precious book. The other agrees. They just need to do one big job and get out of this doomed place. From a cliff overlooking the camp, Azadin watches them, his owl companion perched nearby. This must be where the bastard who ran away is hiding. His gaze sweeps over the camp, taking in the guards, the tents, and several large wooden crates. He focuses his perception on the crates and sees what's inside: valuable scrolls and fancy candelabras. The Margrave's stolen goods. Azadin looks down, a grim realization dawning. He is out of money. The owl turns its glowing eyes toward him. "You've hit the jackpot, Azadin," it says in his mind. Azadin sits up, his resolve hardening. Traveling requires a lot of money after all. His new target is set. The next morning at the mercenary camp, the air is torn apart by a furious scream. It's Tarkiev, the Margrave's son, his face a mask of pure rage. He yells at his men, furious that the loot was stolen right under their noses. This isn't what he hired them for. The mercenaries try to defend themselves, insisting they were ambushed, that it happened so fast they couldn't even respond. Tarkiev isn't listening. He turns his anger on a man sitting calmly on a nearby crate, a tall, imposing figure with long, dark hair and a nasty scar across his eye. He demands that the man, his captain, say something. The scarred man doesn't even flinch. He continues to peel an apple, his expression completely unbothered, and coolly agrees that if Tarkiev says it's his fault, then it must be. Tarkiev smirks, thinking he's won. He declares he's cutting the salaries of 2 soldiers and asks if the captain has any complaints. The man simply replies, "As you wish." But then the captain adds a little twist. He mentions that one of his own belongings was also stolen and that this was no mere thief. He stands, his movements smooth and deliberate. There's a quiet confidence about him that puts everyone on edge. Tarkiev, now slightly intrigued, asks what he lost. The scarred man turns his head slowly, his eyes cold and unreadable. "He can't say." Tarkiev scoffs, trying to reassert his authority, but there's a new hint of unease in his voice. The captain steps forward, placing a heavy hand on Tarkiev's shoulder. He tells him the thief will likely move on to the next village, and that Tarkiev should use his authority to issue a conscription order there. Tarkiev is taken aback. The closest village is a public stage station managed by a powerful noble. They can't just do that. He pulls away, accusing the captain of bossing him around, but his words sound weak, like a petulant child's. A slow, chilling smile spreads across the captain's face. His voice drops to a menacing whisper. "Then he'll just plunder the place in Tarkiev's name." The threat hangs in the air, a clear declaration of who is truly in charge. In a shocking flash of movement, the captain drives his dagger deep into Tarkiev's stomach. Tarkiev gasps, coughing up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he chokes out the man's name. The other mercenaries jump, not to help their employer, but in reaction to their captain's sudden, brutal action. The captain just tells them not to worry. A sinister purple aura begins to glow from Tarkiev's wound. The captain grins, revealing the dagger was a gift from a witch. From the wound, a grotesque, glowing purple spider made of pure magic emerges, crawling out onto Tarkiev's clothes. Tarkiev looks down and lets out a horrified shriek, stammering as he recoils in terror. The captain pulls the dagger free, a cold smile on his face. He mockingly asks if Tarkiev is feeling all right. Tarkiev clutches his bleeding stomach, trembling with panic and rage, screaming at the captain, asking what he's done. The captain simply snaps his fingers, and a wave of purple energy washes over Tarkiev. Tarkiev collapses, writhing in agony as a blood-curdling scream tears from his throat. The captain calmly tells him to relax. He leans down, his voice dripping with malice. "The spider in his body just gave a little sting, that's all." Tarkiev can barely process the words through his pain. With a terrifying grin, the captain lays out his terms. Tarkiev must behave now or the spider will start laying eggs inside him. And that, he muses, will be quite a spectacle. The young noble is utterly broken, now nothing more than a puppet. The captain gives his orders. They will move out, plunder the post station, and capture the rat who stole from him. Tarkiev can only lie there, defeated and trapped. His eyes are wide with pure, undiluted horror as the reality of his new nightmare sinks in. Meanwhile, our heroes are resting under a large, dead tree, enjoying a peaceful, sunny morning. Perched on a branch above, Azadin's owl companion announces that it's 10 in the morning and time to wake up. Midiam lets out a huge yawn and stretches, while Ishmael just looks exhausted. They sit up, resting against their large pack animal. Midium calls out Azadin's name. She looks over and notices something new in his hand. She asks if he always had 2 staves. Azadin explains that he found it when he looted the mercenaries' camp. He offers the wand to Midium. She recognizes it immediately. It's the exact same kind the goblin shaman used. Azadin hands the wand to her, warning that it may be cursed. Midium channels her energy into the wand, which glows with a faint blue light. She closes her eyes, focusing. She sees a mental image of swirling green and black energy. Azadin processes this. If it was meant to track the King of the Fang, the mana would have been red. This must be for a different creature. He closes his own eyes, using his unique perception to analyze the wand. He opens them, his analysis complete. Its function is to search for a specific target. He explains that it's designed to point at something, but it's not very durable. But despite being hastily made, its performance is far beyond most magical tools. Its creator must be incredibly skilled. The implications click into place. A tool made to track copies of the Book of the Divine King. He realizes with grim certainty that they'll have to deal with more trackers from now on. He looks to the horizon, his decision made. They'll go pay a visit to the people who lost this wand. But when they return to the mercenary camp, it's deserted. Azadin sits perched in a tree, annoyed by this new development. He notices the few guards left behind are different. They're more vigilant, more professional. The atmosphere has changed completely. He understands what this means. They're preparing for a real battle, all to collect a page from the book. He sighs. He expected them to make a move, but he's surprised they're resorting to such direct, brute force. He drops down from the tree to rejoin his companions. He lands silently beside Midium and Ishmael. He tells them that the mercenaries are planning to attack the next village. Midium's eyes widen. A public stage station is much larger and more fortified than an average village. Azadin, back in his pilgrim disguise, adjusts his cloak. This isn't a reckless move. They must have a reason to be this desperate. He comes to a simple conclusion. The trio sets off down a dusty road, heading towards the stage station, ready to face whatever comes next. As they walk, the tracking wand in Azadin's hand glows faintly. In the distance, a massive, castle-like town comes into view, the public stage station. They join a stream of people heading through the main gate, the setting sun bathing the walls in a warm, golden light. They pass by heavily armored guards, entering a busy, well-defended city. A guard spots Azadin's disguise and respectfully waves them through without any trouble. Once inside, Ishmael marvels that blind pilgrims really do get in for free. Azadin just mutters that they're deceiving them. They walk down the main street. Banners are strung overhead, and for the first time in a while, they are surrounded by a sense of peace. Midium and Ishmael are already grabbing snacks from a vendor, excited to finally take a break. Azadin watches them, a small, thoughtful smile on his lips as he looks at a sign for the Peddlers Association, an idea perhaps forming in his mind. He follows as Midium runs ahead, eager to explore the bustling town, enjoying the calm before the inevitable storm. The story flashes back to a time long ago. A young man with messy blonde hair stands before a child with a dark ponytail, his voice dripping with condescension. This is Derek in his youth, and he is speaking to Azadin's twin, Ariel. He taunts the child, reminding her that she's just the daughter of a traitor. But the clan saw something else in Ariel, the greatest genius they had ever known, a herald since the age of 3. Derek learned the truth about Ariel the hard way. The flashback continues, showing him on the ground clutching a broken ankle in agony. But the pain wasn't the only thing he learned that day. He looked up at her, his face a mask of pain and fear, and realized that Ariel was far more than just strong. She looked down at him, her expression completely empty, her eyes as cold as ice. She radiated an aura of terrifying, absolute power. Derek was left stunned, the overwhelming difference in their strength leaving him breathless. She wasn't just a strong individual. She was something else entirely, something to be feared. The scene shifts to the present. Derek sits in a comfortable chair, but his mind is elsewhere, consumed by a single name. Ariel. He's startled by a commotion outside, annoyed by the sudden noise. Not long before, back in the bustling town square, Azadin and his companions were walking through the crowd. A flag flies high above them, bearing the crest of the Khorassar Peddlers Association. What began as a group of small merchants has since grown into a powerful organization in the region. But this is all a lie. The association is just a front, a ghost organization run by the Herald clan. This means that every merchant in this town, every face in the crowd, is one of Azadin's kinsfolk. He thinks to himself that it would be nice to just lay low for the day. Beside him, Midiam and Ishmael are just excited to finally get a bath. But their peace is immediately shattered by a voice from the crowd. A group of fellow heralds approaches, smirks on their faces. Their leader recognizes Azadin, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he taunts him about his new position. Azadin remains silent, enduring their mockery with a quiet, unreadable patience. One of the heralds sneers at Midiam and Ishmael, mocking Azadin for having servants already. Azadin finally speaks, his voice calm but firm. He tells them the children are not his servants and tries to move past. The leader feigns politeness, but his request for valuable arrowheads is clearly a shakedown. They close in around him, their tone turning aggressive, reminding him he only became a herald through a special recommendation, that he fell behind in basic training. They eye the valuable rosary he carries, accusing him of stealing it. Azadin simply ignores them, asking for a change of clothes. Watching from the side, Ishmael whispers that this is worse than he expected. But Midiam insists that regardless of his birth, Azadin is a herald and it is their duty to help him. One of the bullies mockingly tosses a frilly pink dress at Azadin. Azadin catches it, his patience finally wearing thin. He warns them to cut the childish pranks or he'll beat them to a pulp. The herald just curses back at him. They surround him, their aggression escalating, reminding him he only got his position through luck. The leader goads him, suggesting they settle this with a duel, taunting him about the risks involved. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in. Midiam steps forward, a confident smile on her face, and tells them they sure are good at running their mouths. Azadin looks at her, a bead of sweat on his face. Given her own history with duels, she's the last person who should be talking about risks. The herald scoffs at her, saying she doesn't know anything about Azadin's weakness. Midiam just smiles back. Before the man can react, a brilliant red beam of energy erupts from the ground at his feet. In a flash, Midiam is behind him, her arm wrapped around his neck in a chokehold, a thin beam of red light emanating from her finger. As the man struggles, Midiam leans in, her voice cold. She asks if he understands what kind of situation he's in. She presses a glowing hot knife to his neck. She is of ether descent, and she will not tolerate a mere servant's insolence. Her eyes are filled with icy fury. She challenges him to prove himself with actions, not with petty insults. She turns her glare on the other heralds, mocking them for their cowardice and reminding them of their duty. The men can only stammer, completely intimidated. They take a nervous step back, their bravado gone. Midiam tightens her grip, her expression fierce as Azadin and Ishmael look on, surprised by her ferocity. Just then, a calm voice cuts through the tension. It's Derek, arriving with a placating smile. He walks toward them, his gaze fixed on Azadin. Long time no see. Azadin eyes him warily, his reply short and clipped. Derek politely asks for Midiam's name. She answers confidently, Midiam of Ether. Derek introduces himself as Derek of Savan and apologizes for his comrade's behavior, asking her to release the man. Midiam lets out a but releases her captive. With a final, sharp movement, she sends the man sprawling to the ground, knocking him out cold. The other heralds rush to their fallen friend, embarrassed and clearly outmatched. Derek dismisses the men and turns to Azadin, inviting him to wash up and have dinner. Azadin just looks at him, wondering what he's really after. Later that evening, he agrees. In the bathing room, Azadin feels refreshed after a long overdue soak. Ishmael calls out to him from the tub. He asks Azadin why he just stood there, pointing out that Ariel, who shares his blood, is revered by the clan. He's heard that anyone who challenges Ariel is forced to pay a terrible price. Azadin simply replies that Ariel has her own way of doing things, leaving Ishmael to call him a truly odd person. Ishmael advises Azadin to convince Midiam to leave with him before this place corrupts her. Azadin looks out the window and tells Ishmael that maybe he should be the one to leave, or else he'll grow odd too. The scene shifts to a large, well-lit tent under the night sky. Inside, a dinner table is set with bread, apples, and candles. Azadin sits at the table looking uncomfortable. Derek, sitting across from him, repeats his question. Has he heard anything about Ariel? Azadin says he hasn't. Derek gets agitated, asking if Azadin isn't even concerned about his own sister. Azadin calmly replies that with her abilities, she's not someone worth worrying over. Derek slams his hand on the table in frustration. Azadin cuts him off by casually reaching for an apple. Derek loses his temper completely, yelling at Azadin to start talking about his mission results. Azadin pushes back, saying he's doing his work properly. But Derek isn't interested in that. He wants to know about the real business, keeping rival factions in check. Azadin sighs, looking bored. He tells Derek to forget that and look at this instead. He places the magical tracking wand on the table. Derek recognizes it instantly. Azadin explains. It's what the Kurt god can use to search for the Book of the Divine King. Azadin remarks that it seems everyone knows about it. Derek retorts that if Azadin had been making his reports, he would know too. Derek picks up the wand, pleased. It's a good contribution, he says, but it would have been better if he'd brought the book's copy itself. Azadin just smiles faintly. He did. Derek freezes, his mind struggling to catch up. He can only stare at Azadin in utter shock. Azadin picks up an apple, a smug look on his face. He guesses all the other heralds came back empty-handed. He clenches his fist, savoring his moment of triumph. Suddenly, it's Derek who is holding the apple, his face a mask of pure, unrestrained fury as he screams at Azadin to hand the copy over. Azadin just smiles, completely unfazed. He's turned the tables completely, and he's enjoying every second of it. The public stage station is alive with the sounds of a bustling night market, a picture of peace, completely unaware of the storm brewing within the herald's private quarters. Outside, Midiam and Ishmael are startled as Derek's furious shout rips through the night air. Inside the tent, Derek is seething, his hands planted firmly on the table as he glares at Azadin with pure, unadulterated rage. Azadin, in stark contrast, remains perfectly calm, casually holding an apple. He is in complete control. Derek grits his teeth, his voice laced with indignation. He accuses Azadin of not trusting them, insisting that the clan can protect the book's copy far better than someone so powerless. Azadin's voice is low and cutting. He asks Derek if he really thinks it would be that easy. He calmly explains that one of Margrave Kazel's sons is on his way, and with him are dangerous heretics who follow the monstrous Kurt. Derek scoffs, his pride wounded. He boasts that they would never lose to mere mercenaries, that even though he lost to Ariel, he is still a powerful herald. That's the problem, Azadin says. If a town of merchants were to fight too well, it would draw unwanted attention to their secret outpost. Derek stands, agitated. He argues that protecting the book is all that matters. He points a finger at Azadin, his voice dripping with disdain, reminding him that he's much weaker than Ariel. Azadin just looks exasperated, muttering about Derek bringing up their childhood yet again. His thoughts drift back. He admits that as a child, he was no match for Ariel. A memory surfaces, young Azadin on the ground, defeated as Ariel stands over him, a shadowy, terrifying aura around her. But that was years ago. Now, Ariel has become the strongest warrior of their kind, with countless followers at her command. He can't even imagine how strong she's become. He pushes the thought aside and tells Derek he's taking the copy to the regional manager himself. Defeated, Derek can only agree. Just then, a frantic messenger bursts into the tent, yelling that there's a problem. Derek, annoyed, snaps at him for the interruption. The messenger ignores him, his voice full of panic as he shouts about the eastern gates. The scene cuts to the eastern gate earlier that evening, the setting sun casting long, ominous shadows. A group of armored guards stands watch, their spears at the ready. The guard captain, Gerard, notices a group approaching. It's Tarkiev, flanked by the scarred mercenary captain and his men, all of them armed. Gerard holds up a hand, stopping them. He tells them there are too many of them to pass and to come back in the morning. Tarkiev, playing his part, laughs and compliments the guard on his good work. He then offers a heavy pouch of gold as a token of gratitude. Sir Gerard looks at the bribe, conflicted. This puts him in a difficult position. Tarkiev leans in, warning him that if something goes wrong, they'll both be in trouble. The guard reluctantly begins to agree. But before he can finish, an arrow pierces his forehead and a blade slashes across his throat. The scene erupts into a bloody massacre as the mercenaries cut down the other guards with brutal efficiency. Tarkiev watches in horror, but the captain just calmly says that a raid is no fun without a little bloodshed. Tarkiev panics, pointing out, "There are other gates." The captain just smiles, completely unconcerned. From a bloody hole in his palm, a swarm of tiny glowing red spiders emerges, and he releases them into the air. The spiders swarm over the fallen guards, and a survivor screams in terror. They crawl into the mouths and wombs of the dead and dying. The men scream as they're consumed from the inside out. Tarkiev can only watch, frozen in horror. A moment later, the infected guards rise, their eyes glowing with a sinister purple light. They are no longer men, but puppets. Tarkiev stares, the horrifying truth dawning on him. The captain is a curt heretic. The captain just grins, saying it took him long enough to notice. He offers Tarkiev a deal. They work together, he gets the book, and Tarkiev gets his revenge. A terrifying, broken smile spreads across his face. He grabs Tarkiev by the throat, lifting him into the air with one hand. He finishes his thought with a cruel twist. Not that Tarkiev has a choice. The newly resurrected guards stand ready to enforce their master's will. The captain makes a declaration, his face a mask of sadistic glee. No one is allowed to leave this village. "Get the rat," he commands, and his undead army charges forward, their only purpose to hunt. The once peaceful town is now a fortress under siege from within. Back in the town, a herald is packing his bag, ready to leave. He finds the gate blocked by a group of his fellow heralds and asks, "What's going on?" Another herald explains that those guys aren't letting anyone leave. The man pushes forward, demanding to know why. One of the infected heralds turns, his eyes glowing green. "Because we said so." The uninfected herald tries to argue, saying they don't have the right. He tries to push past, yelling that they're nothing but mere mercenaries. Before he can finish, a hand clamps over his mouth and he's lifted off the ground. "I said no one is allowed to leave." He's thrown to the ground as chaos erupts all around him. Another herald helps him up, his face grim. Something is very wrong with their comrades. Suddenly, the infected man's face contorts into a grotesque grin. "I'm hungry." His jaw unhinges and he lunges forward, taking a huge bite out of his fellow herald's shoulder. The bitten man cries out as tiny spiders begin to crawl from his eye. The infection is spreading instantly. He clutches his face in horror as the spiders swarm over him, a final, crawling terror. The man beside him can only whisper in shock as his friend's head is bitten clean off. The scene is one of pure carnage as an infected herald is brutally impaled from behind. He falls to his knees, a spear sticking out of his chest. Standing over the body is Azadin, now in his full combat gear, his expression grim. The town has become a war zone. A closer look at the spear reveals it's covered in tiny, disgusting spiders, writhing in the blood. Azadin looks out at the chaos, his unique perception giving him clarity. They're subordinates of the Spider Queen, Arthra. The battle for the public stage station has just begun. The station has erupted into pure chaos. Piercing screams rip through the air as the townsfolk scramble for their lives, their faces twisted in terror. The soldiers they once trusted are now monsters. But amidst the panic, one figure stands completely still. Azadin plants his spear into the bloody ground, a silent sentinel against the tide of horror, ready to face the nightmare head-on. From a distance, Midiam and Ishmael watch, their eyes wide. She calls out his name, her voice filled with a mix of awe and desperation. A hopeful question escapes her lips. "Did you defeat it?" Azadin doesn't even turn around. His voice cuts through the noise, cold and clear. "No. This is just the beginning." He points toward the merchant camp, ordering them to go inside and get food and water. Midiam is stunned. Right now? She can't believe he's thinking about supplies at a time like this. Azadin's head whips around, his voice sharp with frustration. "Of course. Do you know how many people are starving?" But as he's distracted, Midiam's eyes widen in terror. A monstrous figure looms behind him. "Azadin, behind you!" she screams. Azadin turns, almost casually, to face one of the infected soldiers, its body already grotesquely warped, its face a mask of mindless hunger. The creature lunges, but Azadin dodges effortlessly. This isn't a fight against soldiers anymore, it's a battle against something twisted and unnatural. His mind races, analyzing the enemy. They crave human meat. The spiders must be destroyed first. These creatures are just puppets. He crouches over a downed puppet, a smirk playing on his lips. He's not just fighting, he's experimenting. He wonders what will happen if he sends a shock throughout its body. He stomps his foot, and a wave of crackling green energy surges into the creature, causing it to convulse violently. The energy courses through the infected soldier, a powerful jolt designed to fry the parasite inside. But he isn't done. He draws on a different power, his hand glowing with an intense blue aura. A storm of lightning erupts from him, engulfing the creature in a brilliant, violent flash. The puppet is torn apart from the inside, its body contorting under the immense electrical force. But instead of dying, the creature begins to change. Its body swells and rips open, mutating into something far more monstrous, with thorny, spider-like limbs bursting from its back. The newly evolved creature slams its new limbs into the ground, shattering the stone. It's not just bigger, it's stronger. All around him, the other infected soldiers begin to transform. The battlefield is quickly filling with these new, evolved horrors. Azadin watches the transformation with a cold, analytical smile. He evolved. His experiment failed, but he's already moving on to the next solution. As the creatures charge, he raises his spear and a torrent of fire erupts from its tip. He grips the flaming spear tightly. If electricity makes them stronger, then maybe raw, destructive fire is the answer. With a powerful swing, he unleashes a wave of fire, engulfing the charging spider creatures in a scorching inferno. The monsters shriek in agony, their mutated bodies burning. The fire is working. Ishmael, watching from the sidelines, uses a torch to set a bale of hay ablaze, joining the fight in the only way he can. Inspired by Azadin's lead, the other heralds create a ring of fire, trapping the monsters within as they writhe and scream. Azadin watches with satisfaction. He tells the others to make sure the fire doesn't reach the merchant tents. This, he thinks, isn't half bad. The other heralds are reinvigorated, rallying each other to burn the bastards. Trapped in the flames, the monsters cry out as they are consumed by the inferno. One of the creatures crawls out of the blaze, but Azadin is waiting. "You should stay nice and toasty," he says, slamming his flaming spear down. The last monster burns to ash, and the heralds erupt in cheers. Azadin simply blows on his fingertip, as if dusting off a simple chore. He turns back to his companions, his priorities unchanged, and asks about the food and water. Midian proudly reports that they got everything they could find. Ishmael, still shaken, asks if they should bring the goats over, fully committed to helping manage the crisis. Midian, buzzing with energy, playfully hits Ishmael on the back of the head, boasting about how useful they were. She turns to Azadin, trying to cement her place, telling him he should just take them in as his subordinates. But her sentence is cut short by the sound of flapping wings. Azadin's owl familiar swoops down, landing on his shoulder, asking telepathically if there's a new contractor. Azadin starts to ask where, but the owl is already focused. The owl reports that the contractor was in the west, but they just stopped breathing. Another person has already been turned and killed. This is spreading too fast. "Shit," Azadin says. He doesn't waste a second. He commands his companions to prepare more fire. They're going to the western gates. The fight isn't over. It's just moved. Azadin leaps into the air, bounding across the rooftops with inhuman speed, leaving his companions to watch in awe. Midian smirks, a little annoyed but also impressed. He's just flat out ordering them around now. Ishmael, exhausted, just sighs. At the western gate, Azadin is already in the thick of it, clashing with another evolved monster. He dodges another vicious swipe. These things are relentless, and his attacks aren't having the effect he needs. He pulls back for a moment, his expression grim. It just won't die. He lands another blow, but the creature barely flinches. To make matters worse, they just keep mutating, and their numbers are increasing. He grits his teeth in annoyance. At this rate, he'll never even reach the contractor. Fighting them one by one is a losing strategy. He changes tactics again, summoning an arrow of pure, crackling blue energy. "Blue lightning!" he yells, unleashing the arrow. A massive explosion of electricity engulfs the horde, lighting up the night with its destructive power. The blast vaporizes several of the monsters. In the background, Midium lowers her bow, panting. She's been providing support from a distance. A triumphant smile spreads across her face. She knew lightning would be effective against their fire weakness. Her strategic mind is sharp, starting to think on the same level as Azadin. But the effort was too much. She groans and stumbles, and Ishmael rushes to catch her. From a distance, Azadin watches them, saying nothing. But he's taken note of her contribution and her limits. Ishmael helps Midium stand, acknowledging her skill as a true ether. Azadin's voice carries across the battlefield. He tells her the grimoire she's using is powerful but dangerous and that she should rest. It's an order laced with a rare, subtle concern. Ishmael realizes Midium is pushing herself this hard just to be accepted by him. His frustration boils over. He asks Azadin why he's doing this, since the contractor is already dead. Ishmael demands to know why Azadin is pushing so hard for someone who's already gone. Azadin presses his flaming hand against a dead monster. A contract is a contract, even if they're dead. He can't just leave without checking. Ishmael looks at the endless horde. But there's a limit to burning these things. Azadin clenches his fist. "You're right," he admits, finally acknowledging the problem. A cold, determined look crosses his face as he reveals his true plan. "That's why I intend on killing their leader instead." He's done playing defense. It's time to cut the head off the snake. The western gates are engulfed in flames. The sounds of battle and screams echo against the stone walls, a symphony of destruction orchestrated by the mercenary captain. A man lets out a terrified shriek as a monstrous shadow falls over him, another life about to be extinguished in the city-wide slaughter. A heavy boot stomps down into a pool of fresh blood, a gruesome punctuation mark in the ongoing massacre. The mercenary captain stands with his arms crossed, a smug, satisfied smirk on his scarred face, watching the carnage he's unleashed like a man enjoying a fine show. Tarkiev, his face pale with fear, approaches him nervously. He asks if this is really all right, his voice trembling. He protests that they were supposed to be looking for the scripture, not leveling the entire town. Tarkiev clutches his chest, a wave of nausea hitting him. The sight of the slaughter is too much for his cowardly heart. The captain just chuckles. While it's a bit different from what he expected, he says, "Things are more or less going well." "Going well!" Tarkiev screams, his composure completely gone. He can't comprehend how anyone could call this horrifying scene a success. He grabs the captain's arm, desperate, pleading that the thief thereafter is going to escape. Just then, one of the infected soldiers falls to the ground with a gaping wound in its chest. The puppets are being taken down. Another body hits the dirt. Someone is fighting back, and they're good. The captain's attention shifts, his eyes scanning the chaos. On the ground, drawn in blood, is a small triangular symbol. The captain's eyes narrow. He recognizes it. A symbol to call the demon of the golden coin. "You mean the Herald clan?" A look of realization dawns on his face. He now knows exactly who he's dealing with. He crouches down, a thoughtful expression on his face. Of course. Those guys were looking for the scripture, too. A wicked, toothy grin spreads across his face. The little rat who stole his things might have been one of them. This isn't just business anymore. This is personal. Tarkiev asks if he intends to fight them. The captain rises, his voice dangerously calm, saying that one of them should be coming on their own soon enough. An arrow suddenly whizzes past Tarkiev's head. It slams into his shoulder with a fleshy thud, and he cries out in pain. But the real threat was never Tarkiev. In a flash, the captain's hand shoots out, catching a second, deadlier arrow just inches from his own face. The first shot was just a feint, a distraction. He looks up towards the darkness, a flicker of genuine surprise on his face. He's impressed. He calls out, understanding the tactic. A weak shot to create an opening for the killing blow. The captain's body begins to transform. 6 sharp, spider-like legs burst from his back as he embraces his monstrous power. His eyes glow with an eerie light as he spots a figure in the distance, an emperor's herald. In a blink, Azadin closes the distance, his blade a blur of motion. The captain parries, and their clash echoes through the gate. The real fight has begun. Azadin holds his ground, his voice cold and steady. "I'd say you're pretty intriguing yourself, heathen." The two warriors become a whirlwind of strikes and parries, their speed inhuman, a deadly dance of blades and spider limbs. Tarkiev can only watch in frozen terror, trapped between two absolute monsters. He instinctively dodges a stray attack, a move born purely of terror. His eyes dart between the two fighters, wide with panic. A terrible realization dawns on him. It doesn't matter who wins. He's a dead man either way. Tarkiev collapses, whimpering that he misses his mom, as Azadin unleashes a powerful wave of blue energy. The attack slams into the captain. The blow is strong, but he's far from finished. Azadin assesses his opponent. This must be the leader. He's powerful, still able to reason despite his monstrous transformation. The captain straightens up, a grudging respect in his voice. "You're strong. I'd expect no less from an emperor's herald. But," he lunges forward, roaring that strength alone won't be enough to kill him. "That's so?" Azadin replies, his tone calm, almost taunting. The captain's eyes widen as he sees tiny spiders crawling on his own face. Azadin leans in close, whispering, "You're still only a spider." He strikes again, a precise, devastating blow. "And spiders," Azadin continues, channeling his power into a special technique, "can't scratch their own backs." He unleashes the final attack, mistletoe. A flurry of deadly strikes lands all over the captain's body, targeting the vital points his own limbs can't defend. Blood erupts from the captain's body as the attack finds its mark, a fatal, undeniable hit. Tarkiev screams as the captain's lifeless body collapses at his feet. The monster is dead. But his relief is short-lived. Azadin turns to him, his bloody sword raised. Tarkiev scrambles backward, stammering that Azadin is a herald, that he can't kill him. Azadin's voice is ice. It doesn't matter to him if he's a noble or not. "Look at this!" Tarkiev yells desperately, holding something up. He brandishes a single shining coin. The Emperor's golden coin. He's playing his final desperate card. Azadin's expression hardens. "Where did you get that?" A twisted, triumphant grin spreads across Tarkiev's face. He thinks he's won. Azadin starts to say that just having it isn't enough. But Tarkiev is already acting, dropping the coin onto the summoning symbol. The coin and the symbol flare with a brilliant golden light. A contract is being forged. "I've been infected by those spider guys," Tarkiev yells, making his formal request. "Save me." A voice echoes from the heavens. Request accepted. Azadin is now bound by his clan's curse to serve this coward. The owl lands on Azadin's shoulder, its telepathic voice dripping with disdain. "We're having this piece of garbage as a contractor?" Tarkiev is sobbing with relief as Azadin looks on, utterly disgusted. Just then, Midiam and Ishmael arrive. Azadin pinches the bridge of his nose, overwhelmed by the sheer stupidity of it all. He stands in silence, processing this disastrous turn of events. Midiam and Ishmael look on, sensing the tense atmosphere. Midiam points at the sniveling Tarkiev. "So this guy put in a request?" Azadin turns to her, his mind already working. He asks if she can use her blue lightning again, but weaker this time. Midiam purses her lips, considering it. A sly look appears on her face. She gets in Azadin's face, reminding him she's not even his subordinate, but of course she'll help. Azadin throws his hands up in surrender. All right, I'll take you in as my subordinate." "Happy?" A huge, delighted smile spreads across Midiam's face. "Thank you," she says, practically beaming with joy. "I'll do my best." Azadin just lets out another tired sigh. Ishmael watches, completely dumbfounded. He's never seen Midiam so desperate for someone's attention. He recalls all the times he tried to get her to notice him, only to be completely ignored. But Azadin catches her attention so easily. He clenches his fist in frustration. He collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. "This isn't fair." Azadin glances over at him. "Sad eyes, you hungry? Want some beef jerky?" Azadin ignores the drama and focuses on the task at hand. "Now then, shall I get started?" Miriam winks at Tarkiev, a mischievous grin on her face. "Weak enough so he's just barely alive, eh?" she asks, clearly enjoying this. Tarkiev's face goes pale with terror. "Wait, real lightning? What if I die?" But it's too late. With a joyful cry, Miriam unleashes a torrent of crackling energy directly at him, his screams drowned out by the sound of thunder. The battle is won, but victory has come at a price. Azadin supports a weakened Miriam who trembles from overexerting her power. At their feet lies Tarkiev, the very man they just saved. Azadin's voice is low, a mix of concern and apology. He tells her he's sorry, that he made her push herself too hard. Miriam forces a weak but proud smile. She insists she'll be fine with some rest, that the daughter of Ether isn't so weak. Ishmael can only watch, his face etched with worry. On the ground, Tarkiev begins to stir, slowly pushing himself up from the dirt. But something is very wrong. His face is flushed, his breathing heavy, and a strange, dazed look is in his eyes. He pants, his eyes wide with a bizarre, almost ecstatic expression. It's clear the controlled shock from Miriam's lightning had a very unusual side effect. Azadin and Miriam just stare, completely baffled, and more than a little weirded out by his reaction. Azadin looks down at him with utter disgust. "Don't pick up any weird preferences, love child." Tarkiev, snapping out of his daze, is immediately offended. Ishmael, ever the practical one, asks if they should just kill him now that the job is done. Tarkiev shrieks in terror. Azadin puts a hand on Ishmael's shoulder, shutting him down. Ishmael protests, but Azadin's reply is a simple, firm, "Numb." Azadin looks to the night sky, explaining the gravity of their new bond. The Emperor's voice itself accepted this request. His owl familiar soars overhead, a silent testament to the ancient power that now binds them. This means that Tarkiev, this pathetic coward, has been deemed worthy of protection by the very entity that governs their curse. Once they become a contractor, he explains, they must be treated with sincerity, even after the request is fulfilled. Ishmael, processing this, asks if they can at least leave now. Azadin hesitates. He wants to go back and finish off the remaining spider mercenaries. But he knows Ishmael will nag him endlessly about the risks. He needs another reason to stay. Suddenly, a shout from the crowd gives him one. It's the king's church. A group of mounted knights appears at the gate, and the townsfolk cry out in relief. They think they're saved. Azadin watches them approach. Good, they can take care of the spiders. But as they turn to leave, Tarkiev panics, begging them to take him along. He pleads that if the king's church starts investigating, he's done for. He reminds Azadin of his new duty, to treat him with sincerity. Azadin and his companions stop and look at the pathetic, groveling noble. Azadin brings a hand to his face, covering his eyes in sheer exasperation. He's stuck with him. Later, as they travel, Tarkiev is already back to his arrogant self, ordering them around. He barges up to a terrified farming couple who clutch each other protectively. He starts to yell that he's a noble, but Miriam and Ishmael quickly clamp a hand over his mouth. Azadin, now wearing a helmet to hide his identity, calmly explains that they're just travelers looking for a place to rest. He flips a coin to the farmer, asking if they can use his barn for the night. The farmer gratefully accepts, and Azadin thanks him. Once inside the barn, Tarkiev immediately starts complaining, calling the farmers lazy worms. He sneers that the poor are poor for a reason. Azadin leans against the door, a faint smirk on his lips. He's about to turn Tarkiev's own logic against him. "Yes, there is," Azadin agrees, his smile widening. "And there's also a reason a noble like you is stuck with us, right?" His words hit their mark, and Tarkiev flushes red, completely flustered. Azadin turns away, his point made. "Think before you speak, love child." Tarkiev mutters that he has a name, but Azadin just ignores him. Azadin takes charge, instructing them to tie up the goats on the first floor while they sleep on the second. Tarkiev, ever the complainer, worries about fleas. "And having spiders in your stomach is better?" Azadin retorts sharply, shutting him up. Miriam, seeing her chance, asks Azadin what the king's church is really like. Azadin explains that people are both scared of and happy to see the holy knights. They're supposed to be protectors who learn white magic and uphold the law, so most people welcome their presence. He glances over at Miriam, noticing Tarkiev has already passed out, snoring loudly. His voice drops, revealing the grim reality. But in truth, they're just bastards of nobility who steal more than they protect. Midium lets out an understanding, aha! The two share a quiet moment, a silent agreement on the corruption of the world. Let's sleep, Azadin says. We need the rest. Meanwhile, in the woods near the farm, the sun begins to set. A knight's armored boot steps firmly on the forest floor. Sir Gardreg leads his troop of holy knights, their expressions a mix of boredom and arrogance. One of his men complains, asking how long they have to walk around like this. Pipe down, Gardreg snaps, clearly irritated. Another knight whines about wanting to go back for a drink since the monsters they were hunting seem to have run away. He trails off, noticing his companion giving him a sly look. The second knight makes a lewd comment about the farmer's daughter they saw earlier. Gardreg's interest is piqued, but the first knight tells the others not to ask. The others start daydreaming about impressing the girl with their courage. Gardreg cuts them off, his patience worn thin. Cut the nonsense and keep looking. He sighs, completely fed up with his useless subordinates. Suddenly, a low growl echoes through the woods. Gardreg freezes. His men notice his sudden change in demeanor. He hisses at them to be quiet, listening intently. This sound, he whispers, peering into the bushes. A massive, dragon-like creature with glowing red eyes bursts from the trees. A wyvern! The knights are frozen in terror. The wyvern's predatory eye locks onto them, a silent promise of death. Panicked, one of the knights draws his bow and yells to shoot it. "No, wait!" Gardreg shouts, knowing they are outmatched. But it's too late. The knights let their arrows fly. They either miss completely or bounce harmlessly off the wyvern's tough hide. They scream in frustration and fear as their attack proves useless. The wyvern seems to sneer at their pathetic attempt before taking to the sky. It soars over their heads, not even bothering to retaliate. They weren't worth its time. The knights can only watch as the monster disappears. "It ran away," one of them says, stunned. Gardreg clicks his tongue in annoyance. His mind races. It was a young one, which means fully grown ones are nearby. They'll be punished for letting it escape. A knight asks what they should do now. Gardreg looks towards the farm. Across here must have been a farm, he says, an idea beginning to form in his twisted mind. A cold, cruel light enters his eyes as he formulates a plan to save his own skin. They peer through the fence and see the farmer's family, vulnerable and grieving. The perfect scapegoats. "Damn it," Gardreg mutters, solidifying his decision. He turns to his men, his voice low and commanding. "Kill them. I'm sure they were the ones who summoned the wyvern," he lies, creating a convenient excuse. "They must be heathens," he declares, his face a mask of false righteousness. "Kill them. There's no other option if we want to avoid punishment," he tells them, sealing the innocent family's fate. As the family weeps, unaware, the shadow of a knight with a drawn sword falls over them. The sun sets, painting the sky in hues of red, a beautiful backdrop to a scene of impending tragedy. Back in the barn, Azadin is asleep. A familiar voice cuts through the quiet. "Get up! It's his owl!" He sits up, rubbing the sleep from his face, complaining that it hasn't even been 2 hours. He gets to his feet, stretching his tired body. The owl looks at him, its gaze serious. "Duty calls, 108th Spirit, Azadin. Trouble has found them once again." He sits up, exhausted. It hasn't even been 2 hours since he fell asleep. The owl reminds him of their pact, to answer the call of justice. Azadin's reply is grim. True justice is a rare thing in this world. Suddenly, the barn door bursts open, flooding the dark space with light. A desperate, high-pitched voice cries out for help. Azadin's head whips around, instantly on high alert. The farmer's young son stumbles in, his body trembling with terror. Azadin is on his feet in an instant, catching the boy before he collapses. From the loft above, his companions are jolted awake by the commotion. The boy can barely speak through his sobs, telling them his father has been killed by the knights. The words hang in the air, a horrifying accusation against the supposed protectors of the peace. Azadin's mind flashes to the scene outside, the bodies of the farmers strewn across the blood-soaked ground, a brutal massacre. A holy knight cleans the blood from his spear, his expression cold and remorseless. Sir Gardreg approaches one of his men, asking if they found the kid. "No," He's nowhere to be found. They know there's a witness, and they can't afford to let him escape. Gardreg's face hardens. He needs this to be clean. He thinks with cold detachment that the boy should have just died with his parents. He sees the child not as a person, but as an inconvenience. He hardens his resolve. This is the only way. He justifies his horrific actions with twisted logic. The lives of a few poor farmers are a small price to pay for securing his own future. He thinks of his own past, the hardship he endured. He can't go back to that. He can't let this one mistake ruin everything. This is something I have to do, he tells himself, his face a mask of grim determination, his eyes narrow, his resolve solidifying into a cruel certainty. What wouldn't a father do for his own child? He uses this noble ideal to justify his monstrous deeds. He barks at his men to find and kill anyone left hiding. One of his knights scoffs. It's a small, unknown village. He sees these people as insignificant, their lives meaningless. Just then, another knight spots a figure fleeing into the woods. A woman. The knight who murdered her husband grins cruelly, hoisting his spear. Where do you think you're going? He hurls the spear with deadly force, but his aim is off. He trips and the spear goes wide. The woman falls to the ground, winded but alive. My hand slipped from the blood, the knight says with chilling indifference as he and his comrades close in. He crouches down, a leering smile on his face. Make this easy for us, old lady. But the woman isn't broken. With her last ounce of strength, she grabs a sharp rock from the ground. The knight's eyes go wide with shock as the rock smashes into his temple with a sickening crunch. He collapses, dead before he hits the ground. In her final moments, the mother fought back. Gardreg shouts in stunned disbelief. Before he can react, a brilliant flash of blue energy arcs through the air, and his sword is knocked from his hand. Who goes there? Gardreg roars, whirling around to face the new threat. Armored brutes step out from the darkness of the woods. Azadine emerges, his voice deceptively calm. My condition's rather poor for my lack of sleep. One of the knights, filled with arrogant rage, points his spear at Azadine. Azadine moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion, easily dodging the clumsy spear thrust. He analyzes the situation in a split second. Spears have a long range, but he doesn't have a weapon. I'd better take their weapons away. He scoops up a handful of small stones from the ground. Beauty of nature, Kazaz's way, he whispers, unleashing his technique. One of the knights scoffs, thinking he can deflect some petty rock throwing. But this is no ordinary attack. Azadine calls out the name of his next move. Yellow Crane. The stone changes direction mid-air, impossibly curving around the knight's defense and striking him squarely in the forehead. Before the knight can even register what happened, Azadine is on him, launching himself into the air. He brings his foot down with brutal precision, stomping the knight's head into the ground. In one fluid motion, he snatches the fallen knight's spear from the air. He now stands armed, a silent and deadly warrior facing down the terrified, corrupt knights. Another knight screams, charging blindly in a panic. Stop! His companion yells, but it's too late. Sir Gardreg steps forward, his face a mixture of rage and disbelief. Do you realize who we are? We are the holy knights of the king's church. Azadine tilts his head slightly. Holy knights, he repeats, the word dripping with contempt. And you're killing innocent citizens? He asks, calling out their hypocrisy. Gardreg snarls back. They are heathens! With what proof? Azadine challenges, standing his ground in the field of slaughter. How can a couple going out to work their farm at dawn be heathens? Gardreg's arrogance returns. He sneers that it is the holy knights who know about heathens, and Azadine has no right to doubt their judgment. He draws his own sword. That must be because you, too, are a heathen, isn't that right? He says, preparing to strike, confident in his twisted justification. His sword begins to glow with a brilliant, holy light. He lunges forward, unleashing a powerful, blinding attack. Azadine shields his face. His lack of eyes gives him an advantage against the holy flash. Close your eyes, he yells to the surviving woman. He recognizes the technique, a strong ray of light, followed by an attack. He grabs the woman, pulling her in front of him. Her body blocks the worst of the light, allowing him to see. As the woman screams from the intense brightness, Gardreg charges in for the kill. Die! He roars. But Azadine is ready. He easily parries the sword strike with the spear. With a deft twist of his wrist, he disarms Gardreg, sending the glowing holy sword flying through the air. Just as the two leaders face off, Midiam and Ishmael arrive, their eyes wide with shock as they witness the tense standoff between the true protector and the corrupt knight. Midiam and Ishmael arrive at the clearing, weapons drawn, ready to back up Azzedine against the corrupt knights. Sir Gardreg stares at them, his face a mask of shock and fury. More witnesses. His plan is falling apart. They rush to Azzedine's side. Midiam, having seen the flash of holy light, asks with concern if his eyes are all right. Ishmael deadpans his reply. Beats me. He then dryly reminds Midiam that it's a strange question to ask someone who doesn't have eyes. Ishmael reports that they took care of two knights on their way over, making sure not to kill them. Azzedine gives a simple nod of approval. Good work. Gardreg looks down on them with contempt, completely underestimating the two kids who just took down his men. He glares at Azzedine, his eyes filled with hatred. And then it clicks. The speed, the skill, the mask, he finally puts it all together. You must be of the Herald clan. His last remaining soldier is stunned. The Herald clan? The name alone carries a terrifying reputation. Gardreg doubles down on his lies, his voice dripping with venom. You soulless heathens. I knew these villagers were heretics. Azzedine's voice is cold as ice. So you massacred all of these people without actually confirming they were heathens. Gardreg is speechless, caught in his own web of lies. Azzedine lays out the entire pathetic truth with chilling accuracy. You came here to hunt, accidentally killed someone, and then decided to slaughter everyone to cover up your mistake. Enraged at being so perfectly exposed, Gardreg can only scream at him to shut up. Azzedine offers him a single path to redemption. Swear that you will compensate the village and become a repentance knight, and I will spare your lives. Gardreg scoffs at the offer, his sword glowing with holy power. Why would I do that? Everything will be solved if I just capture you, he roars, summoning a massive holy artifact from thin air. It transforms into a colossal golden hammer, poised to crush everything in its path. Azzedine looks on, almost amused. I looked high-ranking, he thinks, as Midiam and Ishmael stare in horror. Gardreg swings the massive hammer down. Azzedine raises the spear he took, preparing to meet the attack head-on. He throws it with all his might, a desperate attempt to stop the unstoppable force. The spear connects with the glowing hammer. But the holy artifact is too strong. The spear shatters into pieces on impact. Damn, Azzedine thinks, his expression grim. His first plan has failed. The hammer continues its descent, forcing them all to dive out of the way. He lands near Midiam, his mind already racing for another plan. Without a word, he snatches the bow from her hands. Unborrowing this, he uses the bow to block the relentless strikes from the holy artifact, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. He lands gracefully, already preparing his next move. He pulls 2 arrows from his quiver. He draws the bowstring, aiming high. The 2 arrows fly, not at Gardreg, but harmlessly into the ground far behind him. Midiam watches, utterly confused. What are you doing? Gardreg laughs, convinced he's won, his guard completely down. He charges forward, ready to finish Azzedine off. He swings his sword in a wide, arrogant arc. He's so focused on his attack, he doesn't see Azzedine's true plan unfolding. Suddenly, the spear Azzedine threw earlier comes whistling back through the air, aimed directly at Gardreg's undefended back. Azzedine spins and catches his returning spear, his movements a blur. In one smooth, deadly motion, he thrusts the spear forward, impaling the shocked and overconfident knight. Midiam stares, her mind finally connecting the dots of his brilliant, unconventional tactic. What was that? She stammers, in awe of his skill. Azzedine's mind flashes back to his special skill, an arrow fired, missing its target intentionally. The technique is called arrow boomerang. An arrow fired moments ago returns perfectly to his hand, ready to finish the job. Under the bright morning sun, the brutal fight is finally over. Azzedine returns to the barn, his duty fulfilled. He gently carries the body of the murdered farmer, returning him to his grieving family. He kneels down, laying the man to rest. The surviving villagers gather around the bodies of their loved ones, their faces etched with shock and unbearable grief. A young woman weeps over the body of her loved one, her heart shattered. Midium covers her face with her hand, unable to watch the heartbreaking scene. Azadin stands watch over them, a silent guardian in their moment of tragedy. He turns to the two captured knights. "What will you do?" he repeats his offer. "I won't kill you if you compensate the families, and become repentance knights." The knights see a chance to survive, ready to say anything to save their own skin. "Understood," the knight stammers. But before he can finish his false promise, Azadin's voice cuts through the air. "No," he turns to the villagers. "He's not the judge here. They are." An old man, his face contorted in rage, screams, "They killed my son! They killed him like he was livestock!" He roars, pointing an accusing finger. The woman who fought back joins in, her eyes burning with hatred. "Heathens, as if we have served the king's church with everything we had." Her voice rises to a tormented scream. "We have never once held resentment in our hearts, even when we were starving to death." Azadin gently places a hand on her shoulder, trying to stop her before she seals her own fate. But the captured knight, arrogant to the very end, spits. "How dare you speak like that to holy knights?" His threat is cut short as the woman, consumed by her rage, swings her farming tool and ends his life. The last knight gasps, watching his comrade fall, his face a mask of pure terror. The woman stands over him, her expression dead, her voice empty. "I don't care." Her eyes, filled with tears and an unquenchable fire, lock onto his. "You being alive is our curse." The other villagers close in, their grief having turned into a righteous, unstoppable fury. In a final, bloody act of vengeance, the villagers take their justice. Azadin watches, his face unreadable. He knows what this means. They are no longer protected by the law because they have killed knights. The surviving children weep, clinging to each other. Their lives are forever changed. They will have to abandon their homes and live as nomads. Azadin lets out a heavy sigh. The life of a nomad is painful. He knows this life all too well. As the sun sets on the tragic scene, a new day begins for the broken survivors. Azadin stands before a row of freshly dug graves. He has buried all the dead, a strange act of respect for both the innocent and the guilty. "It's fine now," he tells his companions. "We won't have to worry about the dead knights becoming undead." Midium looks at him, questioning if it's an insult to bless the knights using another faith's rites. Ishmael voices the question they are all thinking. "But Azadin, were you really gonna forgive them?" Azadin turns, the setting sun casting a golden glow on his armor. If they said they were going to become repentance knights. The question hangs in the air, leaving them to wonder about the true depths of his own unique and often brutal code of justice. An old scroll poses a chilling question. If you make a promise to a roadside stone, is it a sin to break it? That's how the world sees the heralds. Officially, the law of the land, the imperial light, says a promise is a promise. But, in reality, to the people of Wibris, a herald has no more soul than a rock. A promise made to them is meaningless, easily broken without a second thought. Even if those holy knights had sworn an oath of repentance, no one would have cared if they broke it. Back in the field of freshly dug graves, the wind blows, carrying a heavy silence between Azadin, Midium, and Ishmael. Azadin's voice is calm, almost detached, as he lays out the brutal truth of their world. He's simply explaining the laws of Wibris. If the people themselves don't honor their promises, what can be done? But Ishmael can't accept it. What about the families who lost everything? How can their anger ever be resolved? The simple wooden crosses stand as silent monuments to their pain, silhouetted against the setting sun. Azadin begins to walk away. For the survivors, the immediate struggle to live is far more pressing than any thirst for revenge, especially with young children among them. Their anger might fade, but the harsh reality of their new life as nomads has just begun. He looks toward the horizon, the weight of their future settling on his shoulders. From this point on, their lives will be incredibly difficult. Watching him, Midium finally understands. This was never about punishing the knights, it was about the farmers. Azadin says nothing. Ishmael looks at Azadin's retreating back, a newfound respect dawning in his eyes. Still, he had to ask, Why did Azadin seem to avoid killing the holy knights himself? Azadin touches the back of his neck, a flash of annoyance crossing his features. He turns, his expression unreadable. Why would he kill men who were already beaten? With terrifying certainty, he adds that it would be a different story if he lost control in the heat of battle and accidentally killed them. Ishmael is stunned by his absolute confidence. He's left speechless, in awe of Azadin's unshakable composure and overwhelming power. Azadin glances at Midiam, who seems just as confused by his way of thinking. Changing the subject, he looks around the empty field. Where did the rich kid run off to? Midiam just points, saying she saw him fleeing into the distance. Good riddance, she huffs. One less freeloader to worry about. But as if on cue, a pathetic, whiny voice calls out from the trees. It's Tarkiev! Azadin lets out a sharp click of his tongue, his annoyance clear. And so, their journey continues across a vast, mountainous landscape, now burdened with a cowardly noble they can't get rid of. Midiam sighs from atop her pack animal, complaining about the grueling early morning schedule. Beside her, an exhausted Ishmael wonders what she could possibly be tired from. But their path is blocked by the very people they saved. A little girl, her face streaked with tears, points a trembling, accusing finger at Azadin. Her grief spills out in a raw cry. If he had never come, her parents would still be alive. Her mother quickly pulls her back, apologizing for the outburst, but the damage is done. Azadin looks to the village elder, his face a neutral mask, and asks where they're headed. The man's face is etched with worry. They're heading southwest, hoping to find refuge with relatives. He places a hand on his son's shoulder, explaining they'll figure out the children's future once they're safe. Azadin notes their path is opposite to his own. The elder adds that with the drought worsening, there was no future for them here anyway. It seems our paths diverge here, Azadin says, preparing to leave. We'll be on our way. The elder hesitates, struggling to find the right words to thank the man who brought both ruin and salvation. He settles for a formal, respectful farewell, offering a blessing usually reserved for esteemed figures. In a rare moment, a small ghost of a smile touches Azadin's lips. The elder's son is confused. He thought the emperor's blessing was a curse for people like the herald. His father quickly quiets him, reminding the boy to never speak of such things. As they part ways, his owl lands silently on his shoulder, complaining telepathically that the people are treating it like a disease. Azadin just smirks, remarking that he worked so hard to bring them civilization and wisdom. The owl dryly retorts that it's his own fault. It was on him, the owl insists, for not choosing better leaders to guide humanity's future. Azadin has to concede the point. The owl closes its eyes, musing on a peaceful generation it once guided. At least for a time. It mentions a generation of the Yegas Godkin, a name that hints at a history far more ancient than anything Azadin knows. He just pats its head, dismissing the grand statement. Together, they watch the small procession of villagers disappear, marching toward an uncertain future. The mother pulls her children close as the elder urges them onward. They have to keep moving. They have to live. Azadin's group resumes their own journey, crossing a harsh, sun-scorched desert. Tarkiev, ever the suck-up, starts showering Azadin with praise for defeating the holy knights so easily. Midiam, completely unimpressed, snaps back that he wouldn't know since he was hiding like a rat the whole time. Tarkiev tries to recover, putting on a slimy grin and admitting that while he didn't see it himself, Azadin cuts him off with a sharp command to stop talking. He fixes Tarkiev with an icy, warning glare. The threat is left unspoken, but the message is crystal clear. If Tarkiev mentions the holy knights to anyone, there will be consequences. Azadin turns away, muttering about what a pain the noble is. Tarkiev can only watch, sweating under his cold gaze. But for now, Azadin needs him. To get the information about the golden coins and the mercenaries, he has no choice but to keep Tarkiev around. Up ahead, a man from a merchant caravan waves them down. He gestures with a tray, offering them a cup of tea. Azadin recognizes the flag on their cart, a black horse sigil. This is the Khorassar Peddlers' Association. The group stops to rest, accepting the merchant's hospitality. The leader of the peddlers approaches Azadin directly, offering him a cup. He glances at Tarkiev, who's already gulping down his drink, and casually asks who he is. Azadin answers without missing a beat. He's a contractor and won't be a problem. The moment the words leave his mouth, the peddler's friendly mask evaporates. His eyes sharpen, his posture shifts. All business. He asks where a herald who's been on the run for 3 months is headed. Azadin realizes instantly, this man knows exactly who he is. Getting straight to the point, Azadin says he's on his way to Salasma and asks if there's work to be had. The peddler crosses his arms, confirming there is, though Azadin is free to refuse. The job, he explains, involves hunting both a band of thieves and wyverns. Azadin's mind, however, isn't on wyverns or thieves. One word echoes in his thoughts: snacks. A rare flicker of eagerness crosses his face. He'll take the job if they can get him some sweet sugar mugwort snacks. And just like that, the contract is sealed. Not with gold or for glory, but with the promise of a simple treat. After facing down monsters and corrupt knights, Azadin's next mission might be his most complicated yet. He sits across from a merchant in a sun-scorched wasteland, the flag of the Khorazar Peddlers Association snapping in the dry wind. The merchant offers him a tray of sweet, rolled snacks. But Azadin isn't here for pleasantries. He takes one and demands a full explanation of the job. Leaning in, the merchant explains that a team of rescue knights is stationed up ahead, providing relief for the suffering locals. The problem, he claims, is that other merchants are forcing donations and offerings onto the knights. Miriam and Ishmael listen in, but Miriam's arms are crossed. She isn't buying a word of it. Azadin calmly takes a bite of the snack, summarizing the story he's been told. So, the knights are taking offerings from the rich to help the poor. In the background, Miriam can hardly believe his calm demeanor. This sounds like an insult to the rescue knights. Why isn't he angry? The merchant pauses, letting an uneasy silence hang in the air before revealing the real story. He says that to avoid the knights, people are taking dangerous routes and running into bandits, desperate refugees just trying to survive. On top of that, there are wyverns, and the knights are busy searching for pages of the Divine King's scripture. The whole area is chaos. The merchant looks Azadin dead in the eye, questioning his motives. He's heard Azadin doesn't work for merchant unions, so why take this job? Azadin's attention, however, seems focused on the last remaining snack on the tray. He picks it up, his decision made. This isn't an assassination, it's a chance to help people. For him, the reason is just that simple. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across the merchant's face. So, this kind of noble work is to Azadin's taste. He seems amused, as if he's just discovered a curious new fact. That condescending tone is the final straw. Miriam's patience snaps, her face twisting in rage as she mutters Azadin's name. With a sharp cry, she lunges. Azadin, still chewing, glances sideways, sensing her explosive movement. Sparks of blue energy crackle as Miriam's hand streaks toward the merchant's throat. Her voice is pure rage, furious that anyone would dare look down on Azadin. But before she can land the blow, Azadin moves with impossible speed. His hand intercepts hers with a sharp smack, stopping her just inches from the merchant's neck. "Enough," he says, his voice low and firm. He stands, his presence suddenly immense. Looking down at Miriam, he coldly reminds her of the hierarchy. He is a senior, and she is his subordinate. He continues, his tone cutting through her anger, reminding her that the Herald clan values the tradition of seniority above all else. It is an absolute rule. He gives her a final choice: sheathe her blade, unless she intends to kill him. The threat hangs in the air. The merchant, frozen in terror, begins to sweat. Realizing her mistake, Miriam reluctantly agrees. With a fluid motion, she sheathes her weapon, the sound of steel sliding home echoing in the tense silence. Azadin turns back to the merchant, who is still rubbing his neck in shock. He offers a calm apology for the outburst. The merchant, trying to regain his composure, just stammers that it's fine. With the deal settled, Azadin tells his group it's time to move out and hunt some wyverns and bandits. As they leave, Ishmael offers a weak, cheerful, "Okay," trying to break the tension. The merchant watches them go, his earlier fear slowly hardening into something far colder. The moment they are gone, his friendly facade shatters. His face twists into a snarl of pure hatred. He seethes, convinced they were just messing with him. Leaving the fuming merchant behind, the group continues their journey through a sparse, dry forest. As they ride, Azadin turns to Miriam and quietly thanks her for trying to defend his honor. But he warns her not to pick fights with anyone connected to the Savon household. She explains that there are rumors her predecessor was killed by them. Her words click into place. She was worried about him. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips. "So you were worried. I get it." Tarkiev, who's been listening, interrupts to ask if Savon is another herald household. Azadin turns, a little surprised by the question. Tarkiev clenches his fist, muttering that the Herald clan is far more organized than he ever imagined. Perhaps, with their help, Azadin cuts him off before he can even finish. "I know what you're thinking," he says, his tone flat. He tells Tarkiev to give up any idea of using them to become the next count. Tarkiev is stunned, unable to form a coherent sentence. Azadin reminds him that his father, Count Kozel, is still alive and well, and in no hurry to name a successor. A single bead of sweat rolls down Tarkiev's cheek as the harsh reality sinks in. He thinks of his cruel, calculating father, a man who values power and is shamelessly using his mother's influential family to cling to his position. Tarkiev's resolve hardens. He can't just do nothing. Azadin grabs his shoulder while in the background. Miriam and Ishmael sigh, completely fed up with his family drama. A short while later, Ishmael points ahead, spotting the inn the merchant had told them about. The group approaches the small town, a lonely cluster of buildings beneath a vast open sky. A slight smile touches Azadin's lips. He's about to see someone he hasn't seen in a while. Miriam's eyes widen. Someone he hasn't seen in a while? Her mind instantly leaps to one conclusion, her face a mask of jealous shock. A woman. The sky is painted in the soft orange and purple hues of sunset, heralding their arrival. Below, a quaint timber-framed inn glows warmly in the fading light. Suddenly, a fluffy, horned creature peeks out from behind a corner, happily munching on some leaves. It's a mountain goat. The goat, whose name is Sweater, bounds forward and tackles Azadin in an affectionate hug. Miriam and Ishmael just stare, completely dumbfounded. A mountain goat? Her jealousy melts into pure confusion. She asks Azadin why he left the goat here. He explains that its old home was too barren and dangerous, so he paid a merchant to have it brought here to be cared for properly. Azadin gently pats the happy goat. "Let's go inside," he says, leading the way to the inn. He places a hand on the wooden door and slides it open. As the door opens, Azadin freezes. Standing right in front of him is Tarkiev, looking just as shocked to see him. Tarkiev's eyes go wide. "You guys," he exclaims. Inside, two other figures stand from their table, equally stunned. A man and a woman, both with white hair and dressed for battle, stare at Tarkiev, questioning what he's doing here. Miriam leans in, whispering to Azadin, asking who they are. He calmly replies that they are Tarkiev's half-siblings. Miriam immediately assumes they must be rivals. But Azadin just shakes his head. Before he can explain, the white-haired man steps forward with a friendly smile, introducing himself as Karkar. The woman beside him follows, saying, her name is Chico. Azadin doesn't miss a beat. He plays the part of a humble pilgrim, thanking Sir Tarkiev for his protection. Karkar and Chico exchange a look of disbelief. Tarkiev, acting as a bodyguard for pilgrims? What happened to the mercenaries he hired? Tarkiev puts on a pained expression and declares that they betrayed him. His siblings look completely unconvinced. Karkar gestures toward their table, inviting them to sit and talk over a meal. Later, as they all sit together, Karkar listens to Tarkiev's tale, remarking on how much he's been through, though his tone is laced with doubt. He then gets to the point, asking his half-brother where he's headed now. Tarkiev leans back smugly, announcing his return to Selazma. Azadin, calmly eating an apple, chimes in that his group is headed there as well, which is why they're traveling together. Karkar and Chico grow thoughtful, noting that the entire area ahead is swarming with rescue knights. Karkar then turns his charm on Miriam, complimenting her beauty, which makes her blush and look away. His tone turns serious again as he warns them to avoid the rescue knights, suggesting they might try to take a girl like her. Azadin, still munching his apple, seems unconcerned. Surely they wouldn't just kidnap her if she refused. His voice holds a surprising conviction, a genuine belief. He insists that servants of the great archangels would never stoop to such a dishonorable act. Karkar and Chico are visibly taken aback. They stare at Azadin, a wave of stunned silence passing over them. Leaning forward, Karkar's expression changes from amused to genuinely impressed. He tells Azadin that he must be quite the devout believer, seeing a side of the masked warrior that no one could have ever expected. Night has fallen over the inn. A warm glow pushes back against the darkness, but inside, a different, more sinister kind of darkness is about to surface. The common room is filled with the rowdy chatter of drunk mercenaries, with Karkar sitting amongst them. One of the men, his face flushed with alcohol, leans uncomfortably close to Azadin, his slurred words and foul breath immediately invasive. He asks if Azadin is the pilgrim they're supposed to be escorting. Karkar clarifies that Azadin and his group are just fellow travelers, merchants taking the same dangerous path to avoid the rescue knights. Another mercenary boasts that with them around, the journey will be a breeze. The first man laughs, pointing out that since Karkar is paying, Azadin's group is essentially getting a free ride. Another mercenary, his mustache twitching, laughs arrogantly, declaring that they're practically Azadin's saviors. Through it all, Azadin remains perfectly still, his expression unreadable, letting their drunken boasts wash over him in silence. Karkar watches, thinking that while traveling together makes sense for safety, his hired men have a terrible attitude. Azadin's silence is deliberate. He knew this was coming, and he's glad he sent Midiam and the others upstairs first. The mercenary, getting no reaction, grabs a bottle. With a slimy grin, he says they should get to know each other better since they have a long trip ahead. Azadin calmly raises a hand, rejecting the drink. He's on a pilgrimage. The man looks at him, genuinely surprised. The other men just laugh, telling him not to be so uptight at his age. The drunk mercenary leans in closer, his eyes narrowing as he asks a pointed question. "Can you even see?" Azadin's reply is cold and sharp. Through the gaps, he seethes internally. The bandages hide the scars his own brother left him, and now these degenerates are mocking him for it. The man reaches for the bandages, demanding to see what's underneath. Azadin warns him off, saying it isn't a pleasant sight. But the man doesn't care, his drunken curiosity turning aggressive as he insists. Just as the situation is about to boil over, Karkar steps in. His voice is calm but firm as he tells the man to leave the boring lad alone. He tells them Azadin's been through a lot, and they should just ignore him and drink, trying to keep the peace. But the drunk mercenary isn't done. He grins slyly, saying they need some kind of entertainment for the night. His eyes drift towards the stairs. He asks Azadin if the kids who went up earlier were his. He leans in again, his tone turning predatory as he whispers that the girl was really pretty. The air grows thick with menace. Azadin lies smoothly, saying they're his cousins. The mercenary lets out a low, guttural laugh, clearly not believing him. Then he drops all pretense. His voice becomes a disgusting whisper, his expression lecherous. "How about you give us the girl?" he adds with a sickening lilt that they'll raise her real well. The vile proposition hangs in the air. Azadin's face remains a stoic mask, but a storm of rage is building just beneath the surface. Raise her? He thinks, his fury barely contained. Across the table, another mercenary laughs, thinking it's a great idea. Even Karkar looks disturbed now. Azadin offers a polite, firm refusal, saying their parents are waiting in the next town. He knows it's a weak excuse. He can see in their eyes that they have no intention of backing down. The mercenary lets out a derisive, "Ha!" completely dismissing the lie. Suddenly, Azadin's posture changes. He relaxes, leaning back slightly. "Can't be helped then," he says, confusing the men around him. He picks up his cup, allowing the mercenary to finally pour him a drink. He lifts the cup, saying he feels bad for rejecting their offers. It's a complete reversal of his earlier stance. Then he changes the subject entirely, his voice suddenly conspiratorial. "But did you all hear?" He takes a sip, then continues. "There's supposedly a herald woman at a sawmill on their route. He's laying a trap, and they are walking right into it. The men are immediately hooked. One of them exclaims that he thought all heralds were monsters. Another clarifies the rumor. Her father was a herald who must have had a child on a mission and left her behind. The story gets darker. The sawmill's owner supposedly bought her as a slave. The mercenary's mind flashes with the image of a defeated woman as he adds that she's a real beauty. The first man's eyes light up with a greedy, disgusting excitement. Oh, really? Someone brings up that slavery is illegal, but another man just scoffs at the church for caring about heralds, whining that he wants a slave too. The conversation devolves further, with one suggesting they just take one of the children she supposedly had. Azadin just sits there, taking it all in, a silent observer, letting them expose the full depth of their depravity. The mercenary finishes the rumor, claiming he heard she'll sleep with anyone for a good bottle of liquor. "Who wants to go first?" one of them asks eagerly. At that exact moment, Azadin slams his hands on the table and shoots to his feet. The entire table jumps, startled by his sudden violent movement. "What?" Azadin's face is a mask of theatrical grief, his mouth agape as he hyperventilates. He covers his face, letting out a loud, dramatic sniffle. The performance has begun. The mercenary who started it all just stares, baffled. "Is he crying?" he asks his friends. With a sudden burst of energy, Azadin grabs the man by the collar, his voice bellowing through the inn. "This is deplorable." He stands over them, pointing an accusing finger. "How the citizens of the divine king be so corrupt?" They try to restrain him, but he throws them off with surprising strength, flipping the entire table in his feigned rage. The man he's holding struggles, choking out in fear and confusion. "How are you so strong?" Azadin launches into a full-blown, passionate sermon about the great Archangel Trinity, and how they swore to give their power only to those who uphold the three virtues. He throws his hands to the heavens like a mad preacher. "As people stray from virtue, the rescue knights lose their power," he shouts at the terrified mercenaries. "And you all are reveling in corruption?" He throws his arms wide, his voice reaching a crescendo. "The era of Jupiter is upon us. Embrace the three divine virtues." He finishes his tirade with one last command: "Keep away from corrupt pleasures." The mercenary can only stare, muttering that the bastard must be drunk. Karkar, ever the pragmatist, decides to play along. He puts his hands on Azadin's shoulders, soothingly telling him to go to his room and rest. Azadin seems to calm down, agreeing as he stumbles away, keeping up the act. The moment he's gone, the mercenaries slump in their chairs, complaining that he ruined the mood and wondering who was stupid enough to give him a drink. Out in the quiet hallway, Azadin's hand drops to his side. The act is over, the frantic expression is gone, replaced by his usual cold, neutral calm. Karkar appears behind him. "You were pretending, weren't you?" he asks, already knowing the answer. Without turning, Azadin replies, "Of course I was." He enters his room where Miriam and Ishmael are in bed. He thinks to himself that everyone hates a fanatic. His plan worked perfectly. But then, Miriam's eyes snap open. She peeks out from the covers with a mischievous grin. "Fanatics?" she teases. "Or people who get drunk and cause a scene?" Azadin turns, realizing she was awake the whole time. "You heard everything then." Miriam just smiles. "I think everyone in the building heard you." Ishmael sits up, rubbing his eyes. He asks if Azadin's outburst was because of the herald woman they were talking about. Azadin confirms it. Since he never completed the transfer ritual with his predecessor, he has a duty to personally verify if the woman is truly one of them. Miriam's playful mood vanishes. She asks him a heavy question: what if the horrible rumors are true? She looks him straight in the eye, asking what's really on her mind. "Are you going to kill them?" Azadin looks down, his face hidden in shadow, and gives a chilling, uncertain answer. "Depends." With Azadin's chilling promise hanging in the air, the group leaves the inn behind and ventures into the deep woods. A jagged mountain looms over a forest that seems to swallow the light, a place where secrets and danger lie in wait. The next day, as they enter the forest, the lead mercenary barks out orders, telling everyone to shout if they spot a monster. Azadin stands silently, observing the large party. There are more of them than he expected. This could be a strength or a critical weakness. Miriam leans close, her expression tense. "Something feels off," she whispers. He already knows she's caught on. Her senses are sharp. Azadin closes his eyes, focusing his own unique perception on their surroundings. Yes, this feeling, the air itself is wrong, heavy with an unseen presence. He identifies it instantly. The faint, corrupting smell of dark mana, the unmistakable trace of necromancy. He glances at the mercenaries. They're laughing and joking, completely oblivious to the danger they're walking into. None of them have noticed a thing. Miriam sees his sudden stillness and calls his name, her voice laced with concern. Instead of answering, he reaches back and pats his goat, Sweater. "Stay close to the goat," he says, his voice low and serious. He stops, standing ready beside the calm mountain goat. Miriam readies her bow. "There's something," he warns, his senses on high alert as Sweater's ears twitch. A rustle in the undergrowth. A gnarled, monstrous paw, covered in dried blood and rot, steps out from the shadows. Azadin's perception zeroes in on the source. Ahead of us. Through the tangled branches, multiple pairs of glowing red eyes stare back. A pack of decaying, undead wolves emerges from the darkness. Miriam gasps. Azadin remains calm, his voice a low warning. "They're coming!" With a unified, chilling snarl, the pack of undead wolves surges forward, their eyes burning with malice. "Into formation!" the lead mercenary roars, his face grim as sweat beads on his forehead. The mercenaries, trained soldiers beneath their bravado, quickly form a defensive line, bracing for the attack. From above, the standoff is clear, an organized line of men against a feral charging pack of monsters. A close-up on one of the wolves reveals its horrifying state, rotting flesh, exposed teeth, and saliva dripping from its jaws as it barks viciously. The wolves snarl and snap, but they don't immediately charge, unnerving one of the mercenaries. The lead mercenary watches them closely. This isn't normal monster behavior. They aren't just attacking. He realizes the terrifying truth. The wolves still have their pack instincts from when they were alive. They're probing for the weakest spot in their formation, their most vulnerable point, the back lines. Just as the thought crosses his mind, a wolf breaks from the pack, leaping toward the unprotected rear. With a scream of terror, one of the men is tackled, the wolf's jaws sinking into his arm. He starts to curse, but he's cut off by a sudden movement. "Move!" a voice yells. In a flash of steel, Tarkiev, of all people, shoves the man aside and slams his shield into the attacking wolf's face. He follows up with a swift sword strike, slicing through the creature's neck and sending a spray of black blood into the air. Ishmael is genuinely surprised. He's pretty good, he admits. Miriam smirks, adding that at least he's pulling his weight in that fancy gold-plated armor. The mercenary Tarkiev just saved stares in shock. Karkar rushes to his brother's side, but Tarkiev just brushes it off, trying to sound tough. Karkar looks at him with a mix of surprise and pride before his attention is drawn back to the other wolves. The rest of the pack hasn't moved. They're just watching, growling from a distance, as if testing them. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries, a man named Karim, points into the woods with a terrified expression. "Over there?" A terrified scream rips through the forest. "Karim, is that you?" From the shadows, a lone figure emerges, walking with a stiff, unnatural gait. It's one of their own scouts, but he's not alive. The wolves part before him, as if showing respect. His companion shouts his name in disbelief, but the lead mercenary holds him back. "Wait," he warns, "something's off." A close-up reveals the figure's mangled hand gripping a piece of wood. The lead mercenary's face contorts in horror. The figure stumbles into the light, revealing a grotesque, zombified form. Its eyes are blank, its mouth hangs open, and behind him, more are shambling out of the woods. "They're zombies!" a man screams in terror. The lead mercenary curses. At this rate, they're going to be surrounded. Karim panics, suggesting they use arrows, but it's too late. The zombies are too close, and the mercenaries are forced into a desperate melee. An arrow flies and strikes a wolf, but it barely slows it down. Karim fumbles with his own bow, his hands shaking too much to aim. Miriam and Ishmael watch his incompetence, completely unimpressed. Azadin sighs. "I didn't want to intervene," he says, bending down to pick up two sharp rocks. In one fluid, impossible motion, he draws his bow, knocking a single arrow. With a sharp twang, he releases it. The arrow ricochets off one rock, then the other, striking two wolves with deadly accuracy. He turns to the stunned mercenaries. "I'll take the hunting hounds." A flicker of intense concentration crosses his face as he focuses on his new targets. "You deal with the zombies," he orders the lead mercenary. The man, still in awe, can only stammer, "Okay." Reassured, the mercenary turns his full attention to the zombies, swinging with renewed vigor. Karkar and the other mercenaries follow suit, cutting down the shambling horde with brutal efficiency. A red blur signifies another of Azadin's deadly shots finding its mark. Another undead wolf falls, an arrow piercing its skull. Chico stands over a fallen wolf, breathing heavily, her spear dripping with black blood. She has proven to be a capable warrior herself. The lead mercenary notes with relief that, with their roles clear, his men are fighting well. Azadin, however, is already thinking one step ahead. For the undead to move with such coordination, a sorcerer must be controlling them from nearby. He stands over a wolf's corpse, another arrow ready. He knows this was just a taste of what's to come. This isn't the end of it. High above the chaos, perched on a dead branch, Azadin's owl familiar watches the entire scene unfold with silent, knowing eyes. The battle is over. Karam throws his blood-soaked sword to the ground. "This isn't what we were promised," he shouts. He confronts his leader, yelling that they were hired to hunt wyverns, not an army of the undead. The leader tries to calm his men, suggesting they just continue on since the threat is gone. But Karim is terrified. "Who knows if more won't pop out," he argues, his voice filled with panic. He makes his decision. "We're going back," he declares, his face pale with fear. Azadin, who has been watching silently, finally speaks. He crosses his arms and asks a simple, cutting question. "Can you, though?" The mercenaries turn to him, confused. "What?" They turn to look back the way they came and gasp in shock. The path they took into the forest has vanished, replaced by an impassable wall of twisted trees and shadow. They are trapped. Azadin observes their terror from above. He confirms what they already feel in their bones. A sorcerer has sealed the path, intending for none of them to leave this forest alive. But as he watches them, a darker thought takes root. If these men are the ones who harmed the herald woman, he'll make sure the sorcerer's wish comes true. But he pushes the thought aside. For now, he can't act on suspicion alone. Before any more blood is spilled, he needs to know the truth. He turns to the arrogant noble, Tarkiev, the one man puffed up enough to think he can command this mob. Azadin calls out, getting his attention. He gives him a simple, manipulative suggestion. Try calming them down. Tarkiev just stares back, pointing a thumb at his own chest as if he can't believe Azadin is asking him. Azadin's logic is cold and clear. The mercenaries are far too panicked to listen to a pilgrim like himself. But a great noble like Tarkiev? Surely they would listen to him. It's the perfect bait for Tarkiev's ego, and he takes it. A confident smirk spreads across Tarkiev's face. He puffs out his chest, fully embracing the role. "Leave it to me," he declares, his voice filled with unearned certainty. He turns his back, squaring his shoulders as he prepares to face the panicked crowd. With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, he readies the most inspiring speech he can think of. He stomps forward, his voice booming with contempt. "You inferior things," he yells. The words, shockingly, cut through the noise. In the background, Azadin allows himself a small, knowing smirk. The plan is working perfectly. "Listen to me," Tarkiev roars. The mercenaries fall silent, stunned. Azadin is almost impressed, while behind him, Miriam just sighs. She knew this was going to be a disaster. Tarkiev launches into a grand, self-important speech, declaring himself the son of a margrave and a descendant of a king. He proclaims that his life is infinitely more precious than all of theirs combined. The mercenaries just stare, their initial fear now curdling into pure anger. Unfazed, Tarkiev shouts that he is here to uncover the secrets of this land, and they dare think of running away? He strikes a dramatic pose, as if bathed in a golden aura of his own making. He tells them to fight for him, to witness his glory, promising it will be a story they'll tell for generations. The result is a deafening, awkward silence. The men are not inspired, they're disgusted. As Tarkiev stands there basking in his own imagined greatness, Azadin's group can only watch the cringeworthy display unfold. The scene mercifully cuts away from the fallout of Tarkiev's catastrophic attempt at leadership. Sometime later, Tarkiev's much more capable brother, Karkar, has managed to wrangle the mercenaries. He now leads them deeper into the forest, splitting their groups. Azadin turns to Tarkiev, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So, they're leaving. Let me ask you, what in the world were you thinking back there?" Karkar, standing nearby, clutches his head in pure frustration. "Brother, why did you have to say all that?" he groans, completely fed up with Tarkiev's foolishness. Tarkiev just looks annoyed, arguing that splitting up is more dangerous. He demands to know why Karkar and his sister Chico didn't follow the mercenaries. Chico steps forward, placing a calming hand on Karkar's arm. She explains that with a spell twisting the forest paths, trying to go back would be the most dangerous move of all. She kneels, her fingers brushing against the corrupted soil. "It's sorcery powder," she explains, "the kind used by dark shamans. The sheer power radiating from it is undeniable. With dark mana this strong, she concludes the sorcerer is likely no longer alive, but has become a powerful, resentful spirit. Given the army of undead they just fought, it's a theory that makes terrifying sense." A wisp of violet energy seems to rise from the ground. As if to agree, Karkar just smiles, patting his sister's head. "I knew it," he says, his voice filled with pride for her sharp instincts. Azadin watches them, his mind cold and calculating. These two are useful. Their knowledge of magic is a valuable asset. Miriam looks worried, her voice quiet. "Then, did this happen because the herald woman died?" Azadin looks up, his expression unreadable. "We can't be certain yet." He explains that someone from the Herald clan, with their deep connection to nature, might have been able to learn dark magic without being consumed by it. There's still a chance the sorcerer is alive. He turns and begins walking toward the village. "If they are alive, we'll find traces of them there, and maybe, just maybe, we can talk." Ishmael adds grimly, "If they're alive, that is." The words hang in the air and Miriam lets out a weary sigh. The group pushes onward, the wind howling through the skeletal trees of the cursed forest. They finally reach the sawmill. It's a ghost town, a collection of dark, silent buildings hunched under a grim, gray sky. The silence is heavy, unnatural. Suddenly, a loud, banging sound shatters the quiet, echoing from one of the locked buildings and putting everyone on high alert. They move cautiously into the village. Ishmael notes how unnervingly quiet it is, and Karkar guesses the undead they fought earlier must have been the last of them. They press forward, their footsteps the only sound in the dead village. Without warning, Karkar freezes, his hand instinctively going to the spear on his back. He sensed something. The group spins around, weapons drawn, as another loud bang echoes from a nearby storage shed. "More undead?" Karkar asks, his voice tense. Then, a muffled voice cries out from inside. "Is anyone out there? I'm human." Chico looks startled. Could it be a trap? A talking undead? The voice grows more desperate, pounding on the door. "I'm really a human. I'm a holy knight of the king's church." Azadin signals for the others to stay ready for a fight, just in case this is a trick. He steps forward and, with one smooth motion, pulls the heavy wooden bar from the door. The door bursts open, and a young woman in the armor of a holy knight stumbles out, screaming with a mixture of terror, exhaustion, and overwhelming relief. She collapses onto the ground in a heap, while Azadin calmly steps back, holding the bar that was her prison. The holy knight looks up at him, her eyes wide. She seems to recognize the symbol on his cloak. She scrambles to her feet and sprints past him, ignoring Karkar's warning that it's too dangerous to go off alone. "I need to do this on my own." "Don't follow me," she yells back over her shoulder, her voice filled with a strange urgency. Azadin, Karkar, and Chico simply watch her disappear behind a building, a silent, knowing look passing between them. Miriam just sighs, a bead of sweat on her brow. "Ah," she mutters to herself, "it must be that." A moment later, the holy knight returns, her entire demeanor changed. She gives a formal, polite bow. "Thank you for getting me out," she says. "I'm sorry for the late thanks." Azadin's group watches from a distance. Someone quietly remarks that she must have really needed to go. The knight introduces herself with a bright, earnest smile. "I'm Maya, an overseer of Salasma Parish." Azadin repeats her title to himself. "An overseer?" She's from an elite unit then. Maya looks at them flustered. She wonders aloud what someone of his rank is doing here, then mutters about how embarrassing it is to meet him right after being locked in a shed and, well, she clears her throat, her cheeks flushed. I came to this village to carry out a sacred mission, she explains, trying to regain her composure. But, she continues, her story taking a dark turn, while I was investigating the storage shed, there was a monster invasion. In a flash of memory, we see her trapped in the dark shed, her eyes wide with terror as the panicked villagers sealed the door, locking her inside. She explains that she couldn't break the door down. Her weapon, her everything, was with her horse. She could have used her divine spells, but breaking out like that would have left her completely vulnerable to whatever was outside. She looks around the silent, empty village. It's quiet now, she observes. She asks what happened to the villagers, or the undead they became. Azadin tells her plainly that the mercenaries traveling with them took care of the undead, but they've already split off to head back. Then he asks a pointed question. Have you seen any other holy knights around here? Maya looks surprised. Other knights? She explains they were on a mission to hunt wyverns. Her father, an instructor for the knights in training, was supposed to meet her here. As she speaks, Azadin's face remains a stoic mask. She smiles proudly and asks if his father is a knight too. Yes, he replies flatly. Her eyes light up with pure, unadulterated pride. My father is an amazing holy knight, she declares. Our family has been holy knights for generations. The words hit Azadin like a physical blow. His mind races, connecting the road from this village to the farmer's town he just left. The horrifying realization clicks into place. The corrupt knight he executed back at that farmhouse. Sir Gardreg was almost certainly this young woman's father. He looks at her innocent, beaming face and thinks to himself, holy knights for generations. She doesn't even know that's nothing to be proud of. He recalls the strict laws of the king's church. Holy knights are forbidden from having children. Her entire family legacy is built on a foundation of hypocrisy and sin. Pushing the grim thought away, Azadin smoothly changes the subject. He mentions seeing an undead horse and asks if her equipment was on it. Maya confirms it was. He turns to Karkar's group with a suggestion. Why don't they stay here with Maya, search for her horse and gear, and wait for the mercenaries to return? He adds that perhaps she'll find her fellow knights that way. Maya beams at him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. All right, you're so considerate, she says, completely oblivious to the fact that he's just manipulating her to get her out of his way. Azadin watches as she leads Karkar and Chico away, his plan to secure the village for his own investigation a success. As they disappear from sight, a single dark thought crosses his mind. What an ill fate. Without a moment's hesitation, he turns and heads straight back to the storage shed, his own team following close behind. The time for distraction is over. Inside the dark, musty shed, he scans the sparse contents. There isn't much here, he observes. Miriam asks him what the plan is now. Azadin tells her this village will become their base of operations. From here, they will hunt the dark sorcerer. He lays out his grim theory. Disasters born of dark magic are almost always the work of a resentful spirit, someone who died a violent death and was denied a proper burial, their soul twisting into a force of pure evil. And if the one behind this is human, the most likely culprit is the herald woman, the one the mercenaries spoke of, the one they treated like a slave. The implication is horrifying. If his theory is correct, it means she was likely murdered by the very people they were traveling with, and her rage was so great that she returned from death as a vengeful spirit to exact her revenge. The true, terrifying nature of their enemy finally settles over them. Night has fallen on the cursed sawmill. He, Miriam, and Ishmael are huddled around the flames, a small island of warmth in the suffocating darkness of the forest. Even their goat seems to sense the tension, standing quietly nearby. Ishmael lets out a frustrated sigh. He complains about the tedious work of making arrows by hand, especially since they can't risk using their powerful horn bows. It's the only way, he grumbles, if they want to keep their identities as heralds a secret from the others. Miriam holds one of the rough-looking arrows up to the firelight, her brow furrowed with concern. "Are you sure these will be good enough?" she asks, worried about their quality in a real fight. Azadin doesn't even bother to look up. He tells her it's fine. As long as they're better than the goblin arrows they've used before, they'll do the job. Besides, he's saving a proper iron arrowhead for himself. Midiam watches him for a long moment, the firelight reflecting in her serious eyes. "Hey, Azadin," she begins, her tone shifting. She asks the question that's been hanging between them. "If the sorcerer really is still alive, are you going to try and change her mind?" Azadin finally meets her gaze, his expression unreadable. "What makes you think I would do that?" Midiam explains that while she would likely kill the sorcerer herself, she knows Azadin has a strange appreciation for aesthetics, for a certain kind of elegant solution. Perhaps he'd see a reason to save her. He turns away, considering it. He admits it's far more likely the woman is already dead, a resentful spirit lashing out. But he doesn't entirely dismiss the possibility that she's alive, willingly wielding dark magic. His thoughts turn philosophical, and a grim image flashes in his mind, a woman crying in despair and the twisted, grinning monster she has become. He acknowledges her past is tragic, worthy of sympathy, but pity can't fix a shattered plate. It's far more efficient to simply throw the pieces away and get a new one. To him, a person so twisted by hate is no different. They are broken beyond repair. He turns back to Midiam, his cold logic laid bare. But then, he offers her a strange challenge. "However, if you actually manage to change her mind, I'll respect you." A small, genuine smile touches Midiam's lips. It's not mercy, not kindness, but from Azadin, it's more than she could have hoped for. He's taken aback by her simple, heartfelt reaction. He hadn't expected her to understand. But maybe, just maybe, she's beginning to see the world through his eyes, even just a little. Midiam looks up at the dark sky, her expression now filled with a quiet, determined hope. She understands what he means by aesthetics. The profound beauty in protecting one's people, in trying to save them, even when all seems lost. Ishmael, who has been stewing in silence, finally explodes. "That's enough!" he shouts, unable to listen to another word of Azadin's cold-hearted philosophy. He glares at Azadin, his voice shaking with disbelief and anger. "You're not even going to consider forgiving her? Someone who used black magic to cause all this?" He can't comprehend Midiam's acceptance. "And respect?" he mutters, the word tasting like poison. The idea that she would respect this man for anything fills him with a bitter confusion. His thoughts twist into jealousy. Why does she care so much for this man, this traitor's son? A man who doesn't even have eyes. She never showed this kind of concern for anyone else in their clan. Azadin simply stands, completely ignoring Ishmael's outburst, as if he were nothing more than a buzzing fly. He walks away from the fire, his back to them. "I don't care if either of you respect me or not," he says, his voice flat and dismissive. "I'm just doing what needs to be done." Ishmael's face contorts with helpless rage. It's that dismissal, that casual way Azadin treats Midiam's feelings, that infuriates him more than anything. He clenches his fists, wanting to scream. Elsewhere in the village, the holy knight Maya finishes adjusting her armor. "All right," she says to herself, "that should do it." She stands guard over Karkar as he rests, the two of them keeping watch over the silent, dark sawmill. Maya notices a thick, unnatural fog rolling in from the woods. This is no ordinary mist. A jolt of alarm runs through her. Their enemies are close. She turns to warn Karkar, but freezes. In the distance, she sees Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael standing together. "Who is that person?" she wonders, gesturing toward Azadin's cloaked figure. She studies his posture, recalling his knowledge of tactics and formations. "He doesn't look like any normal pilgrim," she murmurs, her suspicion growing stronger. Karkar, looking over her shoulder, just gives a simple, honest answer. "I don't know either." Puffing out her chest with misplaced confidence, Maya declares that since they're the professionals here, it would be best for the properly trained people to take the lead. Midiam, having overheard her, turns with a sharp, sarcastic retort. "You mean the properly trained person who was trapped in a storage shed and would still be in there if it wasn't for us?" Maya stammers, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Well, that's true, but Midiam just rolls her eyes and tells her to cheer up. Suddenly, Karkar's head whips around. His eyes widen, alerted by a sound the others missed. He and Maya tense up, sensing an immediate threat approaching from the fog. From the thick mist, a horde of zombies shambles forward. Their eyes glow with a malevolent red light, and a low, hungry groan rises from their rotting throats. They pour out from the tree line, a relentless wave of the undead villagers, their bodies torn and bloodied. A chilling laugh echoes from the darkness, a voice filled with cruel amusement. "Well, well, you all are pretty amusing." Azadin's head snaps up. He recognizes that voice. The sorcerer is here. A colossal, winged shadow blots out the moon as it descends from the sky. The creature's leathery wing unfurls, vast and terrifying, promising a swift and brutal death. It lands with a ground-shaking thud. A wyvern, larger and more menacing than any they have ever seen, radiating an aura of pure hatred. Azadin calls out to the beast, his voice miraculously steady. "Are you the one from the Herald clan who slaughtered everyone in this village?" The wyvern turns its massive draconic head toward him. "How did you know about me?" she rumbles. Azadin answers calmly, "I heard about you from the merchants." The sorcerer lets out a deafening roar, a sound of pure, undiluted rage. "Yes, those bastards turned me into a slave. They destroyed everything I had, just because of the blood that runs in my veins." Azadin stares up at the raging beast, his mind racing. He asks one simple, crucial question. "Are you alive?" "Of course I am," she shrieks, spreading her wings in a terrifying display of power. But Azadin isn't so sure. Most resentful spirits, he knows, cling desperately to the illusion that they are still alive. He can't tell if she's a living person using dark magic or a ghost driven by vengeance. Karkar, watching from a safe distance, asks the question on everyone's mind. "How did you gain such power?" The sorcerer scoffs. "Why should I tell you? If you want to know so badly, you can become one of my undead servants." With a powerful flap of her wings, she launches herself forward to attack. Maya unleashes a blast of holy light, but the wyvern is impossibly fast, dodging the attack with contemptuous ease. "Calm down," Azadin yells, trying to reason with her. "We have nothing to do with the people who abused you." But she isn't listening. From a nearby building, Midiam watches through a crack in the door, her heart pounding with fear. She slips out of the building, her movements quick and silent as a shadow. Joining Azadin on the rooftop, she looks down at the chaos unfolding below. "Azadin," she asks, her voice urgent, "what about our identities? Are you going to reveal that we're heralds? And what about the Holy Knight and Tarkiev's siblings?" she presses, her mind racing through the deadly consequences. "What are we going to do about them?" Azadin's reply is swift and brutal. "We'll kill them." Ishmael and Midiam stare in shock, but Midiam just sighs, a grim acceptance on her face. "Figured you'd say that." She makes one last appeal to his humanity. "You shouldn't value life so cheaply, not even the life of a holy knight." She thinks he must have some complex, elegant plan, but his reasoning is simple and direct. The sorcerer believes that strength is the only rule that matters. "So I'll show her." He draws his bow, and a brilliant blue energy begins to crackle and spark around his arrowhead, illuminating the night. He takes aim, his expression deadly serious, his voice a low whisper carried on the wind. "I'll show her who is truly the strongest one here." With his challenge hanging in the air, the battle ignites. From his perch on the roof, Azadin lets loose a volley of arrows, each one a silent streak of death that cuts through the approaching undead horde. He stands alone against a sea of monsters, his bow drawn, a silent predator watching over the chaos below. His arrows find their marks with chilling precision. One zombie's head erupts in a spray of gore as an arrow punches straight through its eye socket. Midiam and Ishmael can only watch in absolute awe. The sound of his bowstring is a constant, deadly rhythm in the night as he fires arrow after arrow, each shot a masterpiece of destruction. Midiam turns to Ishmael, a look of dawning realization on her face. He's not even trying to hide his herald abilities anymore, is he? He's not holding anything back. She's certain of it now. The power radiating from Azadin's horn bow is far beyond that of any other herald she has ever seen. And he reached this level in just 3 months, with no formal training. Down below, the fight is growing desperate. Karkar and Maya are being swamped by the sheer number of zombies. Karkar screams for them to hold the line, while Maya lets out a terrified cry. Azadin stands calmly amidst the chaos, his bow ready. He watches the scene unfold, his mind calculating, waiting for the perfect moment. Midiam can't comprehend it. How could their elder have trained someone who failed basic instruction into this monster of archery? Ignoring the zombies swarming below, Azadin's focus is entirely on the massive wyvern circling overhead. He draws his bow, channeling his energy, preparing for the true enemy. He lets another arrow fly, this one aimed at the zombies swarming his companions, clearing a path for them with a single, perfectly placed shot. Karkar looks up and sees Midiam has also joined the fight, her own horn bow drawn. He stammers, recognizing the signature weapon of the Herald clan. She tells Ishmael it's fine. As long as the Holy Knight doesn't see it, they need to use every bit of power they have to survive. Maya, meanwhile, smashes a zombie's skull with her glowing mace, her face a mask of grim determination. She stands over the fallen creature, but the horde is relentless, a tide that never stops coming. Chico moves like a whirlwind of death, her spear a blur that cuts through the undead with clean, efficient strikes. Karkar fights beside her, his sword carving a bloody path through the monsters, their foul blood splattering across his armor. From his rooftop perch, Azadin watches them. "How's that?" he thinks, as if he's testing their limits. He turns his attention back to the wyvern, raising his bow. "So," he calls out, his voice cutting through the noise of battle, "who do you think is the stronger one?" The wyvern just scoffs. "Ha! Don't get so full of yourself just because you can shoot a few arrows." She gathers dark energy into her massive form, her body beginning to glow with a menacing blue light as she prepares to unleash her true power. Karkar senses a shift in the air, a new, more powerful threat approaching. "I don't have a good feeling about this," he mutters, just as a monstrous roar rips through the night. From the dark woods, two new horrors emerge, massive undead bears, their bodies rotting, their eyes burning with red-hot fury. Karkar can only curse under his breath. They're in trouble. He braces himself, knowing instantly that they are completely outmatched. The sorcerer decides there's no point in holding back. She unleashes her full power, reanimating every fallen creature in the forest. She should have done this from the start. The two undead bears charge, their eyes glowing with terrifying power as they crash down upon Karkar and Chico. The bear's massive paw slams into Karkar's shield, the sheer force of the blow sending him flying through the air. Azadin watches from above, a single dismissive thought crossing his mind. That's just cheating. He registers the raw, overwhelming power of the bears. It's brute force, nothing more. The wyvern lands with a devastating crash, joining the slaughter herself. She tears into the remaining zombies with her claws and fangs, adding to the bloody chaos on the ground. Azadin calmly watches the carnage unfold, still biding his time, waiting for his moment. Midiam lands beside him. "Welcome back," she says, then nods toward the battle. "Hey, look over there!" Karkar is struggling against one of the giant bears. "It's looking a bit dangerous for him," Midiam notes grimly. Karkar grunts in pain as the bear's claws tear through his guard, sending him stumbling back. The monstrous bear rears up, its claws glowing with red energy, ready to deliver the final, killing blow. But before it can strike, a massive pillar of holy light erupts from the battlefield. Karkar looks up, blood streaming from his nose, as a zombie rises behind him, ready to attack. Maya screams, seeing her new comrade about to be killed. "No!" Karkar shouts as the zombie lunges. Maya raises her mace high, and it transforms, swelling into a colossal hammer made of pure golden energy. "Ultimate strike of divine punishment," she roars, bringing the hammer down with all of her might. Karkar can only stare in disbelief as a blinding flash of golden light engulfs everything. The explosion leaves a massive, smoking crater in the ground, obliterating the bear and the zombies, but also catching Karkar and Chico in its indiscriminate blast. Maya collapses, completely drained from the massive expenditure of holy energy. Karkar lies unconscious, his eyes rolled back in his head, a victim of friendly fire. Azadin watches from the safety of the shed, completely unimpressed. "Is she stupid?" he thinks. She attacked allies and enemies without distinction. He steps out into the open, a small, almost imperceptible smile on his lips. "Not bad. Taking down all those undead, I mean, he clarifies, as the wyvern lands on a ruined rooftop, glaring down at him with pure hatred. The sorcerer is furious. However, she snarls, I still have a lot more to show you. Around her, the spirits of all the fallen creatures, the bears, the wolves, the zombies, begin to rise once more. Ha ha ha! How do you like that, you arrogant child? She cackles, her voice echoing with madness. How does it feel to see the very things you tried to protect turn against you? This is the true power I hold. Azadine calmly knocks an arrow. I'm sorry, he says, his voice completely flat, but you don't know the first thing about the Herald clan's true power. The wyvern's eyes narrow. What did you say? In a flash, his arrow is loosed, striking the wyvern directly in the eye with impossible speed. The beast thrashes in agony, crashing to the ground as its undead army collapses around it, their master's will broken. Azadine's voice cuts through the sudden ringing silence. This is the true power of my clan. He draws 2 arrows this time, his form perfect, his aim unwavering. Our arrows are said to have felled the very stars in the heavens. The 2 arrows glow with a faint, deadly purple energy held as one. He releases them in a single, fluid motion. The first arrow strikes the wyvern's other eye. The second, following in the first slickstream, strikes the exact same spot an instant later, piercing through bone and brain. The massive beast shudders and falls still, its reign of terror ended by a legendary, impossible shot. We are the ones, Azadine continues, his voice resonating with ancient power, who took down a divine king under the Emperor's command. He lands softly on the ground before the fallen creature, his boots barely making a sound. This is who we are, the Aragasans. He looks down at the defeated sorcerer, his expression hidden by his mask. The Herald clan is just a name given to us by outsiders. So, between us, he says to his fallen kinswoman, it would be more accurate to call ourselves by our true name. The beast's life fades, its angry spirit finally finding silence. Then, you are, she whispers, her voice barely a breath. He gives her his name and his title. My name is Azadine. I am the 1/8 spirit. He stands victorious, a solitary, shadowy figure against the backdrop of the ruined village, his identity and the true, terrifying power of his people finally and completely revealed. On the ground, the defeated sorcerer can only choke out a single familiar word. Herald. Her massive, draconic form melts away, revealing the tormented woman she once was. Staggering to her feet, she asks why. Why would he reveal his true nature only now, after everything is already lost? Azadine's reply is simple, direct, and completely devoid of emotion. Yes. He offers no other explanation. A dark silhouette against the ruins, a broken sound escapes her lips, a hollow, empty laugh that seems to suck all the air from the night. That single, bitter laugh bubbles into a manic, desperate fit. She collapses, her body trembling as the sound echoes through the darkness, the sound of a person who has been completely and utterly broken. The laughter turns into a violent, racking cough, and she spews a torrent of corrupted blood, a physical sign of the dark magic that has poisoned her body and soul. Azadine just watches her, his face a grim mask as a dark aura continues to swirl around her weakened form. Her voice, now a ghostly whisper, begins to tell her story. Even as a young woman, she was surrounded by nothing but darkness and despair. She speaks of the endless lonely nights she spent trapped, praying for someone from her own clan to come and free her from her tortured existence. But hope slowly withered into despair. No matter how long she waited, no one ever came. She was abandoned. Azadine looks down at her, his unique perception seeing the full truth. She's already dead. Her spirit is just a ghost, clinging to a world that it no longer belongs to. And for the first time, a flicker of something other than cold logic crosses his face. I'm sorry, he says, his voice quiet but clear. He apologizes for the burden she carried alone, for the suffering she endured. But his words don't soothe her pain. They ignite it. Her eyes flash with pure fury. She screams that it's too late for apologies, her dark power flaring up around her in a violent, hateful surge. My body is already rotten, she cries, and my soul has been stained black by this magic. As she speaks, the army of undead villagers rises once more, ready to attack. She declares her final, terrifying goal: to kill every living thing in her path. Only through endless slaughter can she find comfort for her pain. The horde charges, forcing Midian and Ishmael to brace themselves for another fight. But Azadin doesn't even glance at the charging zombies. His focus remains entirely on her. He cuts through her rage with a single, sharp question: "Where are your children?" The words stun her into silence. She denies it, insisting they were stolen from her, but he presses on. They share her blood. They are out there. He paints a grim picture of their future. If they are alive, they will inherit her curse. They will be forced to live through the same abuse, the same suffering, for thousands of lonely nights, just like she did. They will grow to resent their own people, their own existence, trapped in the exact same cycle of pain. His words hang heavy in the air, a future she would wish on no one. He gives her an ultimatum. If she truly wants to break that cycle, she needs to surrender. She needs to tell him about the children. He places a hand over his heart, a gesture of absolute sincerity, and makes a solemn vow in the name of the Emperor himself. "I swear I will find them," he promises. "I will rescue them." The woman's face, once twisted with rage, is now a mask of pure, uncomprehending shock. "You'll save my children?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. Azadin stands firm, his answer simple. "Yeah." Her doubt returns in a wave of anger. "Shut up," she snaps. "There's no way." "That's not possible." "It is possible," Azadin insists, his gaze locked with hers. He leans in closer, his voice unwavering. He tells her that their kind, the Aragasans, have always achieved the impossible. It was true then, and it's true now. His conviction stuns her into silence. He turns and looks up at the moonlit sky. Despite all the hatred they face, he says, they have never lost the light of their conviction. The words echo in the night, a powerful declaration that seems to push back the darkness itself. Watching from the side, Ishmael whispers to Midian that Azadin has to be lying. "It's too good to be true." Midian agrees, her expression hardening. "Conviction?" she scoffs. "When did we ever have something like that?" Her mind flashes back to the grim reality of her clan. Their future was never about faith. It was about serving the whims of men who paid in gold, a curse of endless servitude. She remembers the clan's true plan for the Divine King's scripture. It was never about breaking their curse. It was about seizing power, taking revenge, and stealing everything from their oppressors. It was a broken system, she thinks, a cycle of hatred, where power only ever led to more revenge. Logically, Azadin has to be lying. But as she clenches her fist, a strange new thought takes root. But why, she wonders, looking at him. Why does it feel so believable when he's the one saying it? Against all reason, his words feel true. After a long, tense silence, the woman looks down, the rage in her eyes finally extinguished. She makes her choice. Her voice is quiet but firm, carrying the weight of her decision. "I'll surrender." Midian and Ishmael can't believe it. Midian's eyes widen with shock, and then a dawning hope. It actually worked. As the woman gives in, her consciousness drifts back to a memory, a lifetime ago. She remembers a cold, dark place, the sound of chains scraping against stone. She was chained to a wall, helpless. Beside her, on the cold floor, lay a newborn baby, wrapped in thin rags. She remembers the biting cold that seeped into her very bones. She remembers the look in her child's eyes, a mirror of her own pain. The baby was crying, and she reached out with a trembling hand, her only instinct to offer comfort. She gently touched the baby's face, trying to soothe its tears. She pulled the child close, cradling it in her arms, offering what little warmth her own body could provide. Tears streamed down her own face as she held her baby, a single, heartbreaking sob escaping her lips. In that moment, she felt a flicker of warmth. A brief moment of love in a life of endless suffering. We only have each other, she had thought. Back in the present, the memory fades, leaving her kneeling before Azadin, completely vulnerable. She bows her head. "I ask you, in the name of your faith and your honor," she pleads. Tears of pure, raw anguish stream down her face. "Please," she begs, her voice cracking with emotion. "Please save the children I was never able to love." The moment she surrenders her will, the black mana fueling the undead vanishes. The zombies charging toward Miriam and Ishmael collapse into lifeless heaps. Miriam looks on in absolute wonder. The oppressive darkness lifts, replaced by a sudden calm. "It's really possible," she murmurs, unable to believe her eyes. A bright, genuine smile spreads across her face, filled with a hope she hadn't felt in years. "You really can save people with faith," she exclaims, her entire worldview shifting. Azadin kneels before the woman, taking her hand gently. "Of course," he says softly. "I promise." He asks how many children there were, if she remembers where they were sold. She nods, telling him she hid clues in the storage shed so she would never forget. Then, Azadin asks the crucial question. "Where did you get the black magic from?" She looks at him and tells him it came from a magic scripture that whispered to her. It called itself the Divine King's Scripture. The name hits Azadin like a physical blow. He freezes, his face twisting in shock. What? That was the book his father betrayed their clan to find. Suddenly, a new voice rips through the night, chanting an incantation. A powerful wave of magic surges through the air, and the woman lets out a horrifying scream. A torrent of crimson, holy fire erupts from the ground, engulfing her completely. "It's an ambush." "Shit!" Azadin shouts, reaching for her as she's consumed by the flames, but he's too late. He catches her as she falls, but her spiritual form is already disintegrating into ash. The promise he just made, the hope he just created, has been stolen from him in an instant. A new, mocking voice rings out. "Ha ha ha! How stupid of you, Azadin!" A group of armed warriors emerges from the shadows, led by a woman with fiery red hair. She looks down at the scene with a cruel smirk. "That woman is not one of us." "But I guess you wouldn't know," she says, her smile widening, "since you can't use magic." The chapter ends on Azadin's grim, silent face as he realizes he's been completely outplayed by an enemy he never even saw coming. A promise was made, and just as quickly broken by holy fire. Azadin can only cradle the woman's disintegrating spirit as her last hope turns to ash. From the flames, a new group of warriors emerges, their steps confident and menacing, led by a woman with fiery red hair. Azadin looks up from the ashes, his voice dangerously calm. "Who are you?" The red-haired woman steps forward, flanked by her men, her voice dripping with arrogance. "I am the Herald clan's 106 spirit, Calypso." Another spirit. But this one is clearly an enemy. She gestures grandly with her staff, a smug grin on her face. "As you can see," she announces, "I am eliminating evil spirits and collecting the pages of the Divine King's Scripture." She acts as if she's just done him a favor. As Miriam and the others brace for a fight, Calypso ignores them, speaking directly to Azadin. She asks why he's even here, claiming this is her job. She leans in, her voice a mocking whisper. "Word of your incompetence has already reached my ears," she continues her taunts, saying she heard he couldn't even control his own subordinates. With her men sneering behind her, she says she just couldn't stand the embarrassment he was bringing to their clan. Miriam stares at the men standing with Calypso, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She's seen these scumbags before. In a flash, she lunges forward, grabbing one of the men and pressing an arrowhead to his throat. He panics, but she ignores his pleas. Miriam's face is a mask of cold fury. She recognizes them now. They're the same pathetic merchants who threatened her back in town. Azadin lets out a tired sigh. This just keeps getting more and more complicated. He clenches his fist, putting the pieces together. They must have sided with Calypso just to get revenge for their humiliation at the inn. He looks down at the woman's lifeless form. Her spirit is gone. She's just a corpse now. A flicker of regret crosses his face. He had wanted to talk with her more. Calypso approaches, her tone dripping with condescension. She calls him Tunno Eighth Spirit, Azadin the Useless, and claims the woman wasn't one of them anyway. She tells him he should be grateful she finished the job. As she speaks, a faint light begins to glow from the dead woman's body. A glowing, ethereal page, a piece of the Divine King's Scripture emerges from the corpse and floats into the air. "Ah, there it is," Calypso says with a greedy smile, reaching out to snatch it from the air. But something impossible happens. Just as her fingers are about to close around it, the scripture page dodges her hand, swerving through the air and floating directly towards Azadin. Calypso can only stare in shock, crying out for it to wait. The page gently lands in Azzadine's outstretched hand. He holds it, silent and still. The scripture has chosen him. Calypso is completely stunned. "Why did it?" she sputters, unable to comprehend what just happened. Enraged, she unleashes her magic again. Beauty of nature, May showers. A massive wave of water erupts from her staff. The magical rain pours down, extinguishing the holy fire she had set and drenching the entire village. The downpour soaks everyone to the bone, leaving the ruined battlefield in a cold, tense silence. Calypso glares at Azzadin, her face dripping with rain and pure fury. "You arrogant little." Midian watches, a look of awe on her face. "It's like it recognizes its true owner," she says. "How magical." Of course it would, she thinks. It's the divine king's scripture. Finding her voice, Midian shouts at Calypso, "If you are truly an Aragasan, stop setting the emperor's land ablaze. It's shameful to burn trees that are already suffering from a drought." Calypso's face twists with rage. "Shut your mouth, daughter of Ether," she snarls. "Who the hell do you think you are, lecturing me?" she screams, completely losing her composure. Midian is taken aback by her raw fury. Calypso's eyes glow with menace. "I am a herald. You are a subordinate," she seethes. "Do you really believe a subordinate has the right to scold me?" Midian is speechless, gritting her teeth in frustration. Calypso's men cheer her on, agreeing that Midian is out of line. The sight only makes Midian angrier. Azzadin cuts in, his voice calm and steady. "Did you say your name is Calypso? I think I remember you." He looks directly at her. "You're my junior, aren't you?" The question hangs in the air, completely shifting the dynamic of their argument. Calypso freezes, a flicker of uncertainty on her face. "So what?" she mutters, trying to sound tough. A sly smirk plays on Azzadin's lips. "Do you have a problem with how I train my dear junior?" he asks, turning her own logic against her. Calypso is stunned into silence, clearly not expecting him to flip the script on her so easily. She explodes in a comical burst of rage, yelling that she's a higher rank. But Azzadin calmly replies, "Perhaps. But I was a herald first." In their clan, seniority holds just as much weight as rank. Ishmael watches the bizarre argument with a deadpan expression. "A fight between people obsessed with seniority," he mutters to himself. Azzadin dismisses the petty squabble. "More importantly," he begins, his tone becoming serious once again. He turns to Calypso and her crew. "You investigated that woman. Tell me what you know about her children," she scoffs, pointing at the corpse. "That woman is from another land. She's not an Aragasan," she yells, as if that settles everything. "She is," Azzadin replies, his voice firm and unwavering, shutting her down completely. His voice drops, filled with a quiet intensity. He explains that the woman endured countless nights of abuse, all in the name of an Aragasan. To abandon her now would tarnish the honor of their entire clan. He turns to Midian, who is listening to every word. "It's hard to explain," he tells her, "but I am certain of this." Midian realizes what he means. This isn't some act. He's being completely genuine. She understands now. Whether he's dealing with a noble, a mercenary, or a spirit, he holds them all to his own strict code of honor and dignity. She's finally seeing a glimpse of the real man behind the ruthless herald persona. To think he's holding on to such a noble ideal in this cruel, broken world, it's almost unbelievable. A sense of deep, profound respect washes over her as she looks at him, finally understanding the core of his character. Calypso lets out a sharp, derisive laugh. "Ha!" Her laughter turns into a full-blown cackle, as she and her men find Azzadin's stance utterly hilarious. "That's ridiculous," she sneers, pointing at him. "You're the clan's biggest fool, and you dare speak of honor?" She makes her move, challenging him directly. "Let us duel, Herald Azzadin. The scripture page and your subordinate, the daughter of Ether, will be the prize." Azzadin adds his own terms. He'll put his rank on the line, but in return, she has to tell him everything she knows about the woman's children. "What do you say?" Calypso taunts, leaning in with a wild grin. "If you win, you'll be the 106th spirit." Azzadin ignores her, his focus on one thing. "Why are you bringing the daughter of Ether into this?" Calypso's grin widens cruelly. I'll make her my subordinate, she says, as her men chuckle behind her. I'll teach her a thing or two about respecting her elders, she continues, and how business is really done. Miriam glares, her eyes burning with hatred. Azadin stands silently for a long moment, considering the offer. He places a reassuring hand on Miriam's head, startling her. No thanks, he says simply. He turns back to Calypso, his tone dismissive. There's no need to bet on the scripture. It has already chosen me. And I don't need your intel. I can just find her records myself. Go, he says, waving them away. I'm busy. His blunt dismissal leaves Calypso and her men sputtering in shock. Damn it, that bastard. Calypso seethes as her men panic about losing the scripture page. She grits her teeth in frustration, refusing to be outplayed. How about this? She shouts, making a new offer. If I lose, I'll find that woman's children and free them. I'll even take them to our clan's sanctuary. This finally gets Azadin's attention. A small, satisfied smile spreads across Azadin's face. He's got her right where he wants her. Add a condition that you'll sponsor them and raise them as great Aragasans, and you have a deal, he says. Caught in her own trap, Calypso has no choice but to agree. Fine, I'll do it, she yells. With the terms set, Calypso smirks. So, do we do this the proper way, 100 steps apart? Azadin just shakes his head, already reaching for his bow. No, I can't be bothered. Let's start right now. Before Calypso can even finish her reply, a blinding flash of energy explodes from Azadin's bow. A sonic boom rips through the air. The arrow hits her with unimaginable force, a blast of pure light and power that sends her reeling. It's over in less than a second. The arrow smashes directly into her face, and she stumbles backward, blood erupting from the impact. Utterly defeated. Her men can only stare in absolute shock, their faces pale with terror. They never even saw it coming. Done, Azadin says, lowering his bow. He turns to walk away, leaving them frozen in place. You better keep your end of the deal. The duel is over before it even began. Calypso lies defeated on the muddy ground, her men staring down at her in dumbfounded silence, unable to process the impossible speed of her defeat. From across the clearing, Azadin gives a calm order. Go take care of the injured. Miriam immediately responds. Below, Calypso's men are still reeling, one of them stammering that he wasn't even in arm's reach. Their minds race. Did he use a hidden weapon? More importantly, when did he even move? There was no warning, no signal, just a flash of light, and it was over. Maya, ever the righteous one, calls out to the mercenaries huddled around their fallen leader. Hey, you're going to keep your promise, right? One of the men snaps out of his shock, protesting loudly. Wait a minute, that was an ambush. It wasn't fair. Azadin tilts his head, his tone dripping with cold disdain. Really now? He explains his logic with chilling simplicity. He did that to make sure she wouldn't have any lasting injuries, a twisted kind of mercy. Then he asks a question that freezes their blood. Should I have played fair and just blown her head off instead? His words hit them like a physical blow. The mercenaries fall silent, their faces pale with the terrifying realization that he was holding back. From the ground, Calypso grits her teeth, forcing the words out through the pain and humiliation. The promise will be kept. She has no other choice. The next morning, the rain has passed. The rising sun casts a warm glow over the scene of last night's carnage, a stark contrast to the violence that took place. The work of cleaning up begins. Azadin stands over one of the injured mercenaries, his gaze fixed, as if he's assessing the damage. After a moment, he delivers a diagnosis with strange confidence. There's no bleeding in his brain, no fractures, he'll be fine. He looks over at the other men. Get him in the carriage. They snap to attention, immediately obeying. Yes, sir. Miriam approaches, calling out his name. She and Ishmael look at him with open confusion. Did you learn medical skills too? Miriam asks. Azadin simply shakes his head. He explains that his perception is different. By focusing his senses, he's trained himself to do the impossible. He can see the very bones inside a person's body. Midiam and Ishmael can only listen in stunned silence. Azzedine moves on, asking who's next. The mercenaries whisper among themselves, still trying to wrap their heads around his bizarre abilities. His perception scans Karkar and Chico. Chico has a severe torso injury from the bear attack, made worse by her light armor. He then checks on Maya. No serious physical injuries, but she's at risk of going into shock from the trauma. Ishmael quietly asks if they really need to spare the Holy Night, seeing her as a future problem. "I don't think it's necessary," Azzedine replies coolly, before adding without hesitation, "but we're sparing her. The decision is final." One of the mercenaries watches Azzedine with a weary expression, muttering, "Stubborn little brat," under his breath. Just then, Midiam calls out to them. "We have to get moving now," she says, urging them to finish up. The wheels of the carriage begin to turn as the group finally prepares to leave the cursed sawmill behind. Midiam looks out from the carriage, her expression lost in thought. She reflects on the impossible chain of events that has just unfolded. Her mind flashes back to the chaos, the black magic, the wyvern, the corrupted spirit, and the mysterious page of the Divine King's scripture, the page that chose Azzedine as its master. And now, a new threat is on the horizon. The Kurt tribe is on the move, another dark cloud gathering over the land. She looks over at Azzedine, wondering if all of this is a sign of some great chaos about to be unleashed upon the world. Azzedine's expression is grim as he stares out at the passing landscape. He knows the answer. The chaos isn't coming, it's already begun. Suddenly, Calypso jolts awake with a sharp gasp. One of her men, sitting beside her in the carriage, tells her she's finally up. She groggily looks around, her head pounding. Her eyes widen in alarm as she realizes she's sitting right next to Azzedine. Azzedine is holding a small wooden box. "You're awake," he states simply. He holds out the box and a folded piece of paper. "It's time to keep your promise." She reluctantly takes the items, wondering what they could be. Azzedine explains. It's the note the herald woman left behind. Information about her children, written on a scrap of umbilical cord bandage. He lays out the plan, he'll check on the kids in the next town, and she'll handle the rest. He looks at her pointedly. "You're not going to back out, are you?" Calypso's pride, though wounded, is still intact. "I'm a herald," she says, her voice firm. "I keep my word." But then she gets flustered, wondering why he's suddenly speaking to her so politely. She blushes, concluding it must be because he's technically her senior now. She changes the subject, asking the question that's been bugging her. "Anyway, what did you do during the duel? You can't even use the beauty of nature magic." She comes to her own conclusion, assuming it must have been the work of their elder, some powerful figure helping Azzedine from the shadows. Azzedine remains evasive. "I don't think that's something I can answer," he says, adding cryptically, "He'll intervene when it's time." He quickly changes the subject, asking about her staff. She explains she took it from a group of Kurt heathens. Azzedine's mind instantly connects the dots. The spider cultists had similar items. So they really are being mass-produced, he thinks. Calypso cuts him off, touching her bruised face. "I'm going to take care of this first," she says, a dark energy swirling around her as she focuses on healing herself. "All right," Azzedine says, letting her be. He leans back with a soft sigh, a wave of exhaustion finally washing over him. Around him, the rest of the group has already succumbed to sleep. Midiam and Ishmael are dozing peacefully. Even the gruff mercenary is knocked out, snoring with his mouth wide open. Karkar and Chico are also resting, recovering from their injuries. It's a rare moment of peace for everyone. Azzedine allows himself a small, private smile. Despite the chaos, things went his way. The mercenary groans in his sleep, mumbling about what a hard night it was. Azzedine just relaxes, closing his masked eyes. "I'll sleep for a bit too," he decides. The journey continues under a clear blue sky, a rainbow arching overhead. For now, the world is quiet. Their mounts pull the wagons steadily along the road. After some time, they make a stop to rest and water the horses. A recovered Maya approaches the mercenaries with a cup of tea. "So, you guys were the ones who killed the undead?" she asks. The mercenaries, eager to save face, puff out their chests. One of them claims it was the mercenaries they hired, but graciously adds that Azzedine's group helped out a lot too. They give her the cover story they all agreed on. The black magic disappeared after they dealt with a strange corpse they found under an old tree. Maya lets out a sigh of relief, accepting their explanation without question. I see. That's good. Azadin watches from a distance, glad they came up with a plausible lie to avoid any awkward questions. Karkar and Chico approach him. So, where are you all headed? Karkar asks. He explains that since they're injured, they'll likely get off at a nearby inn and head back to their guild from there. Maya then turns to Azadin's group. Are you headed straight to Salasma? She asks. She hesitates for a moment, clenching her fist as she gathers her courage. You all go ahead, she says, her voice firm with resolve. I'm going to go search for my father. Ishmael is surprised. Right now? But Azadin just nods in approval. Yes. If you've decided to do something, it's best to do it right away. Maya places a hand over her heart and gives them a sincere farewell. I'll see you again, if fate allows it. Azadin offers her a warm smile, his words laced with a deep, tragic irony that only he understands. May the Archangel's blessing be with you. He watches her walk away, a lone figure heading off on a desperate quest for a man he already sent to his grave. Midiam sidles up to him. Are you worried about her? She asks. No, he replies, perhaps a bit too quickly. His face remains a blank canvas, but his mind is racing. Something is wrong. A chilling thought surfaces in his mind. He hasn't heard the Emperor's voice since this morning. An image of the Emperor on his throne flashes in his mind. But the connection is silent. For the first time, there is nothing. And that silence is far more worrying than any battle they've faced so far. After parting ways with their allies, Azadin's group makes a stop in a dry, cracked wasteland. The sun beats down on the desolate landscape as they tend to their supplies and the wounded. Suddenly, a familiar, arrogant voice shatters the quiet. It's Tarkiev, and he's decided he wants a horse. I said I want this horse, he demands. The mercenary patiently explains that the horse is already taken, trying his best to placate the spoiled noble. But Tarkiev isn't having it. He puffs out his chest, pulling rank and shouting about his divine king's blood as he demands obedience. Azadin just watches, dryly remarking that Tarkiev must be getting tired of walking. Ishmael sighs, resigned to the fact that nobles will always be nobles. Just then, Karkar and Chico approach Azadin. Karkar says he has something important to tell him. He explains that his sister, Chico, has a unique ability. She can see glimpses of the near future. Azadin plays it cool, feigning polite interest. But Ishmael immediately suspects they're just frauds trying to pull a fast one. Chico looks directly at Azadin, her eyes wide and serious. Azadin, she says, her voice echoing with strange authority. In your near future, you are going to become a great knight. Or perhaps you already are. The vague, flowery prediction makes Ishmael cringe with second-hand embarrassment, but the words seem to resonate with Azadin. A great knight? The Emperor's herald? The idea brings a faint, knowing smile to his face. He places a hand over his chest in a gesture of sincerity and offers them a simple, "Thank you." With a final farewell, the siblings part ways with the group, leaving Azadin and his team to continue their journey alone. The sky is a brilliant, clear blue as they travel onward through the desolate lands. A raven takes flight, soaring into the bright sunlight. Azadin looks up, a flicker of concern on his face. He shields his eyes, calling out for the owl. But there's no response. The Emperor's voice is still silent. The journey continues, and the harshness of the land is taking its toll. Karkar calls out that the goat is getting tired. Azadin scans the barren landscape, his expression serious. It's too dry here, he says, surveying the rocky terrain. We need to find water. Tarkiev, ever the complainer, remarks that it wasn't this bad the last time he traveled this way. His horse pants beside him, clearly exhausted. Azadin's superior perception spots something in the distance. He points a finger. Let's go to that stream. But when they arrive, they find the water is choked with dead fish and strange, oversized, rotting crayfish. The stream is poisoned. Azadin kneels by the water's edge. This won't do, he says grimly. The goat will get sick if it drinks this. He stands up, his expression urgent. We need to hurry. Nearby, a group of villagers desperately tries to salvage what they can from the dying stream, knowing they won't be able to eat the fish if they rot. Suddenly, Azadin appears behind one of the villagers, startling him. The villagers look up in surprise as Azzedine and his strange companions approach. One of them mutters that there won't be any fish left if they take that many. Midiam watches the scene with pity. But Azzedine is coldly pragmatic. They're all going to die anyway, he says. Better to eat them before they do. He knows that even if the river is dying, the village well should still be usable. But they'll need permission to get water from it. He lets out a small, almost mischievous laugh, much to Ishmael's confusion. Before anyone can stop him, Tarkiev puffs out his chest. "Don't worry," he declares. "You have me a knight." Azzedine tries to stop him, but it's too late. Tarkiev strides up to the villagers with an air of absolute superiority. "Hey, you inferior peasants!" he shouts. "I need water from your well. Give it to me now," he demands. The poor villagers can only sweat in fear. Azzedine turns to Midiam and sighs. "I'll educate him later." Midiam, completely fed up, replies, "Yes, please do." Azzedine grabs his walking staff, his entire demeanor shifting in an instant. Midiam sighs to herself. He's pretending to be a blind pilgrim again. She gives a small, wry smile. "Well, it does work every time." Azzedine approaches one of the older women, his voice gentle and polite, the perfect image of a humble, harmless traveler. Ishmael watches, conflicted. This isn't how heralds are supposed to act, getting close to the common people. This is just Azzedine's way. But Ishmael also recognizes the problem with it. The problem is Midiam. She's becoming more and more interested in Azzedine's strange methods, drawn in by his unique charisma. Azzedine turns back to his group, his act having worked its magic once again. He gives them a subtle gesture, letting them know the situation is handled. Midiam waves back cheerfully. "Okay." Ishmael holds the goat's reins, steeling himself. "I will be swayed by him," he thinks, determined not to fall for Azzedine's performance. The group arrives at the small, dusty village. To their surprise, the villagers are incredibly generous, boiling the very crayfish from the polluted stream and offering it to them as a meal. "Here, have as much as you like," one of the men says with a hearty smile. He presents them with a large bowl filled with steaming red crayfish. Azzedine accepts the bowl, looking genuinely surprised. "Thank you, but is it all right for you to give us this much?" The villager just laughs. "It'll just rot if no one eats it anyway." "Think of it as a lobster festival," he declares, his spirit unbroken despite the hardship. The group sits down to eat, a rare moment of peace and generosity in a harsh and dying land. Midiam holds up a steaming crayfish. "Azzedine, what are you going to do now?" Azzedine answers without looking up from his food. "We need to find the dead woman's children." He takes a bite, adding, "It shouldn't be far from here." Ishmael presses him. "And after that?" Azzedine explains the plan. They can't bring the kids with them. He knows the Khorassar peddlers, the ones now working for Calypso, are stopping by here soon. They'll hand the children over to them, and they can pass them on to Calypso to fulfill her promise. Tarkiev sighs dramatically while stuffing his face. "You really are taking on all the annoying tasks," he complains. Azzedine ignores him, his focus unwavering. "I believe this is what I must do as a herald," he says, much to the exasperation of his companions. He looks up at the sky, a hint of hope in his voice. "And I have a feeling that if I continue my work, I'll hear the Emperor's voice again soon." The sun shines through the trees, a symbol of that lingering hope. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the road, Calypso is traveling with her men. One of them asks her if it's true. "You really lost to the 108 spirit, Azzedine?" he asks in disbelief. Calypso grits her teeth and answers with a single, resentful word. "Yes." Her men can't believe it. They question why she's just accepting this, reminding her that wasting time will put her behind the other heralds in their race to collect the scripture pages. One of them recalls her great ambition to achieve enough to become a part of the Savan, their clan's elite inner circle. "You've put your life on the line to reach that goal," he reminds her. Calypso looks off into the distance. That's true. She reflects on her past. She became a herald on skill alone, but it was always frustrating to be one of the lowest ranked. "I have no choice." "I lost the duel," she says, turning away. Her men cry out her name, but her mind is made up. She turns to one of her men and gives a new order. "Just make sure the Khorassar peddlers don't talk. She tells him to keep their mouths shut about anything related to Azadin. Her subordinate is confused. "Why?" A wicked, vengeful grin spreads across Calypso's face. "Because I don't want to be the only one who has to suffer," she hums to herself, clearly pleased with her petty little scheme, as her men can only sigh in resignation. As she walks, a mysterious, disembodied voice calls out to her. "Hello, 106th Spirit Calypso." She stops dead in her tracks. "What are you?" she demands. A strange, ethereal energy swirls around her as the voice replies, "I am a voice, Ariel's voice." A new, unknown power has just entered the game. In the dead of the woods, Calypso is stopped by a voice that shouldn't exist. "Ariel's voice?" she stammers, her face a mask of pure shock. The mysterious voice echoes through the gnarled trees, confirming its identity. "Yes, as you can see." Her subordinate, completely oblivious, asks what's wrong. Calypso quickly puts a finger to her lips, her eyes wide with alarm. "Shh! Be quiet!" she hisses. Her mind is racing. This is impossible. She knows how their world works. The Emperor's voice is an artificial spirit, a system that connects all heralds. Only the Emperor can create that link. But now, she's hearing something else entirely, a voice operating outside the system. She stands alone in the dark woods, her usual bravado gone, replaced by a tense caution. "What business do you have with me?" she asks the unseen entity. The voice's reply is smooth and tempting. "I have an offer you won't be able to refuse." From the shadows, a black raven emerges, its chest glowing with an ominous red light. This is the source of the voice. A new player has just entered the game. Back in the barren lands, Azadin's group has arrived at their destination. The town is built over a deep, dry chasm, a stark sign of the ongoing drought. They begin asking the locals about the missing child, but they're met with instant hostility. One man stammers nervously that they don't know a kid like that, telling them to look elsewhere. Another villager recognizes them as being with the Telverine Guild and shoos them away, insisting they don't know anything. Midiam watches the exchange, her suspicion growing. "They don't want to talk to us at all," she says. "Something is very wrong here." Just as things are getting tense, Tarkiev steps forward, his noble arrogance flaring up. "Shut up and confess, you lowly beings," he bellows. He gets right in their faces, demanding a response and pulling the Divine King's blood card again. The villagers cower before his obnoxious display. Under the pressure, one of the women finally cracks, stammering that the village baker does a lot of deals with the Telverine Guild. She points a trembling finger towards a house in the distance. "Over there, the house with the chimney." Midiam turns to Azadin. "Maybe that's it? Should we go?" Azadin agrees, and they set off. They arrive at the baker's home, the air thick with unspoken tension. Azadin thinks to himself that, since it's only been 8 years, the child was likely just doing household chores. How bad could it be? The door creaks open, and a burly man covered in bloodstains appears, holding a whip. "Sudden guests," he growls. "What do you want?" Behind him, in the dark interior of the house, a group of terrified, malnourished children huddle together. The grim reality of the situation crashes down upon them. Azadin, Midiam, and Tarkiev stand frozen, their faces grim as they realize what they've just walked into. Tarkiev, surprisingly, takes the lead. "Hey, we're looking for someone." The baker just grunts in response. Tarkiev explains they're looking for a girl, about 8 years old, and holds out the note with her details. The baker's eyes narrow. "Why are you looking for her?" he asks, his tone challenging. Tarkiev tries to pull rank, but the baker cuts him off. He says, "To be frank, the girl is already dead." He claims he took her in when she was an orphan. Tarkiev is stunned. "Then what about the children in there?" he asks, pointing into the house. The baker smirks, a cruel look in his eyes. He explains that they're orphans too. He took them in, and now they work for their food. Tarkiev turns to Azadin, relaying the baker's story. Azadin's expression turns cold, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. "How did you hold the funeral for the child?" The baker is taken aback by the question, his demeanor shifting from smug to defensive. "Huh? Why do you want to know that?" Azadin doesn't answer. He just says one name, Tarkiev. Understanding the silent command, Tarkiev simply replies, "Yes." In a flash of pure, uncharacteristic rage, Tarkiev lunges forward and delivers a brutal kick right to the baker's face. The baker cries out in pain as he's sent stumbling to his knees. Tarkiev grabs him by the hair, his face twisted in fury. He snarls that they made a promise to the child's parent. "We need to at least know where the funeral was, so spit it out." The baker, his eyes wide with terror, begins to confess. "I just threw her body in the river," he stammers. The words hang in the air, a confession of utter depravity. Azzedine is speechless. He stands there, a storm of silent fury building inside him. "In the river? Are you insane?" He finally understands. This man doesn't just buy and enslave children. When they die from overwork or abuse, he callously throws their bodies into the river without even a simple burial. To do something so terrible, in a world where the dead can forget they are dead and rise again, is an act of pure, reckless evil. A dark, dangerous smile spreads across Azzedine's face. Ishmael, seeing that look, turns to Azzedine, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Azzedine, what are you going to do?" Tarkiev points at the cowering baker. "Will you kill him?" he asks. Ishmael's grin widens, but then he brings up the complications. "But what about the kids? You're not going to save all of them, are you? They're not even our people." He lays out the problem. The baker works with the Telvarin Guild. If they save the kids, they'd have to leave them with the Khorasar merchants, which would cause a conflict between the two guilds. He explains that the Khorasar Merchants Union helps heralds, but at the end of the day, they're still merchants. They wouldn't risk a war with another major guild just for some children who aren't even from the Herald clan. Ishmael concludes that this problem can't be solved with pity or justice. Then, with a sly look, he adds, "All right then, teach the bastard a lesson, Azzedine." Midiam watches Ishmael, completely baffled. What's gotten into him, she wonders. "He wasn't always like this," Azzedine just smirks. "As expected of a chosen one," he says before turning to Ishmael. "You're right." He walks up to the baker, his voice deceptively calm. "This one." And then he drives the heel of his boot directly into the man's face. "You bastard." Tarkiev joins in, kicking the man repeatedly. "Our leader said he'd protect the kid, and you ruined it. You're getting a good beating today." Azzedine looks on, deadpan, as Tarkiev, now with adorable little dog ears, looks at him with shining eyes. "Since when was I your leader?" Azzedine asks, completely unimpressed. Tarkiev, full of newfound confidence, gives a thumbs up. "Don't worry, sir. We can just take these kids to my mother's estate. We need servants, and the environment will be much better." Azzedine sighs at the absurdity. So this is what they mean when they say one man's trash is another's treasure. But, he concedes, well, it has to be better than here. The sounds of the baker getting his much-deserved punishment echo from the house. The problem, in its own twisted way, is solved. Thanks to Tarkiev's appropriate intimidation, they forced the baker to sign over the rights to the children. All that was left was to talk to the Khorasar Merchants Union to arrange for the children's transport. Night falls on the village. A carriage bearing the Khorasar flag waits in the street. 2 men are working on the carriage, preparing for the journey. The sound of footsteps approaches. The men look up to see Azzedine and his group walking towards them. They recognize him instantly. "Azzedine?" they exclaim, dropping their tools in shock. Azzedine looks at them, confused. "Huh?" One of the men explains that they used to hang out all the time when he was younger, that they were his seniors. Midiam points out the obvious. "But you aren't heralds." The man just laughs. "Ha! I guess you haven't heard yet then." He draws his sword, a grim look on his face. With the sword pointed at Azzedine, he delivers the shocking news. "Azzedine, you've been dismissed from your role. Now come back with us quietly." Azzedine stands there, silent and motionless, as the weight of those words sinks in. Dismissed. Cut off. His entire identity, stripped away in an instant. Azzedine, his head bandaged, doesn't even flinch. He just calmly asks if they're drunk, or maybe high. It's a casual, almost bored response to a life-or-death threat. The spiky-haired man snarls that he's not kidding, insisting the orders came from the higher-ups. His partner cuts him off, saying they don't need to explain, they just need to take him. And now, we get their real motive. The spiky-haired man grins, a predatory look in his eyes. If they bring Azzedine back, they'll be promoted to heralds. This isn't just a job, it's their golden ticket. Azadin looks them over, his voice laced with disdain. He asks if that goal is really worth threatening an entire village full of people. The man just yells back, "Yeah, it is," without a shred of guilt. Azadin lets out a sigh and holds out his staff, seemingly giving in. He tells them to take it, figuring he can get the details later. His companions look on with deep concern, but the long-haired man isn't finished. He steps forward with a nasty sneer, trying to get under Azadin's skin. He asks if Azadin has forgotten the old days, the days when they used to beat him until he was left sobbing. Azadin's hand clenches, but calm demeanor starts to crack. He looks up, his voice dangerously low. "Of course not. I remember everything." A flashback, drawn in a childish, mocking style, reveals the sickening memory. The two of them would cover the top half of his face, saying the lower half looked just like a girl, and then forcibly kiss him. The memory is so foul that his companions recoil in pure disgust. Back in the present, Azadin clutches his mouth, a blush of sheer revulsion on his face. He mutters that it makes him sick just thinking about it. He takes a sharp breath, the disgust on his face hardening into cold, determined fury. The time for talking is over. Azadin's voice drops, filled with menace. "You two need to be taught a lesson." The spiky-haired man just scoffs, completely oblivious to the line he just crossed. A heavy pressure fills the air. Azadin stands before them, his presence suddenly immense. He is not the same boy they used to bully. The two men charge forward with a powerful lunge, their faces twisted with malice, ready to put him down like they did all those years ago. Their expressions are pure evil, savoring the moment they think they have him cornered. They are about to get a rude awakening. With a sharp clang of metal, Azadin stops both of their swords cold, catching the blades with nothing but his gloved hands. The long-haired man's eyes go wide with shock. He can't believe it, yelling out as he struggles against Azadin's unbreakable grip. The other man is just as stunned, his teeth gritted in disbelief. How is this possible? A faint purple glow begins to creep up their blades like a deadly poison emanating from Azadin's hands. The glow intensifies, enveloping Azadin in a powerful aura. He's channeling an immense amount of energy, and it's not the power of an archer. Azadin unleashes his power. Beauty of nature, Khazar way. A massive column of lightning crashes down from the sky, striking both men with overwhelming force. They can only scream as the electricity courses through them. They collapse to the ground, smoldering and twitching. The long-haired man forces himself up, groaning in agony. They can't understand what just happened. Azadin stands over them, completely unfazed. "Don't die yet," he says with chilling calmness. They stare in utter disbelief. They thought he couldn't use magic. A dark, sinister smile spreads across Azadin's face as a shadowy aura swirls around him. "Well, I assume one of you will survive this," he says, his voice promising a world of pain. He raises his hand, and the long-haired man's face contorts in terror as Azadin utters a single word, "Dusk." The spiky-haired man tries to fight back, screaming that he won't let him, but it's far too late. A wave of pure darkness, a tangible shadow, erupts from Azadin and smashes into them, overwhelming them completely. The attack is relentless, throwing them back like ragdolls as Azadin's shadowy form looms over them. The ground shatters under the force of the impact, leaving a massive crater where they land. They lie broken in the rubble, one of them clutching his ribs, coughing in pain. Utterly defeated. The long-haired man thinks in a daze. It was dusk, followed by twilight, a combination of attacks delivered at a ridiculous speed. The other is still reeling from the shock. He thought Azadin couldn't use magic. How is any of this happening? Azadin calmly walks toward them. He comments that it's hard to go easy with this terrain, then adds, "But you two are still awake. Pretty sturdy." His words are cold, mocking their resilience. He leans down, a terrifying smile on his lips. "Now then, it's time to tell me the details." Suddenly, a large dark raven swoops down from the night sky. Azadin looks up, startled by the unexpected arrival. The raven, its eyes glowing an ominous red, lands on a nearby branch. Its voice, ancient and powerful, echoes through the air. "There's a problem." Azadin recognizes the voice immediately. It's the Emperor. He's confused why it's speaking to him through a physical vessel instead of directly into his mind. The raven delivers the first piece of bad news. The head spirit has dismissed you. It stares him down, its tone grave. That's not all. The curse of service has been activated. Azadin is frozen, unable to process the words. What? He whispers, his mind reeling. Behind him, his companions are equally stunned. The contract of service is actually a curse. If the head spirit activates it, the target is forced to produce a successor and then die. A grim image flashes in his mind, a memory of his father, Akhra, dying, his body scarred. This is the fate that befell him. This is the cruel way their clan fills a vacancy. The scene snaps back to the present as the weight of this new reality crashes down on Azadin. His face is pale with shock and horror. He has the curse of service. The raven delivers the final, crushing blow. The curse will be activated in 1 year. He will die once his successor is birthed, just like his father. Tarkiev, completely missing the metaphorical meaning, starts to freak out. What? Birth? He shrieks. His eyes bulge as he puts 2 and 2 together and gets 5. Azadin is going to give birth? He gestures wildly, his voice rising in panic. How is that possible? A man giving birth? He continues his frantic rant, wondering about the father of the child, or maybe the mother. Even the beaten man on the ground looks utterly bewildered. The sheer absurdity of the situation, piled on top of his own death sentence, is too much for Azadin. He lets out a scream of pure frustration while Midium lunges to clamp a hand over Tarkiev's mouth. What was the Emperor even thinking? Azadin yells, his composure completely shattered. The raven calmly explains that this particular penalty was chosen by their clan's founding head spirit. But it cuts itself off. I am not allowed to tell you this, it states, bound by some ancient rule. What? Just say it. Azadin pleads, desperate for any explanation for his cruel fate. The raven explains the nature of its existence. This, Emperor's voice. Magic allows it to exist forever, but on one condition: certain information must never be revealed. The fact that I am talking to you now, when you've been dismissed, it continues, means that I am eating away at my own existence. Midium and Ishmael listen, their faces pale. The defeated man on the ground realizes what this means. The Emperor's voice is breaking its own fundamental rules just to speak with Azadin. Why? He wonders aloud. What did Azadin do to deserve that? In the background, Tarkiev cheekily asks what makes him so special. Azadin's rage boils over. He grabs his cloak, yelling that he's the one who has to give birth and die. You put a curse on me to kill me, but you're acknowledging me? Are you kidding me? Even now, his former bullies try to enforce the old hierarchy, shouting that he's being impertinent to the Emperor. Azadin explodes in a torrent of fury. Impertinent my ass! Do you not see the situation I'm in? Do you really think I care about nobility or whatever right now? Meanwhile, his companions are having their own quiet, morbid discussion. Tarkiev wonders if male birth is even possible. Ishmael reasons that since Azadin was born this way, it must be. They soberly conclude that it is abnormal, which is precisely why it's called a curse. Azadin turns his fury back on his would-be captors, his voice raw. Anyway, tell me, what's the reason I'm being dismissed and cursed, even though I've been working my ass off? The 2 men flinch, their arrogance replaced by fear. The spiky-haired one stammers. They clearly know the answer, but they're too terrified to say it. What's worse than being sentenced to death? Being sentenced to death for a crime committed by the one person you despise most. The bullies finally reveal the truth. A woman named Ariel stole the Divine King's scripture and fled. She committed treason. Midium and Ishmael are stunned. It's a crime so severe, the curse is almost a logical punishment. But Azadin just stands there, a single word hanging in the air. So? His voice is tight with disbelief and rage. Why am I the one who's fired when Ariel is the one who committed treason? The sheer unfairness of it all is starting to crack his cold exterior. The spiky-haired man, now tied up, nervously explains their reasoning. Well, because we think you're working with her? Azadin snaps. Are you kidding me? He roars, his voice echoing in the night. She's the one who scarred my face, and you think I'd be working with her? This isn't just an accusation, it's a deep, personal insult. The men shrink back, trying to defend themselves. They argue that from their perspective, it always looked like Ariel was being protective of him. Azadin's fury turns into a low, seething growl. Protective, my ass. The memory, the humiliation, the injustice. It all boils up inside him, and his face becomes a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He takes a heavy step forward, looming over them. Did I benefit at all when Ariel was doing well in her career? He asks, his voice dripping with venom. He lunges, grabbing the long-haired man by the collar, his patience completely gone. He screams that all he ever got from her was being called Idiot Azadin, while they called her a genius. What the hell did I do to deserve being fired and cursed? He shoves the man, who stammers that they were just following orders. Azadin's hand flashes out, striking the spiky-haired man across the chest with a sharp crack. And then he starts to laugh. It's not a happy sound. It's the wild, unhinged laughter of a man who's been pushed so far past his limit that the only thing left is to embrace the madness. A wicked, terrifying smile spreads across his face. Should I just go around killing every member of my clan I come across? He muses aloud. Since I'm dismissed anyway? His voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper. Should I commit actual treason? The two men look at each other, their faces pale with terror. They've created a monster. Panicked, they beg him to just go to the elders and ask for the punishment to be revoked. But then, the long-haired man remembers something, a sliver of hope. He tells Azadin that in their clan's entire history, only one person ever survived the curse of service. Azadin's face freezes. Are you talking about Akre? His own father. The night gives way to the first light of dawn. The tension finally breaks. The sun rises over the village rooftops, casting a warm glow on the scene of last night's chaos. A new day brings a new, grim resolve. Azadin has made his decision. He stands before his two defeated bullies, his anger now cooled into steely determination. I guess I have no choice but to go to the head spirit, he declares. The spiky-haired man, looking thoroughly beaten, hesitantly speaks up. He makes a desperate request. Could Azadin just say that he was captured by them? Azadin's reply is swift and cold. You want to get castrated as soon as possible, I see. Castrated? Aren't you being too cruel? The man protests. Azadin just scoffs. Oh, please. This is nothing compared to how you treated me when I was a kid. The two men fall silent, finally offering a mumbled apology. They then reveal that the clan has issued a capture or kill order for him on sight. The long-haired man asks if he's really going to fight every clan member he meets, warning him that the others might actually kill him. Azadin is unmoved. He knows they'll treat him worse if he's just taken. He declares he's going to the Salasma branch leader himself. His loyalty is now only to his master and his friends. Turning to the two men, now sitting in a wagon with the rescued children, he gives them one last order. Take good care of those kids. They promise to get them to safety. You really are a role model for all heralds, one of them shouts, a newfound respect in his voice. Azadin watches as the wagon rolls away, carrying the children and his former tormentors toward a safer future. They shout back a final promise to testify for him, knowing the Emperor's voice wouldn't have appeared otherwise. Waving goodbye, they call out, "See you later, Azadin." It's a surprisingly warm farewell from men who, just hours ago, wanted to drag him back in chains. The group arrives in Salasma, a sprawling desert city carved into the side of a massive mountain. It's a thriving, heavily guarded hub, prosperous due to its large copper deposits. A stern-looking guard eyes them suspiciously as they approach the city gates. But before any trouble can start, Tarkiev rides forward, puffing out his chest. I am Tarkiev, son of Count Kazel, he announces grandly. I have urgent business. Get out of the way. The crowd of merchants murmurs, recognizing the name. The guard, intimidated by his noble status, immediately steps aside and lets them pass. As they ride through the city, Ishmael remarks on how quickly they got in. Tarkiev preens, turning back to the group with a smug grin. What do you think? I'm pretty useful, right? For once, he's not entirely wrong. As they proceed, Azadin spots a familiar group watching them from the side. It's the Khorassar merchants. He immediately understands. The merchants already know about the kill order. They're likely waiting for a chance to collect the bounty on his head. Suddenly, Tarkiev wheels around and points a finger at them. "What do you think you're doing, daring to stare at me?" he yells, putting on a spectacular display of aristocratic outrage. He continues his tirade, puffing his chest out. "Do you know who I am?" The merchants immediately start bowing and apologizing, terrified of angering a noble. Tarkiev leans in, a cruel smile on his lips. "If you're really sorry, then pay the price," he purrs. "I'm feeling thirsty. Get me something to drink." The merchants scramble to obey, promising to fetch him a drink immediately. Azadin watches, a flicker of appreciation in his mind. Tarkiev really is useful. This little stunt ensures the merchants won't dare make a move while he's under the protection of a powerful noble. Tarkiev, high on his own power, starts looking around for more people to shake down for cash. He was just plundering people like he was born to do it. Azadin and his group can only sigh, with Azadin thinking, "I knew it." Just as Tarkiev is reveling in his success, a sharp female voice cuts through the air calling his name. "Tarkiev." A group of riders approaches, led by a woman with long, flowing white hair and a steely gaze. Tarkiev's face pales. He recognizes her instantly. "What? Vinny?" It's his half-sister. "What brings you here?" he asks, his voice suddenly nervous. She just smiles, a cold, knowing look in her eyes. "You know why." Azadin remains silent, observing the sudden shift in atmosphere. This is a family matter, and he can already tell it's not going to be a pleasant reunion. His gaze drifts to their supplies. He thinks to himself that they probably stole those, just like a brother and sister would. Vinny notices Tarkiev's lack of guards. "What? What happened to the mercenaries with you?" she asks, feigning innocence. Tarkiev stammers. "Well, some stuff happened. The air grows heavy." Her horse takes a deliberate step forward. "I heard Kozel got beaten up," she says, her eyes fixed on him. "I thought it was your doing?" Tarkiev nervously denies it. She tells him the full story with relish. Their other brother lost all his men and was castrated. Tarkiev's face breaks into a wide, ecstatic grin as he lets out a gleeful, "Yippee!" He's overjoyed. "I knew it, karma finds a way," he cheers to himself. "My ancestors have rewarded me for my good deeds." Vinny's eyes narrow, a predatory glint appearing. "So you're all alone right now, huh?" Her hand tightens on the hilt of her sword. In a flash, she attacks, swinging her blade at a shocked Tarkiev while simultaneously throwing a rock with incredible force. The rock shoots through the air like a bullet, imbued with a powerful blue energy. Vinny's face is a mask of fury. "What? Who was that?" she yells, her attack having been deflected. She turns to see Azadin standing nearby, having casually swatted the projectile away. "I knew you were getting too close," he says calmly. Before Tarkiev can even process what happened, Vina's men charge forward. "Vina, are you trying to kill me?" he shrieks in terror. Vini sits atop her horse with a smug grin. "I thought this would be easier than looking for the scripture. She's here to eliminate him." Tarkiev desperately draws his sword, trying to fend off the attack. One of Vina's men leaps high into the air, bringing his sword down in a powerful overhead strike. Metal clashes against metal as Tarkiev barely manages to block the blow, his face contorted in a grimace of pure effort. Another of Vini's men attacks, his sword glowing with energy. Tarkiev, now backed into a corner, tries to bluff his way out. "You're making a mistake," he snarls. "Do you realize who I'm with?" He gestures wildly toward Azadin. "Azadin right here could beat you up with just a finger." He turns to Azadin pleading, "What are you doing? Help me!" But Azadin just stands there, arms crossed, completely uninterested. "I want to see how well you fight," he says, his tone flat. Midium leans against him with a sleepy yawn. "Yeah, Azadin has to watch out now," she says casually. Azadin looks at her, confused. "What?" She brings a hand to her mouth, a mischievous smirk on her face. "Am I not right?" With the curse of service, she leans in closer, whispering, "Right about now, in your stomach." A jolt of pure horror runs through Azadin as he clutches his abdomen, the absurd implication finally hitting him. While Tarkiev is desperately fighting for his life, Azadin is having a complete meltdown. "No! What kind of twisted thoughts are you having?" he screams, his own life-or-death situation momentarily forgotten in the face of this new, bizarre terror. Midian, completely unfazed, just pats his back condescendingly. Azadin, don't get so angry. It's not good for the child. He is so furious he can't even form words. One of Vinny's men, sick of being ignored, roars, "Are you bastards ignoring us?" He swings his sword right at Azadin's head, but Azadin doesn't even flinch, calmly blocking the attack with his staff. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a tendril of shadow magic, effortlessly disarming the entire group in a single, fluid motion. He turns to his companions, his composure completely restored. "Midian, Ishmael, fight them," he orders. "Don't kill them, though. It's not a request, it's a test." Midian and Ishmael are a bit surprised. They have to fight with real swords. The mercenaries look ready for a real battle. Azadin just watches with a cheerful expression, eager to see what his subordinates are made of. Midian lets out a sigh, muttering, "Oh well," as she and Ishmael ready their weapons. They accepted the job, and this is part of it. They face off against the mercenaries, the dusty air thick with tension. The fight is on. Azadin watches from the sidelines, completely relaxed. His gaze drifts over to Tarkiev, who is flailing about on his horse. Azadin thinks to himself, why is he struggling so much? How is he even backing up while on a horse? His focus shifts back to the main fight. He sizes up the enemy. The most skilled one among them is, his perception locks onto one specific mercenary, that guy with the low-set eyes. The mercenary charges forward, yelling at Ishmael, calling him an arrogant little kid. The man swings his sword in a wide arc, but Ishmael is faster, dodging neatly under the blow. Before the man can even register the miss, Ishmael is already moving. With a swift, precise strike, Ishmael slashes the man across the back, a deep, painful cut, but not a fatal one. The man cries out in pain. Azadin smiles faintly. He notes that Ishmael intentionally targeted a non-fatal area that would still cause significant bleeding. Azadin is impressed. Ishmael is skilled for his age. He'll make a fine herald one day. Ishmael continues his assault, moving with a confidence that surprises his opponents. Meanwhile, Tarkiev is in full panic mode, yanking on his horse's reins and screaming. In his panic, he pulls too hard, and the horse rears up, throwing him to the ground with a hard thud. Azadin clicks his tongue in annoyance. Is he stupid? All that good gear and he makes a mistake like that? Below, one of Vinny's men sees his chance and charges the fallen Tarkiev, screaming, "Die!" Azadin sighs, rubbing his temples. I guess I should step in. The fighting stops. The sky seems to clear. Vin and her men are kneeling on the ground, clutching their hands and crying in agony. "Why are you doing this to us?" she wails. "We returned everything we stole." Azadin looks down at them, his expression cold and unforgiving as he holds up a bloody nail puller. "You should be grateful that was all I did," he says. "I make people pay for what they've done. I'm letting you live because you didn't take any lives." He leans in, a creepy smile on his face. "If you act up again, you know what's coming, right?" Terrified, they all scream, "Yes, sir!" Vin and her men scramble to their feet and flee, not even daring to look back. Azadin just watches them go, his point having been made. Tarkiev, back on his horse, complains that his sister is evil for trying to kill him over succession rights. Azadin, now riding beside him, simply states that succession rights are meaningless anyway. Midian sidles up to him, a concerned look on her face. "Azadin, I was worried about your mood swings," she says sweetly. "Looks like you've calmed down now." She puts a hand on his arm, her voice full of fake sympathy. "I'm worried, Azadin. My mother said that once you're pregnant, you go through all kinds of changes." Azadin cuts her off, his voice strained. "I said I'm not pregnant." He lets out a weary sigh, a faint blush on his cheeks. He has to explain that birthing a child through the curse is not like a normal pregnancy. The constant teasing is clearly getting to him. As they ride on, Tarkiev brings up the silver candle holder that the previous group of mercenaries stole, which Azadin kept. Ishmael picks up the thought, asking why he bothered returning the things Vinny's group took. Azadin explains that there was too much to carry back then, and too many mercenaries to deal with. He adds that most of the other items were just furniture, which would have been a burden to the refugees they were helping. His logic is cold and practical. "I usually act based on the given situation and context," Azadin states simply, summing up his entire moral philosophy. He turns to Ishmael. Do you have a problem with that? Ishmael is quiet for a moment, processing this. I don't understand you, Ishmael finally admits. You're like a foreigner. It's much easier to understand simple murderers or pillagers. Azadin just smiles. Is that so? I understand you, though. Ishmael is taken aback, not sure what to make of that. Azadin suddenly calls for quiet. The rescuers are ahead, he announces, his voice filled with an unusual excitement. Ahead, they see a large tent with a flag flying proudly. Azadin's face lights up. He gazes at the flag, which bears the symbol of 3 wings and a wheel. Ooh, 3 wings and a wheel, he says with genuine admiration. It really is the rescuers. Amazing. His companions exchange confused looks. Miriam thinks to herself that this is beyond simple admiration. He's acting like a complete fanboy. She mutters that their reputation isn't even that great. Ishmael whispers to her, asking if they should tell him the truth about the organization. He decides against it, figuring it's pointless. Miriam is shocked that Ishmael is actually considering Azadin's feelings. She quickly comes up with an excuse, whispering back, "Well, stress isn't good for an expecting mother, you know." Ishmael just gives her a look. Azadin, having overheard, turns around with a look of pure irritation. "You're the one who's making me the most angry right now, Miriam." Azadin turns back toward the camp, a confident smile on his face. He believes the higher-ups were just scared of Ariel and dismissed him by mistake. He's certain that once they meet the region leader, the curse will be lifted. In his mind, he sees a clear path forward. He's done more than enough good deeds. His scripture page is more valuable than ever. The clan wouldn't be foolish enough to steal it, not after seeing his power. The group makes their way towards the rescuers' camp, where a line of people is already waiting to receive aid. Later, as the sun begins to set, Tarkiev is struggling to pick up rocks, while Ishmael carries firewood. Tarkiev whines, "I'm a noble. Why do I have to do manual labor?" Ishmael looks around. "Where's Azadin?" he asks. Miriam tells him he went toward the rescuers' camp. Just then, he returns with blankets. Miriam explains that the rescuers are just lending them to the group. She adds their rather terrifying condition for the loan. If they don't return the blankets, they'll either fall to hell or reincarnate into the Herald clan. Tarkiev asks if that's a curse. Ishmael, with a disturbingly cheerful expression, just says, "That's very motivating." A shadow falls over them. It's Azadin returning from the camp. Miriam sees he's carrying something. "Azadin, did you get bread? We have our own food." "Yeah," he replies, holding up a round loaf stamped with the rescuer's seal. "I was curious about their relief goods." He grins cheerfully. "I didn't steal it, of course. I offered them a donation." Miriam is flabbergasted. "You gave money to the rescuers?" Azadin's smile fades slightly as he explains. He asked if they could stamp his scripture page, but they said no. Miriam's expression turns serious. "Azadin," she says, her voice low, "the rescuers in books may be heroes, but those people will try to kill us as soon as they realize we're heralds." Azadin just smiles, his strange faith unshaken. "It's okay. My faith in them wouldn't be betrayed even if they were to persecute and kill me." And with that, he takes a bite of the bread. A sudden jolt of energy, a flash of blue lightning, crackles around him. His companions stare in shock. He holds the bread, his expression unreadable as the energy crackles and fades. He looks down at the loaf, its seal now glowing faintly. Whatever he was looking for, he's just found a clue. A quiet night by the fire turns into a lesson in morality, where charity has a price and a single bowl of stew can expose the rot hiding in plain sight. As the group settles down for dinner, Miriam watches Azadin drop the rock-hard bread from the rescuers into their stew. She reminds him he said it smelled like sawdust, but he just tells her not to be picky. His reasoning is simple and, for him, perfectly logical. The rescuers' order prepared the bread for the refugees. He can't just waste it. Just then, Tarkiev looks up, startled. Someone is approaching their camp. A group of ragged-looking children appears out of the dusk, exhausted and starved. One of them pleads with Azadin, begging for food, explaining they haven't eaten in 3 days. Azadin asks them about the bread the rescuers are handing out. The kids explain the cruel truth. The bread is only for adults. The children are told they have to join the rescuers' order if they want to eat. Without a moment's hesitation, Azzedine gestures for them to come closer. "Eat with us," he says simply. Tarkiev immediately objects. He explodes with indignation, unable to believe Azzedine is giving away their food to these inferior things, after making him, a noble, do chores. Azzedine ignores him, handing a bowl of stew to one of the kids. "I got bread from them even though I'm not a refugee," he says. "Let's just think of this as passing it forward." The girl hesitates for a moment, a look of guilt on her face. Azzedine immediately understands. His expression darkens. "I knew it. The refugees are making them do this. The adults are forcing the children to beg for food." He softens his tone, telling the girl he'll let her take some back with her. Her face lights up with gratitude. As the children eat, a new figure approaches their camp, an old man in a dark cloak, flanked by other heralds commenting on Azzedine's little charity project. The old man addresses him directly, surprised that Azzedine, a wanted man, would walk right through the main roads. Azzedine recognizes him immediately. Selasma's branch leader? This is the very person he was looking for. One of the other heralds corrects him sharply. "You mean branch leader Salem?" The man gets right in Azzedine's face, his voice dripping with anger, saying he's heard what Azzedine did to their men. Azzedine's eyes narrow slightly. He puts it together instantly. His old bullies snitched, and this old man, Salem, is a high-ranking member of the Founders Clan faction. Salem's voice is cold and commanding. Have the nearby folks go away? He wants this conversation to be private. The group needs to clear the area. Azzedine's companions look on, the tension thick in the air. Azzedine turns to his noble liability. "Tarkiev, take care of the people around us." Tarkiev leaps at the opportunity. He yells at the refugee kids that he's craving children barbecue and threatens to roast them if they don't leave. Terrified, the kids apologize and scatter. He then turns to Midiam and Ishmael. "You two, let's get out of here." He's clearly enjoying his role as the intimidating noble, a little too much. With the area cleared, Azzedine and Salem sit across from each other in a makeshift tent. Azzedine notices the faint sound of a harp playing nearby, a simple trick to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Salem looks him over with disdain. "You're like a noble," he comments, "and it's not a compliment." Salem takes a slow sip of his tea, his voice dangerously calm. He tells Azzedine to shut up, that he's itching to kill him right now and would have already if he hadn't been in a crowd. Azzedine remains unfazed. "You have time for that?" he asks, pointing out that Salem should be focused on Ariel, the real traitor. Salem slams his cup down, his eyes blazing. "So you are working with her?" Azzedine calmly replies. "No, I would never." Azzedine makes his demand clear. "I want you to take back the decision on my dismissal." "I am not on Ariel's side," Salem scoffs. "Arrogant bastard. Why should I?" He admits he's heard they aren't on good terms, but says it could all be an act. Azzedine leans back with a smirk. What a stupid thing to say. He points out the absurdity. How could he possibly be getting important information when everyone in the clan already looks down on him? Salem's face hardens. He knows it's true. Azzedine is an outcast. In Tarkiev's mind, he's fuming. He thinks Azzedine should be on his knees begging for mercy. Salem takes another sip of tea, his mind working. "Even if you're not working with Ariel." His eyes flash with cold political pragmatism. "Why should I discuss rolling back the decision with the elders?" Azzedine leans forward, his voice earnest. "Because it's the right thing to do." He lays it out plainly. A young man of their clan is about to be framed and killed for a crime he didn't commit. Can Salem, as a branch leader, really just overlook that? Salem places his cup down, his argument ready. He explains that, politically, it's not that simple. If the elders reverse the decision now, it would damage the clan's prestige, especially right after Ariel's betrayal. Azzedine lets out a frustrated sigh. They're going to sacrifice him to save face. "All right," he says, a new resolve in his voice. He offers a compromise. He won't rebel. In return, he demands Salem cancel the execution order and promise to reverse the dismissal in 6 months. Azzedine starts to demand a contract, but Salem cuts him off with a roar of fury. "You arrogant brat! You want a contract out of me!" "My life is on the line, of course I want a contract!" Azzedine screams back, his own patience finally snapping. "Shut up!" Salem bellows, slamming his hands on the table. You've insulted the elder's decision, and now you've crossed a line. Azadin rises from his chair, his hand on his sword, repeating Salem's own words back to him. Yes, all right. Let's talk outside then. Salem scoffs. You want to fight? I wouldn't lose to you even if my ass was all wrinkly. Arrogant bastard, Salem snarls, rising to meet the challenge. I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. But just as he lunges forward, his eyes widen in shock. Someone has arrived. A calm, female voice cuts through the tension. Long time no see, Azadin. A woman with long, flowing silver hair approaches, her presence immediately commanding the room. It's the first spirit, Aldous. Azadin offers a formal greeting. Even Salem bows his head in deference. Aldous gently chides them, reminding them there are many eyes watching. Salem, now completely composed, asks what brings her all the way out here. Aldous smiles warmly, her eyes on Azadin. I couldn't just sit back when I heard that Azadin was being dismissed. She tells him she rushed from the Orangi kingdom without rest as soon as she heard the news. Goodness, what a stupid thing you've done, she teases gently. Azadin is stunned, realizing that journey would have taken at least 3 days. She produces a rolled-up scroll, reassuring him that she told the Great Master there was no way he could have betrayed them. She hands him the scroll. It's a pact with the head spirit and the elder's signatures. She explains that they've officially announced they will cancel his dismissal in half a year. It's exactly what he demanded. Azadin takes the scroll, a genuine smile on his face. Thanks, Aldous. You've done so much for me. It's the right thing to do, she says, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. She looks at him with concern. I'm just worried that you suffered. Everyone's so narrow-minded after all. No, I'm fine, he reassures her. Nearby, Miriam watches the exchange, her eye twitching in annoyance. She lets out a small squeak of frustration as she watches Azadin and Aldous stand so close, a storm of jealousy brewing inside her. What the heck, she thinks, fuming. He treats her way differently than anyone else. She recalls him telling her she wasn't his type because she wasn't pretty. Back in the present, Azadin tells Aldous he understands the elders are sensitive to hierarchy. Aldous agrees. Miriam is left to wonder, what is their relationship? Aldous gently brushes a hand through Azadin's hair, a fond smile on her face. I was really worried when I first met you and Ariel, she says softly, her voice full of nostalgia. You've really grown. The words hang in the air, hinting at a deep, complicated history that is far from over.